All right. Let's move on from this because you might be wondering what the distraction could be about. And this is definitely something that is an ongoing incident, an ongoing back and forth. Here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the Big Booty Cheeks bill. Bill. Big Booty Cheeks bill, 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 Booty Cheeks bill. Let's get into some of the meat and potatoes of this big booty bill. I call it Big Booty Bill because his booty is Booty Cheeks. But.
You say, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. More.
It's Big Booty Bill. Don't worry, I'm gonna talk about the Big Booty Cheeks bill. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Dawson, our broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, another gloomy day here, cloudy California, Los Angeles, living on stolen land. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is January 6th. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Tuesday, January 6th, 2026. And it's a very special day for all of those who celebrate, for all of those who enjoy taking back what's ours, honorable men, women, all of the same exact variety, same exact background, jet ski dealership owners from all around the nation storm the halls of the Capitol and successfully try to take back what's theirs, something that was stolen from them. And they were of course surrounded by Antifa, but they were also brave patriots, and the brave patriots got arrested and the Antifa never did because Joe Biden was actually responsible for January 6th, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, this is the anniversary of January 6th, and we're still obviously carrying the flame. Having said that, however, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassanavi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Why'd you say Trump thinks all Venezuelans are rapists? Crazy take. Dude, the maximum copium from Venezuelans is been really funny to watch here. We just started. Is that really a crazy take? He wants to deport every single Venezuelan. He wants to deport. Venezuelans are the new Mexicans. Okay? If you're Venezuelan, you're the new Mexican. Just know. All right? We just got started, and there's still motherfuckers being like, excuse me, sir. Source. I don't know. Maybe he campaigned on deporting every Venezuelan. Were you guys not paying attention? When did he say that? Brother, good luck to you. Okay? All I'm going to say is some of you motherfuckers are completely living on a different planet. We got started early. Anyway, we feeling very Chinese today? Hell yeah. Always. New trend. This is not funny anymore. We're hungry children outside looking into a restaurant. Oh yeah, no, I saw this Chinese social media domination. The static in your mic makes you sound like listening to an old radio. I love it unless it's my phone. I don't think it's me. I think it might be your phone. There's got to be something to the mindset of a guy who is basically at the heart of all of the election conspiracies, and like people from your country are all, although they were initially invited, 600,000 are about to lose their temporary protected status because of this administration. And there's still hella Venezuelans in the building being like, no, you don't understand. He actually loves me. He want me. Nah, dude, he want me. Okay. I can't believe you're out here talking about how Trump said all the Venezuelans are bad. Okay, well, your temporary protected status is bye-bye. Why do you think that is? How are you going to dick ride a president that's literally saying, like, get off my dick? In any case, Personal news. Let's get into personal news. You just told me, brother, provided no source and told me good luck. I don't get it. I love you, Hadan. I watch you every day with grace. I disagree with a lot of shit you say, but watch. When did he give the impression that all Venezuelans are that? Oh, shit, dude. I didn't realize that he didn't mean all the Venezuelans. He meant like some of the Venezuelans. Is that what we're doing right now? Are you actually Venezuelan? Or are you a Trump dick rider who is trying to cope and defend what Trump is saying? Because what do you think this is? Okay? TPS is over for every Venezuelan. What do you think the Trendaragua shit was? Do you think when Donald Trump was talking about MS-13, do you think he actually was calling just the MS-13 guys animals? Or do you think he was calling all undocumented migrants animals, but he was just presenting it as like MS-13, claiming that all undocumented migrants are MS-13? Do you think that when he talks about Trendaragua, he's like specifically talking about this low-level street gang that was built inside of a fucking prison that has no emphasis whatsoever in American domestic or foreign policy until this past year, when noticeably around the election cycle, they seemingly started really beefing up the notion that Trendaragua was actually taking over apartment complexes? Do you think he's trying to develop a permission structure where he is, trying to purge every single Venezuelan or most of the Venezuelans with white nativist sentiment from the American boundary? Or do you think he actually means like, oh, there are some Venezuelans who are bad and we want to get those bad Venezuelans out, but the rest of the Venezuelans are actually good and we want to keep them here? And if that's the case, why do you think he's actually taking away temporary protected status from 600,000 Venezuelans? Do you think that's because he's going to make this designation? Or do you think it's because every single Venezuelan that currently has temporary protected status is now going to be considered an enemy of the state? Like, how much more can this fucking rapist, possible pedophile, monstrous piece of shit talk about entire groups of entire population groups inside of the United States of America until you get it? You know, what do you want him to do? Literally fucking take a Venezuelan child and execute him on television? Is that when you're going to actually go, you know what? I do think this guy might be a little bit of a racist, you know? Maybe he hates Venezuelans. Trump keeps calling Venezuelan and Congolese migrants criminals. And this is from this is from the election, okay? Number of times Trump has called migrants from select countries criminals. Venezuela, 70 times. Wow. And on top of that, he is taking the Venezuelan temporary protected status away. What do you think this is about? Do you think there is a reason to be concerned about Venezuelans and what they're up to inside of the United States of America? Do you think that's the reason? Do you think that's what's going on? Did this guy just say this and then fuck off? I don't understand. Been in here since 2020. Oh, he's an Elon dick rider too. The dude sending us to space is causing fraud. Right. I genuinely don't understand how these guys become the way that they do. Like, they just stay in here for years and years. That motherfucker's been watching since 2020. Okay? He's seen me with the broccoli cut. You know what I mean? He's seen me at my fattest. He's seen me at my skinniest. And nothing has penetrated. Okay? How do you do that? How do you have such severe immunity to learning new things? You love the word dick rider, Lamau. How do you expel the criminals in the country that were let in? Brother, the point is, we already have a system in place. It's called the criminal justice system, where if someone does a crime, they're prosecuted. And then depending on the severity of the crime, or depending on how they will be apprehended, if they are deported, they might get deported, or sometimes they actually go to prison and then get deported once they actually carry out their sentence, once they're done with their sentence. Okay? It's almost needle in a haystack trying to get them one by one. Dude, how do you not realize you are currently advocating for dragnets against entire populations because you just decided that they're all migrants? What the fuck are you saying? That is unacceptable. That's not how the American Constitution works. That's not how, you are just, this isn't even the Constitution. Okay? This is like Magna Carta shit, okay? This is what in the entire concept of Western civilization was built on. How do you not recognize that you are advocating against that? Okay. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that we've actually followed through on these principles throughout the throughout the entirety of the development of Western civilization. Clearly, never really done that when it comes to being colonial superpowers and things like that. But what's shocking to me is just like how careless these guys are in the way that they advocate for certain things without actually thinking about it whatsoever. Because what you don't realize here is that if we now have decided that the government can just decide, it's too hard to figure out who's doing a crime and who's not doing a crime, so you all got to go, okay? That's number one, that's dictatorship, okay? That is what dictators do. That's like what you understand is like Saddam Hussein doing to the Kurds, for example. And that's what you don't like when someone else is doing it, right? But now you're advocating to do it here. And what you also fail to consider is it might actually happen to you because you're nothing, right? In the eyes of this government, you're nothing. The reality of the matter is, and I know a lot of people get really fucking hurt when I say this, but we are all irrelevant, okay? We're nothing. We're not one of these like multi-billionaire, butt buddies of Donald Trump. We didn't go on the Jeffrey Epstein plane and rape minors. You know what I mean? So we're not like defending the interests of the nation state of Israel. So we're irrelevant, right? Like they are the only people that this administration cares about is basically like a handful of pedophiles. You're not one of the handful of pedophiles, right? So what makes you think that inevitably this won't come down and bite you in the ass, right? You can so carelessly advocate for mass deportations against certain groups of people, right? And you just don't realize that eventually this will come back to you. Regardless of this conference, I can see your POV, 100% your grace, but how do you expel the thousands of criminals with no trace in our country? Regardless of this conversation, I will continue to watch you, bro. Love your shit. No matter how much I disagree with certain takes, I appreciate everything you do. Okay, I'm glad that you're, appreciating my takes, but I don't want you to just appreciate my takes. I want you to like understand the point I'm making here, which is that if we normalize, if we decide that it's actually good, if we have decided that it's actually fucking good to rip families apart, do dragnets, and start doing mass deportations on the virtue of, like what their ethnic background is, right? Then you have to understand it will eventually come for you as well. That is not a justice system, right? That's not a criminal justice system at all. That's not our criminal justice system. That's not how it's supposed to be. I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna get this across to people, Anyway, but that is dick riding. And you're dick riding for dick that don't want you to ride it for the most part. Unless you are on Lolita Express. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not even, like, the dick that you're riding don't even want you, right? And eventually, the dick that you're riding will come for you, too. Anyway, disagree with everything you said. Love the stream. Said nobody ever. No, I think you'd be shocked. There are definitely a lot of people with, a litany of different opinions out there that come in and watch the broadcast and try to make sense of what I'm saying, don't understand anything that I'm saying, and can even spend years and years in here and still not comprehend a single fucking thing. We just saw an example of that, right? Chatter who was justifying dragnet operations on Venezuelans on the faulty basis. First, he started by saying, well, when has Trump said all Venezuelans are rapists, right? And then a couple questions in, he did turn around and say, well, they are all doing crimes. Like a big chunk of them are doing crimes, so we do have to deport all of them because it's very difficult to figure out who's actually doing the crimes and who's not. So, yeah. So it kind of feels like that the disagreement there wasn't like, my embellished commentary that gets to the heart of the matter. The disagreement was whether or not you agree with the policy of doing dragnets against Venezuelans. I don't know why you had to come in with somewhat of a cowardly take there, being like, excuse me, I think you are exaggerating a little bit about my monstrously racist president here, right? Anyway, we didn't even blast off yet, but personal news-wise, didn't really do much. As always, I'm reading this book on Mao, watching Jujutsu Kaisen, and the conquest of Venezuela was deserved. Sure, buddy. One day you'll get a crumb of those super profits, you fucking peasant. Except you won't. Okay? You won't. You will never get a crumb of those super profits. It's not for you. Okay? Fuck communism. Yeah, dude. Fuck. Hell yeah, dude. Fuck communism. You are not a part of the team, little bro. I'm not even American. Oh, extra pathetic. When I see stuff like this, I do legitimately understand why, like, America is inevitably going to take over Greenland, and every single fucking Euroid cuck is going to be like, why does this happen? Maybe it's better that the Americanish are controlling the continent. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm Eastern European. I've lived during communism. Unlike you, I've experienced hell. Oh, dude, you are. Oh, don't worry. It's. Listen, depending on whichever way the Donroe Doctrine goes, you might be back under, not communism really, but under Russian protectorate soon. Okay. Kind of feels like they're just piecing the world up right now amongst like great regional powers with nuclear arms who do have ambition of territorial gain. Kind of feels like that's what's going on here. And we're all just sitting around, okay? At least I'm sitting in the heart of the imperial core. You're not sitting anywhere, okay? You're sitting in an apartment that used to be government owned, so at least you have like 90% home ownership rate, not realizing that like that was one of the many gains that the USSR delivered to you. That, and also allowing you to learn how to fucking read, which, to be fair, sometimes when I interact with people that say stuff like this, I do go back and forth on whether or not this was a big L and a major mistake of the USSR. Improving literacy rates in Eastern Europe, was that really that good? Because obviously once the fucking communism faucet shut down, what came next was a bunch of people who at least know how to type on the internet, but have lost critical thinking skills entirely. We were liberated by America. The USSR killed my grandfather just for speaking out. Yeah. No, I got it. This is going to get clipped and go global on Euro Twitter. Look, man, I want everyone to have a good life, okay? A little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. It's true. As someone whose family is Polish, I do not think we deserve sovereignty. Oh, man. Ay, ay, ay. It's pretty crazy because I am wearing my Lithuania shirt right now too. Oh no. All of the fucking little gay Adolf Hitlers with globe emojis on their Twitter description are going to get mad at me in between talking about how awesome it is that America is fucking deposing and kidnapping foreign leaders, not realizing what this spells for their little country. You know what I mean? What do you think happens to your country, buddy? Huh? Now that we're living in the new world, what do you think happens to your country? Who saves your country? You think America gives a fuck about Poland? You think America gives a fuck about Lithuania? You think America gives a fuck about Estonia? Don't make me laugh, motherfucker. You're cooked. You're totally fucking cooked. At least Americans are like, oh yeah, well, this is my team because, you're totally fucking cooked. At least Americans are like, oh yeah, well, this is my team because, it's wearing my colors, right? It's not even wearing your colors. Yeah, your Balkan coded law. As a Romanian, I'm terrified of what's happening. Yeah, anyone who doesn't understand that we are in a completely new multipolar world, but not in like a multipolar world where there's at least enough like motion or at least enough pushback that keeps America at bay. But a multipolar world where if you're a country that wants sovereignty and you do not have nukes, you're fucking cooked. Okay? You're absolutely cooked. You're done. You're cooked. You might as well just give up. You might as well immediately be like, Mr. President, please, I am servile. This is my firstborn. You can have my firstborn. Please put my firstborn on whoever the new Jeffrey Epstein is in his Lolita Express. You can have him. I am an anti-communist. And then, they're just like, get in the fuck pit at gunpoint. You're like, no, it's going to be good, though. This is good. At least we're not, I don't know, communist or something. Or the president doesn't give a shit about you and you get in the fuck pit, but this time Russian style. Okay? Anyway. Yeah, because you're from America. Of course you talk like this. Yes. Exactly. I think people need to remember, yes, I am an American and I am talking like this in America. I'm talking like this in America because I have a consistent position. I think American imperialism is devastating. I think all imperialism is devastating. It devastates those who are under the boot. But if I am supposed to be a high earner in the imperial core, and I'm telling you this, but you are living in an area that is, slated to be impacted by these kinds of actions, and you're telling me how good American imperialism actually is for you, well, then you kind of deserve it, Like, what can we say? What can I say? I'm a class trader, okay? You, on the other hand, are also a class trader, but it's actually dumb for you to be a class trader. It's just crazy where people do not understand. Like, I mean, we saw the example of this. We saw the example of this with European leaders basically being like, oh, it's so awesome that Donald Trump actually went in and ripped apart international norms and went and kidnapped and abducted a foreign leader, right? It was awesome. And then the next day, Donald Trump was like, I'm going to do this to Greenland too. And everyone was like, hold on, wait a minute. What? He can't do that to Greenland. I mean, come on, that's under white protectorate, right? Like that's that will never happen. And then Donald Trump's like, no, I'm actually pretty serious. You need to give me Greenland right now. And all the European leaders are like, okay, well, I guess it's fine. I don't know. Yeah, Greenland more like red, white, and blue land. And there are still, yeah, being rich and a class trader means you have empathy. Being poor and a class trader means you're a fucking idiot. True. But good luck to everybody. Good luck to everybody. Here, I'll blast off real quick. Dude, this is so funny. Someone said, dream job. Maduro's motorcycle thugs go door to door and hunt for Trump supporters. Dream job. Dude, I'm voting for any Democrat that says this is what we're doing. Okay? I will be so blue-pilled, you don't understand. Yeah. Kamala Harris is bringing back the red guard. Kamala Harris is going to make it the blue guard, okay? Put me in charge, sir. Let me at him. That was what was going on in North Carolina. Yeah. That's basically resistance liberalism, okay? Greenland literally stole our oil. True. I was just thinking that. I was thinking about how Greenland literally stole our oil. It's right there. They stole it. It's our oil. Greenland literally stole our land, honestly, because it's land that I want. It's my land. Okay, man, I live in a small peripheral country. You don't need to rub it in my nose how fucked I am, Lamau. Well, it's not even rubbing it in your nose, Chatter. But this has nothing to do with, I'm not shitting on you if you're aware of your circumstances. I'm shitting on the people who are, your neighbors who are oblivious to their circumstances or actively demanding their own demise. Okay? Because, like, my attitude on this is pretty obvious. I've talked about this extensively, even though Maoist third worldists would get mad at me for saying this, but, like, everyone is kind of fucked, right? If you are not a part of the handful of, like, pedophilic elite, right? You're cooked. You're not getting any of the returns. You are just simply, you are at the mercy of our masters, right? And that's just the reality. And even someone who some of you think is, like, profoundly wealthy, myself, which is not the case, of course, but someone who is very successful as in comparison to the average person, like, I don't get a say in this process either, right? I don't get a say in this process either. And the irony, of course, is that some people will get mad at me and say, well, you're in the imperial core, like you're benefiting from the super profits. It's like, no, not really. I think people don't understand that. The only benefit you get if you are living in America is that you are not under the boot, right? You get fucked in different ways, but you're not literally under the boot. So that's the greatest benefit you get. Yeah, I know. I live in Uruguay. My only hope is a Brazilian lulag. Yeah, I think everyone is demanding this. I'm hearing more and more demands of lulags all around the world, People who come into power. People who come into power that are demanding lulags. You give your worst chatters the permission to shit on Europeans and feel better about themselves while being ruled by the same fascists. Chat gets super toxic. I mean, the point is, every single person has the exact same interests here. Every single person has the exact lack of autonomy here, no matter where you are. And that's why I have no respect for people who live in the United States of America who think like these kinds of actions are eventually going to help them, right? Like who have this false notion that like, oh, we went into Venezuela, we're going to steal their oil. It's our oil now. That means I'm going to get free oil. You're not. Your rent is still going to be unaffordable. 50% of your paycheck is going directly to your rent, okay? 50% of your paycheck is going directly to your fucking rent. You have a dog shit job. You will never actually retire, right? You will never own a home. And you will continue fantasizing about America projecting force around the world as though that somehow makes your life a little bit better. And maybe 10 years down the line, you will realize that that was a lie once again. And this is the saddest reality, which is why I have no respect for the fucking hogs in the United States of America who think that, you know, this system is actually somehow going to be beneficial for them. This time it's going to be different. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny to watch a lot of people turn around and say stuff like that, where they're like, no, you don't understand. You don't understand. As long as we're dominating random fucking people overseas, like things are good for me. It's not. And they're not even trying. They're not even trying to lie to you that well, you know? And the reason why is not just hogs, unfortunately. No, there's libs that do it too. There's libs that do it as well. I mean, I'm just saying, like, anyone who thinks that they are a part of this team is fucking stupid. That's it. Anyone who at least understands that they're not a part of this team and these events that are taking place are completely outside of their control, and it's not necessarily a good thing that these sorts of things are happening, right? Well, then, you know, I have a little bit more respect for you, for sure. It just depends on what the next steps are for you, right? Because some people recognize it. Wait, you're the one who... I'm starting Bowden Socialist. Bowden might suspend me because I replied RIP to bro to the Bowden Conservatives. Wait, that was you, Aphex Twizzy? I saw that. Shut the fuck up. That's you? Oh my God. I saw the fire.org post. Tomorrow, Bowden College will decide if an email that read RIP to bro, sad cat, should keep student Finley Riz from returning to campus. His one-line reply to a conservative group's Charlie Kirk vigil promotion triggered a 2-month investigation and probation. That is you? Oh no. Okay, first of all, that's ridiculous that they would suspend you over that, okay? Because clearly you're very saddened. Okay, you know what? Aphex Twizzy, I mean, come on, we have to do it, right? I mean, come on. Come on. This one's for Aphex Twizzy, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Who clearly was carrying the fucking flame a little too hard, huh? Clearly, my boy was carrying the flame a little too hard, and people were not ready for him carrying the fucking flame, dude. Pour one out for the Hasanabi head, who is unjustly maligned. That's true. He did live for Jesus. Unafraid to die. We'll take a flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We'll shake his courage our own. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven known. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known, dude. We were kirked up on a Friday afternoon. Bowden College, a bunch of libtarded pussies out here don't even understand when someone is putting respect on Charlie Kirk's name, on his fucking legacy. Bunch of kirked up shouties. A home built on scripture. We were building homes on scripture, not the tofu dreg that they do in Chinese style development. Scripture, motherfucker. R.I.P. to Ashley Babbitt. R.I.P. to Charlie Kirk. Free all the January 6th heroes. That's right. Turn that shit up, DJ. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. The That's right. That's right. R.I.P. Ashley Babbitt. Free the heroes. Free Ashley Babbitt. Free Charlie Kirk. Free the January 6th heroes. Free the QAnon shaman. They're all free, but free them again. You know what I'm saying? Like, free them. Free all the January 6th heroes from the additional subsequent crimes that they committed right after they were freed, like pedophilia and also approaching a law enforcement officer and trying to pick up their service weapon. Free them. Free them again. They got locked up again. We got to free them one more time. Do it. Yeah, free all the January 6th heroes that got DUIs almost instantly after they were released, okay? Free them. They needed to drink and drive. Mind you, I just joined in on this. Anyway, yeah, Ashley and Charlie are probably so happy wherever they may be, you know? Yeah, I saw this post. I saw Lamau went to high school with this kid. Good luck to you, sir. Alex Bronzini vendor. This was the post I saw. Yeah, free them spiritually. So we kidnapped Maduro, the world and the U.S. citizens cheer. Greenland is next, probably annexed through leveraging U.S. hegemony and NATO. Denmark will cede without much resistance, and the rest of NATO will back away out of fear of destabilizing their own individual positions in the world order. Canada will follow sometimes after. He wants our resources and resources and land, and the global appeasement shows no signs of ending. Yeah, it is somewhat. I mean, I don't know if it'll go that far, but who knows? I mean, it's just entirely dependent on if anyone's just going to stop him, right? And it kind of feels like no one is going to stop him. So maybe we'll see how far it goes, right? Yes, billionaire Paul Singer, who bought Venezuelan oil company Citgo in November, is about to be Trump's best friend. Okay? Yeah. Fucking awesome, dude. Fucking awesome. Awesome world we live in, huh? Very cool. Hey guys, are you Paul Singer? Can I get a quick gut check in the chat? Is Paul Singer in the chat? Because if the answer is no, I suspect you're not going to benefit at all from these actions that we're taking in Venezuela. Okay? I'm just saying, I don't think you guys are benefiting. It's just not, it's not happening, really. You know, are you Paul Singer? Are you one of the Epstein affiliates? Be honest. If you're in the chat and you're one of the Epstein affiliates, I will let you say how sick it is that Donald Trump is doing this stuff, because he is kind of doing it for you. You know what I mean? If you are one of the super predator pedophilic financial elite, then yeah, Trump is doing this for you. So you have every right to gloat. You have every right to be like, oh, look at the might of the American military. Man, my dick's hard, and their dicks are hard too. They have the hardest dicks. Check my logs. I have info on Europe and China relations. I doubt it. Before we move on from EU, dink doink, why Ireland's become a key partner. Why Ireland's become a key partner for China in Europe from CGTN. Anyway, where was I? What was I going to talk about before we get into the Bowden thing? Oh, yeah, Disinformation Tracker's got another post about Asmongold. Okay. Apparently he said Asmongold says he supports killing innocent people in other countries in order to steal their resources. Literally, he said that. I found the video on Reddit. His fans brigaded to hide the post. But why? They call him base, but then they try to hide his psychopathy, right? And one of the things is like wherever there's like a clip that, you know, makes him look bad, they do actively auto downvote that stuff pretty hard. They clamp on that shit pretty hard. But I do think it's really fun. This tweet is very funny, or at least his take here is very funny. The reason why it's very funny is not because like, oh my God, you know, I can't believe he said something so unhinged again. He does it every day, right? And many people are completely oblivious to it, which I pointed it out. I said, it's very interesting whose takes get negatively boosted and which takes get auto downvoted on Reddit. And since a lot of slop tubers are lazy Reddit plagiarizers, the entire slop market is a clear ideological slant. But what I do find very funny about this take, you know what's crazy? XQC doesn't want to react to him no more. Oh, interesting. I don't know. Maybe there's a kick mafia that actively bots any fucking kick streamer / anytime a kick streamer appears on other streamers' channels, as a matter of fact, and they don't want to fucking go after one another that aggressively.
Cuba's days are numbered. Colombia isn't going to be doing this anymore. Okay, yeah, I could see there's definitely a trend here. You specifically said you'd be against foreign intervention and nation building. Why have you switched positions? Well, I'm generally against it, but there are some instances where I'd be okay with it. It's pretty simple. Like,
And what that means is if Trump is doing it, then I'm for it. Yeah. What he's what this is called being a flip-flopper who is inconsistent other than being consistently up Trump's dick. Okay? So that's the problem here. I'll give you an example from my own personal background, my own personal experience. Like, for example, when the Democrats do something good that is in line with my worldview, it's not very often, but what they do sometimes get something right, I will say this is good. I'll have a restrained but reasonable, tempered response to it. I'll say, Joe Brandon, you did the damn thing. I'm proud of you. Like when he pulled out of Afghanistan, right? But when a Democrat does something that I find to be morally repugnant, abhorrent, like a genocide, for example, right? Israel doing a genocide in Palestine, I will openly call it out because I am not regime pilled in the same way that Asmongold is, right? So at this point, the only consistency that you hear from the likes of Asmongold, and not just Asmongold, but he's basically just a vessel for MAGA. Whenever I criticize him, I know a lot of people go, "Oh my God, why are you attacking Asmongold?" But like, this is me doing hogwatch, baby. This is something that I used to do all the goddamn time, and you guys used to love when I used to do hogwatch, and this is no different. So when he has a take, it's usually just like the rest of the hogs, completely and utterly inconsistent, very hypocritical, and oftentimes super dumb. So let's take a look. So he says, yeah, I said no to interventions, except some interventions I'm on board with.
there are some instances where I'd be okay with it. It's pretty simple. Like, I think it's something that's generally a bad idea, but if we can get enough money out of the place that we're intervening in, and we can effectively make it worthwhile.
Who's we, motherfucker? Who's we? You speaking French? Are you on the Epstein flight logs? No. You don't even leave your house, right? I don't think you're on the Epstein flight logs. Let's be real. But it's so funny because, like, he's like, oh, yeah, we're getting money out of this. It's like, are we? Are you? Is anybody in your fucking audience a part of this we? Or is the we an increasingly smaller number of, like, the global financial elite who may or may not be directly related to Jeffrey Epstein or may or may not have had their names all over the Epstein files? Because I don't think anybody in your chat or mine is actually a C-suite executive at any number of different corporations that will benefit from this. I don't think they're major stockholders in any of these corporations, whether it be the military-industrial complex or whether it be the oil and gas giants or whether it be any kind of like developmentary project that might go into Venezuela and engage in asset stripping. You know, you're not a part of the team, little bro. So what is this we, right? Because remember, one thing that a lot of people also fail to comprehend is this was the reason why everyone was mad about Iraq at the end of the day, because Iraq was sold on a lie. Oh, we're going to democratize. But everybody quickly understood that it was about oil, and people got mad. So why did people get mad about the whole reality that Iraq was about oil? Why did people still get mad? Is it because they were woke moralizers who thought, well, no, that's Iraqi oil, they should keep it? No, the Americans got mad because they realized that it wasn't for them. Okay. So why do you think this is going to be any different? What leads you to believe that Trump is going to do any sort of redistributive policy that many of your followers would already consider to be socialist anyway, right? With any of the bounties that the American empire will secure from Venezuelan natural resources
For us, then I'd be okay with it. Does that make sense? So it's all about whether we're making money off of it. That's my primary function, is that,
like, whether we're making money off of it. Hey, dummy, that's how the Iraq war was sold too, you know, to the population that was listening. Like, that's how it was sold as well. When people were like, oh, okay, well, there's at least oil there, you know, at least maybe we're getting oil. We're just like looting the Iraqi coffers, right? Did you see a crumb of that? No.
I think about, is this good for Americans? And if it is, if it's making us money, it's beneficial for us, it's lowering our costs.
Bro said we are making money, so it's fine to invade anyone. Yeah, I mean, look, that's already obviously a morally repugnant position to have. but it's also doubly stupid because it's not even correct. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, across the board, I'm not going to sit here and be like, no, it's actually good if they were like invading Venezuela and like stealing all of that revenue and stealing those natural resources and then distributing it back to the American population. Because then you're basically in Nazi territory at that point, right? You're like, okay, might makes right. We get to dominate the world and we get to redistribute all of those super profits back to the average American. The unfortunate problem is that probably would be infinitely more popular than whatever the fuck Trump is doing right now. But the entire point of imperialism is not so that there is that redistributive policy to the in-group that is designed as like the people that are worthy of receiving these super profits. The entire point of imperialism is that it is a necessity under capitalism, under global capital, as profit rates decline, right? As profit rates decline, global capital looks to new markets that they can continue dominating. Looks to new markets that they can continue dominating. And they do this so that they can consistently eke out profits wherever they can. But that doesn't actually happen for you. That's not something that you'll see from, right? You're not going to see the benefits of that at all. That's never going to come into your pocket in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, you're going to get destroyed. What you will experience on the receiving end of this, if you are a working class individual in the United States of America, is NAFTA, right? America dominates other countries in its periphery, and then there is a crop of new labor that they can basically force to work for pennies on the dollar, and it's in close proximity. So obviously, they just take the labor away from U.S. soil and they move it over there. Okay, and you just sit around and you think, why don't I have a job anymore? Then you start self-medicating because you maybe fucked your back up, right? And you take some Oxycontin because, again, the Sackler family, Purdue Pharmaceutical, needs to make money off of you, right? So they just fucking put you in lifelong medical debt while simultaneously destroying your brain chemistry and cause you to develop a deep, crippling opioid addiction. This happens to many people's immediate family members in this country. And you sit around and you wonder, why is everything so shitty? Why is everything getting shittier and shittier? And you think to yourself, okay, well, at least we're dominating some Venezuelans, right? Like maybe that's a good thing. No, it's not. It's the same cycle playing itself out again and again and again. And the moment that you lean into it in your desperation through all of the banality that you're experiencing in your day-to-day misery is the moment where you become a hog. It's that simple. You lean into the hog lifestyle, telling yourself that this is somehow actually beneficial for me. This is somehow helping me. It's not. And then when someone tells you that it's actually not beneficial to you, you get mad. You're like, fuck you. You must be a dirty commie. You know? Why are you ripping the wool from in front of my eyes? Why are you telling me that this is not, like, I'm trying to engage in some self-soothing behavior and you're sitting over here telling me that this is actually not going to be beneficial for me? It's fucked up. But yeah, this 1 minute and 17-second video is a perfect encapsulation of how this works, how this cycle works. This time it'll be different because he goes from saying, one, faulty premise established. This is good for us. This is good for America. This is good. Right?
So it's
we will get money. We will make money. It's no different than Howard Butlick going on Fox News and saying the GDP increased by 4.3% in the month of December. That means every American is going to be 4.3% richer.
Money off of it. That's my primary function, is that I think about, is this good for Americans? And if it is, if it's making us money, it's beneficial for us, it's lowering our costs, or there's some other downstream effect of it, then yeah, I'd be okay with it. But us just going over there and doing it for no reason, no, I don't think so.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, that's what it was. Iraq was just going over there and doing it for no reason. In a way, this is the most like pathetic liberal assessment that you can arrive at, right? A liberal is a person who thinks every war but the current one was unjustifiable. A liberal is a person who thinks every civil rights movement except for the current one was good, right? And in some ways, he's doing this exact same thing. He's doing the same exact song and dance that I've heard from liberals over and over again when it's actually a Democrat in charge. And they're also continuing American empire, right? He's basically saying, you know, all the previous ones were just fucking, they were just dumb. They were just for no reason, you know? But this one, this is for good reason. We get to make money here. Oh, really? Oh, really? Do explain to me how we will get to make money here, this and why this is different than the Iraq version of what took place, you know?
I don't think so. So yeah. And but that's really that's my viewpoint on it. That's what I think. No more pointless wars, period. Economical, logical interventions are fine. Yeah, exactly. And even though
yeah, fucking the entire Yale and Harvard graduated MBA team of brilliant minds that actually put together the Iraq invasion and basically designed out how they were going to steal Iraq's natural resources, specifically its oil, literally years prior to the invasion of Iraq, by the way. Those guys were just stupid. No, they weren't. They were very smart, as a matter of fact. And so are these guys. Make no mistake. Yeah, sure, I joke about Trump being a fucking moron all the goddamn time, but the team around him is still obviously brilliant. They're fucking evil, okay? That's the difference. Like, there are still intelligent people in Donald Trump's team. There are intelligent people in the State Department, people that have spent their entire lives trying to figure out exactly how we are going to dominate the fucking planet. Make no mistake, it would be a huge, huge mistake to undermine your enemy's intellect, to think that your enemy is actually fucking stupid. Brilliant is a stretch. No, there are definitely brilliant people working in his teams. Of course there are. Okay? Of course there are. What are you talking about? These guys are some of the best educated people on the planet. Of course there are fucking, intelligent people there. They're just evil. They're just straightforwardly evil. And if you want to think about like their stupidity, sure, they're not, like, they're intelligent in the specific field that they work in, but they might not be so intelligent when it comes to understanding the world or what the best outcomes are, or they might be deluded into thinking that they're actually doing this for America, right? Yeah, this is
foreign companies, and you're finally fucking tired of it, and you're a goddamn American, and it's time to start acting like it.
Here, let's take a look at what his foreign intervention take was.
The people here, they're up until 2 a.m. Monday through Sunday. Doge did not recognize weekends. We're working all the time.
What inspired you to drop out of Harvard to do this?
Because you've grown up your entire life just like every other kid, and you've seen your entire country be sold out for foreign interests, foreign wars, and foreign companies. And you're finally fucking tired of it. And you're a goddamn American, and it's time to start acting like it. That's why.
There's a lot of reform that's needed. I think the value of this and the impact here is
so cool seeing the Asman segment live. I usually have to wait to see it on YouTube the next day. Well, this is what you do when you don't have an argument, by the way, to exactly what I'm saying here. You know that I'm right, and it fucking embarrasses you a little bit. So you have to turn around and say, oh, it's so silly that you're covering Asmongold again, you know? And this is after years and years of him covering me every single fucking day. So we're not going to argue on this, all right?
so much more vast.
Either make a compelling case as to why I'm wrong and why you're actually right, or why Asmongold is right, which is even crazier that you would be dick riding to that degree, or just move on.
Than anything you could learn in a classroom.
Yeah, I mean, there are many instances where he has actually presented himself as an anti-interventionist because that was how Trump presented himself, right? There were so many people, because this is much larger than Asmongold. I'm using him as a vehicle to deliver an argument against the flip-flopping nature of MAGA. Okay, for a lot of you, I know you get stuck on the fact that it's Asmongold because his audience comes in here and constantly derails the stream, and you get fucking annoyed, yada yada yada. But the reality of the matter is, this is an assessment not about just Asmongold, but the very nature of MAGA. Okay, this is hogwatch through and through.
Civilian lives? Yeah, who gives a shit? Like, I mean, if the thing is that if you're going to do this stuff, people are going to get killed. That's what's going to happen. It's going to happen for sure.
Yeah. The Iraq war was just for stupid shit, for no reason, okay? Whereas the Venezuelan military campaign was actually for good reason, right? Is actually for good reason. I think another reason why a lot of people get annoyed when I do this kind of thing is because it sucks to see so many fucking long-term community members who have like pivoted into Hogistan takes, you know, being full tilt hogs. And I think a lot of people get annoyed to see that as well, because there's a shit ton of people in here that when it comes to foreign policy they're hogs, right? That's just the reality. They're like very progressive on other stuff. They're like, oh yeah, I want to have healthcare. And they can't connect the two things. Like part of the reason why we're not spending any money on you is because we're spending money on this shit. We're spending money on endless military campaigns so that this fucking douchebag can actually make money. Okay? This fucking douchebag can get higher profits. But you can't comprehend that, so you delude yourself into thinking that American military and American security, okay, NatSec is also the lie that they actually traffic this kind of argument through. You go, oh, well, you just fucking love China, I think, or you love Russia, or you just want China and Russia to dominate the world, and that's why you're fucking saying this stuff. Meanwhile, America, baby, hell yeah. And it's like, no, brother, I want everyone to do right. Okay, I want everyone to have a good life. I want you to have a good life. I want all my fucking haters to have a good life. I want them to all have health care. I want them to be able to go to college. I want them to be able to put their children through college. I want them to have a good job with good wages, with good benefits. I want them to be able to own a home. These are the things that I want. And I know that the more we focus on this shit, the more we focus on deluding ourselves as to why the American government is engaging in these kinds of military actions. The more we hyper focus on this stuff and try to justify it to ourselves, the more we move away from that reality, the more we move away from ever achieving said reality. Okay? That's it. It's pretty crazy. How in the ever-loving fuck did we get so hoodwinked into thinking that foreign war is good actually now? My dad was always shitting on John Bolton for being the neocon thorn in Trump's side. This after previously supporting the Iraq and Afghanistan wars himself. Lol. In what way is Trump the peaceful dove that these people previously championed? Well, that's the thing. Trump is not the peaceful dove. They just have a cult-like attitude towards Donald Trump, and they're so deeply invested in it that they don't want to see anything outside of that. But it's not just Donald Trump. It's the tremendous amount of propaganda that is poured in from liberal outlets as well that normalize Trump's behavior when it comes to foreign policy, because foreign policy is uniparty, right? There are very few takes that you can find on CNN, New York Times, BBC, any number of these different mainstream media outlets that say, why the fuck are we doing this? This is dumb as hell. We shouldn't be doing this at all. They all engage in that same sane washing of Trump's insane behavior, right? Because at the end of the day, everybody is serving these people, okay? Everyone is serving the same masters. Everyone is serving the corporate oligopoly. Everyone is serving the same corporate interests. So they have to fucking sit there and be like, well, you know, this guy's a brutal tyrant and a ruthless dictator, and it was actually illegal the way that they engaged him. But at the end of the day, it's not. It was a brilliant military campaign that they conducted, and hopefully it'll be fine. Hopefully it'll be fine. I mean, I guess we want the oil. We want the oil, right? Like, it's probably good that we have the oil, right? And that's it. Could you say one good thing about Trump? I don't mean this as a joke. I'm curious as someone from the left, if you can give one good thing from your perspective that he's done. Sure. I think taking government ownership over government ownership over like NVIDIA, for example, or Intel is not something that I have an issue with. Operation Warp Speed was good too. Like, no, there are things that he could do on principle that I would agree with. The issue is where those profits get distributed to, and it's not going to come back into your pockets, right? So that's it. He ended the penny. Yeah, I don't really care about that. What is this? I like Hassan and Asmongold. I feel they both put forward very good points. I feel that's a rough argument. No, it's called wanting everyone to be okay. I'm watching him over Asman right now. Number one in Hassan. And two, Hassan wants the rules to be abided by. The rules of the government works for the people. And Asman's a little extreme and wants the government to get their ass kissed. No, I am against anyone and everyone that does not actually do right by working class people all around the world. That's it. Okay? That's it. It's that simple. It's not super complicated. It's super simple. Any kind of like, oh, where is your moral consistency beyond that is idiotic. Okay? I also think That clip got downvoted into hell. The head mod made a video responding to Miz because he said that only things that get upvotes or hate posts are you and him. It's hilarious, but I can't link it. Yeah, LSF is a fucking cum sleeve for some of the most annoying, rapacious liberals and Asmongold dick riders. Let's be real. I mean, it's owned and operated by a sex pest and a dick rider, an orbiter. It's a snark subreddit. That's all it does. It's just to do propaganda. But it is what it is. Why don't you self-ban from there? I can't. I was banned from there before. They won't let me because I'm their cash cow, baby. What are you talking about? So, where were we? Yeah, the subreddit is like 99% clips of me completely out of context. And it's it's brigaded into oblivion. It's botted into oblivion. Reddit knows it too. They don't really give a shit. But I don't really give a shit either. At this point in my career, if it wasn't for all the other like secondary markets that feed from that, like they think that the information that they get off that subreddit is actually good for content, it wouldn't mean anything. It would just be a cordoned off space for some of the most like racist European Redditors you've ever experienced. But unfortunately, a lot of, like I said, Reddit plagiarizers that make slop tube YouTube videos will farm whatever kind of outrage that they see on there. Anyway, this is what I was talking about, right? The New York Times should probably disclose that this op-ed writer was funded by Chevron, ExxonMobil, ConocoPhillips, and BP America, as they are all major donors to the Atlantic Council, to say nothing of their other major donors, the Pentagon, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, etc. This person, Matthew Kronig, is the vice president and senior director of the Atlantic Council's Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. Trump was right to oust Maduro. This is how liberal media sane washes Trump's idiotic actions, right? On the one hand, they'll be like, oh, we don't like the way that they did it. But on the other hand, they'll openly say, like, no, it was actually pretty fucking good. Okay? Remember when the New York Times published a report in 2016 detailing how these corporate-funded think tanks double as lobbying groups for their donors, and it largely focused on the Atlantic Council? Do the New York Times opinion editors read their own paper? How think tanks amplify corporate America's influence, right? Atlantic Council is again, another one of these think tanks that masquerades as like the reasonable liberal side of American foreign policy. I wonder if Hassan ever thinks he's wrong. I think I need you to explain to me what you think I'm saying that is wrong right now, right? Like, because for many people, this is not like, for many people, this is the only argument that they have where it's like, oh, Hassan, this guy's fucking full of himself, right? Like, this guy's fucking full of himself, dude. It's like, okay, what do you think is wrong about anything that I'm saying? Yes, I did listen to today's daily. I'm already fucking wired up from listening to today's daily. And it pissed me off. It was some of the most transparent, nefarious, pro-American empire propaganda that has ever graced my ear hole, okay? I could not fucking believe it. They literally were like, oh my God, dude. They were just like, Machado is her biggest her biggest problem is that she is too passionate about saving Venezuelan democracy. It's like, yeah, really? That's her biggest problem. I can't stand this shit, dude. This is what I'm talking about when I say like liberal media also plays a major role in at least like building the foundation for this argument, right? There's a different type of propaganda for different people. For the hogs out there who are just like in the MAGA cult, all you need to do is just repeat what Trump is saying and go, it's fucking awesome. It's based, right? It doesn't matter how inconsistent Trump is. As long as you are inconsistent alongside him, most of the fans of Trump are not going to realize that there is this major inconsistency here. They just go along with whatever the fuck Trump is saying. For the liberals, however, you need to engage in more complex propaganda, right? You need to make them, for liberals to cheerlead Trump's actions, you have to tell them with nuance, like what Trump is doing is technically wrong and maybe illegal. But at the same time, it's like, well, this guy was a really ruthless tyrant, really fucked up, and we had to depose him. And his opposition figure actually won by 70%, which is one of the craziest fucking things that I've heard over and over again. Oh, really? So the opposition to Maduro's popularity aside, because certainly Maduro's popularity is obviously fucking plummeted, considering the economic conditions that Venezuelans were experiencing for like the last decade. It's been disastrous, right? So obviously when you're fucking starving, you're gonna hate the guy who's in charge, right? And it's virtually impossible to overcome the sanctions, right? They are designed in such a way, especially when you're a single resource economy, when you're wiped out, when your position, when your single resource is carefully excised out of the global marketplace, you're cooked. It's over. It's going to be virtually impossible for you to. It's going to be virtually impossible for you to fucking salvage your economy. And then the people are going to be understandably very mad. And in that cycle of repression, or in that cycle of anger, justifiable anger, righteous anger, obviously the administration is going to engage in tremendous repression, which is going to only expand on your unpopularity. Having said that, the notion that like the opposition won by 70% was so insane, because that was actually the opposition's numbers that they had revealed. I don't know what the actual election looked like. Do I believe that Maduro, fucked around with the numbers? Certainly. That's just classic shit that people do, okay? I don't think he is like a super popular leader. None of this actually matters, right? None of this actually matters. Having said that, however, the notion that the opposition actually won by 70% is such a fucking insane statement. And the reason why it's such an insane statement is because if that was the case, the head of the opposition would not be begging for Israel to intervene in the country, would not be begging for America to intervene in the country. You can have a much stronger organic revolt, okay? It's fucking ridiculous, okay? There would currently be a civil war in the country if that was the case. Can you imagine, like, the only base of support is fucking 30%? 30% is the base of support. Like, maximum base of support. It's just it's ridiculous. Yeah. Khan Vizsla claiming 68.74% is fucking insane. They would have killed him by now. Yeah, they would have fucking hung him. They would have hanged him off the presidential palace in a country where, 70% of the population is on board. And before people say Trump at 30%, you do realize something, right? The material conditions are genuinely different. If America's economy resembled Venezuela's crippled economy due to fucking sanctions, and Trump was at 30%, we would have hanged Trump too. Like, that's crazy. The Americans would literally revolt at that point. It's an entirely different set of circumstances. There is no world in which a nation's leader, like Erdogan, I'll give you an example of Erdogan. Erdogan, over many, many years, has engaged in what I always like to say is unfair but somewhat free elections, okay? Unfair, certainly, but free, right? And he has, through electioneering and through all these different things, through creating a new coalition here and there, has been able to win over at least 51% of the votes. That's just real. I hate him, but that is unfortunately the reality. And many Turks, well, now his situation is a little bit different, but I think many Turks would also agree to that, right? Like, we have a lot of hogs in Turkey that fucking love him, right? If Erdogan was at 30% with the conditions resembling Venezuela, there would be mass revolt. It would be virtually impossible to control, especially if Erdogan was also outside of the American periphery and not a part of the NATO security apparatus. Okay? Abi Erdoğan'la örneği verme, yanlış söylüyorsun çünkü referandumda bile hile yaptıklarıyla ilgili makaleler var. Abicim, hile yapmıyor demiyorum. Okay? Hile de yapsa %51'i getirmek imkansız. Okay? Yani 49'sa 51'e koydu diyelim hileyle. Yani yapmayın etmeyin arkadaşlar. Yine kendi komşularınızı görmüyor musunuz? Görmüyor musunuz diğer Erdoğan'ı seven adamları? Maalesef yani bu doğruya doğru. Hala seveni var. Bu kadar basit. Yapacak bir şey yok. Eğer %30'da olsa %51'e getirmeye çalışsa o zaman anasını sikerler adamın. Bu kadar basit. Ama %49'sa %51'e çıkarabilir. Ama %30'sa, %20 ise, %30'sa ve durum böyleyken %20 ise o zaman o adamlar, senin komşuların da artık Erdoğan'ı sevmiyor demek ki. Evet, günün sonunda adam yol yapıyor, köprü yapıyor. sike sike alıyor oyları. Bu kadar basit yani. Yani çünkü var, adamın arkasında inanılmaz milyonlarca Türk var. Bu kadar basit. Venezuela'da aynı, Maduro'nun arkasında milyonlarca Venezuela var. Zaten neyse, hani Erdoğan'la Maduro'yu da şey yapmıyorum, birebir yapmıyorum yani. Anyway. Ayaklanırdık, öyle bir şey olsa bu son zamanlardaki protestolarda kanıtladık zaten onu bence. Evet. So, the point is, as far as like propaganda that we're looking at, right? This is how liberals sanewash Donald Trump. This is how liberals actually justify military action like this, okay? And it plays a big role. It happens. It happens in ways that you can't even comprehend. It happens unless you have an eye for this. You're just going to kind of like read a news article and you're just going to move on, right? But this is how it is. This is how it goes. Okay? There is ironically a Turkey connection with Maduro, for the record, because I'm almost certain, I think the reporting on like telling Maduro to fuck off to Turkey was correct, where they were like, just leave the country and go to Turkey and let us run the country. You know? I could totally see that. Lan yine mi çıktık bir yerden? Evet doğru abi, masadayız. Turkey's at the table. Anyway, again, Chevron is the top, if not the top donor to the Atlantic Council. New York Times also published this today. Maybe they should do some minimum conflict of interest disclosures. I don't know. Why Chevron could reap the biggest rewards from Venezuela. And Chevron is one of the top donors to the Atlantic Council, this guy's think tank. This guy is the vice president and senior director of a think tank that is getting money from all of the people that stand to benefit from military conquest in Venezuela. This is not Fox News, chat. This is the Gray Lady, the paper of record. This is a guest essay in the New York Times, okay? This is how you sell it to the liberals. It's much simpler to sell it to the Republicans, right? It's much simpler to sell it to the hogs, because all you need to do is say, oh, yeah, base, Trump is base, shut the fuck up, libtard, he's doing it for me. But there's a different way to propagandize to different audiences, to different markets, okay? And obviously, given my position, given my ideological position, given my commitment to improving people's material conditions, I'm in a unique place where I have to yell about the liberals doing the same exact shit that the Republicans are doing, and it's not a position that is favorable for many moneyed interests. And of course, when you're getting a chock full of propaganda from every different orbit, both from the liberal side, but also from the Republican side, you come in here and you go, fuck you. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, just wait 5 years. You'll arrive at my position 5 years from now. Just clip this now and you will remember, oh, well, maybe this wasn't the best idea. Just as I said over and over again with Israel. Wait a couple years and you will understand exactly what I'm saying. And many people did understand exactly what I was talking about with respect to Israel. Okay, just wait a couple months nowadays. You know, it's not, the media cycle is much faster. The media cycle is much faster. People actually move on from things much faster, but people also develop an understanding of how, you know, things are going south much faster as well. We have a way faster burn rate nowadays, and you'll get there. But I will consistently say over and over again that this is not for you. Okay, this is not for me. This is not for you. These kinds of military raids and regime change for extraction of resources is for guys like this, okay? The military raid on Venezuela and ouster of Maduro will create a financial windfall for a Trump-supporting billionaire investor, Paul Singer. Follow this thread for details, says Judd Legume. In November 2025, Singer acquired Citgo, the U.S.-based subsidiary of Venezuela's state-run oil company, for $5.9 billion. The sale was forced by creditors of Venezuela after a country defaulted on its bond payments. Okay? Citgo owns 3 major refineries in the Gulf Coast, 43 oil terminals, and other assets. By all accounts, Singer acquired these assets at a major discount. Advisors of the court that oversaw the sale valued Citgo at $13 billion. Singer acquired Citgo at a bargain price because of the embargo on Venezuelan oil imports to the United States. Citgo refiners are purpose-built to process heavy-grade Venezuelan sour crude. Citgo was forced to source oil from more expensive sources like Canada and Colombia. Industry observers anticipate a rapid rerouting of Venezuelan oil exports, reestablishing the U.S. as a major buyer of the country's volumes. Jamie Brito, an oil analyst, said, access to Venezuelan oil imports will be a game changer for U.S. Gulf Coast refiners in terms of profitability. Paul Singer, thanks to a well-timed transaction, will be one of the largest beneficiaries. In 2024, Singer donated $5 million to Make America Great Again, Inc., Trump's super PAC. Paul Singer is also part of the reason why because he's such a close ally to Trump's administration. Paul Singer was part of the reason why we did the bailout in Argentina. That's where you might remember his name from. Okay? The point is, we are getting to a place where it's an increasingly smaller group of people that are profiting from all of these actions. Okay? The club gets smaller and smaller, and you will never be a part of it. Okay? You will never be a part of it. Yes, it's getting even smaller than it was before. Yes, it was already it was already tiny. It was already the 1%, right? Obviously, the 1% by definition is a tiny fucking marginal percentage of the population. But nowadays, the 1% is shrinking as well, or at least like who you would determine as a 1% of the 1% is getting smaller and smaller. They are the ones who are bringing in unimaginable super profits year over year. Their net worth keeps growing. Or no, it's sorry, it wasn't Paul Singer. It was Citron in Argentina. You're right. I fucked it up. Yeah, we did this for Robert Citron. Trump's Argentina bailout enriches one well-connected U.S. billionaire. A $20 billion U.S. rescue package is a gift for a hedge fund manager with ties to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced a $20 billion package to rescue the Argentinian economy. The risky taxpayer-financed deal, which involves trading U.S. dollars for Argentine pesos, has little upside for ordinary Americans. Argentina is not a significant U.S. trading partner, and its economy, long in turmoil, has little impact on the United States. However, Bessent's announcement had massive economic benefits for one American, billionaire hedge fund manager Rob Citron, who has placed large bets on the future of the Argentine economy. Citron, the co-founder of Discovery Capital Management, is also a friend and former colleague of Scott Bessent, a fact that has not been previously reported in U.S. media outlets. Citron, by his own account, helped make Bessent very wealthy. It's pretty crazy the amount of numbers we move around and the shit that we do for literally like billionaires with names, okay? It's no longer even just like companies that we're talking about. It's no longer just like, oh, we're doing this for Chevron, or we're doing this for Exxon. We're doing this for one fucking guy, right? And that's what I mean when I say the number of people that are beneficiaries of these sorts of actions is getting smaller and smaller, okay? That's what's so crazy about this whole ordeal. The key funder of Massey's primary opposition is a pro-Israel billionaire, Paul Singer, who recently acquired Citgo, the U.S. subsidiary of Venezuela's state oil company. Because I know a lot of people were wondering, what's this guy's take on Israel? Of course he's fucking super pro-Israel. Get out of here. Yes, Singer has also made big bucks off of South American nations in crisis in the past. And who helped him do it? Marco Rubio, who he backed in 2016 against Donald Trump. Marco Rubio, Paul Singer backed in 2016 after Marco Rubio was vetted by another billionaire, if you remember, on his loyalty to Israel. Little Marco, as we know from Jeffrey Epstein emails, Little Marco was vetted and was brought in as the guy who was going to do right by Israel. Vetted on those boundaries, okay? Straight up here. And who, you might be wondering, was the person who vetted Marco Rubio for fealty to Israel, according to hacked emails. That's right. It was another Trump friend, Larry Ellison, who also happens to be the largest singular donor to the IDF. Larry Ellison vetted Marco Rubio for fealty to Israel, hacked emails reveal. Why do we know this? Because Larry Ellison was emailing a whole bunch of people who were then emailing Jeffrey Epstein. I think it was that, right? Larry Ellison was emailing Ron Prozor, who was serving in the tail end of his time as Israeli ambassador to the United Nations. And once Marco Rubio was vetted for his fealty to Israel, and he was found to be sufficient, then a bunch of people dumped money into his campaign as the main guy against Donald Trump. Anyway, let's continue. So Paul Singer, thanks to a well-timed transaction, will be one of the largest beneficiaries in 2024. Singer donated $5 million to Make America Great Again, Inc., Trump's super PAC. Singer donated tens of millions more in the 2024 cycle to support Trump's allies, including $37 million to support the election of Republicans to Congress. He also donated an undisclosed amount to Trump's second transition. This June, when Trump sought funds to bankroll a primary challenger to Thomas Massie, who raised Trump's ire by supporting the release of the Epstein files, Singer contributed $1 million, the largest contribution. For updates on the story and more accountability and journalism follows the money, Subscribe to Popular Information. This is Judd Legum's outlet. Interesting. Yeah, Paul Singer also is the chairman of the Manhattan Institute, which houses Christopher Rufo. You might remember Chris Rufo, who is the Mr. CRT, Mr. We're going to make CRT the number one issue for Americans, which did have, unfortunately, some success. Chris Rufo now spends all of his time trying to defend Israel for some reason at a time when normally someone like Chris Rufo would obviously not defend Israel. And I know people that have worked with Chris Rufo personally who have actually said that his previous positions on Israel do not make sense in comparison to what his output is right now. I wonder why. So all of this stuff is obviously inter-fucking connected. All of this stuff is connected with one another. And the connective tissue here is not Judaism, for the record. The connective tissue is capitalism. And that's precisely the reason why other grifters, okay, not just Asmongold, but other grifters who try to present a more intelligent, more comprehensive puzzle for you, like Nick Fuentes, are actually over here talking about how it's awesome that these guys who are super pro-Israel are actually winning hugely from Trump's actions in Venezuela. And the reason why they're defending it is because they are not even anti-Israel. Sure, they're genuinely anti-Semitic, right? But at the end of the day, all they want to do is propagandize American capitalism and defend American capitalism and defend Donald Trump as the vehicle for yielding tremendous American prosperity, not to the average American, mind you, but to guys like this. And that's it. This is why at the end of the day, if you want to have a consistent if you want to be consistent and if you want to criticize the American government, if you want to criticize these actions, you have to arrive at an anti-capitalist framework to do it off of. Anything else is simply a distraction. That's precisely the reason why the Groypers in Nick Fuentes' fan base are now actually in this in a state of panic, in a state of disarray. Okay? They're in a state of panic. They don't know what to say about this issue because their own cult leader, Nick Fuentes, has gone back and forth on whether he thinks this action is correct or not. Okay? Ultimately, though, this is the guy who wins big. And if your entire movement is built around getting mad at Jewish billionaires, and now you got a pro-Israel billionaire, okay, that is winning big out of this, all the fucking Nazis are going to be like, wait a minute, I thought we were supposed to hate this. What's going on? Paul Singer is also one of the biggest donors to AIPAC Super PAC. He also flew Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito out on his private jet. This is oligarchy in action, a small circle of billionaires buying our government to ensure this country is run for and by them. Okay? The guy who acquired Citgo, Paul Singer. Convert the Groyps. I mean, some of the Groypers, I think, are too lost in the sauce, and they will just like lean into someone else who is doing more maximum anti-Semitism. They'll never... Because like a big part of this resentment, a big part of like the fascist resentment is anti-communism. They consider communism to also be like a Jewish invention. They consider socialism to be a Jewish invention. So any kind of like anti-capitalist sentiment that they hear, it actually breaks their brain. They go, oh, I hate that. So I don't think it's going to happen, especially because like blaming everything specifically on Jews is unironically the thing that you do when you don't want to admit that it's capitalism, right? It's perhaps one of the best ways of shifting people's priorities away to an outgroup, a nefarious outgroup that's monolithic in their understanding of the world, when that is not the case at all. And for the record, capital owners are not monolithic in their understanding of the world as well. It's just their own class consciousness. It's their own class position, okay? So remember, it's not so dogmatic, and we mustn't be dogmatic in our way of thinking. Yeah, that's why we say anti-Semitism is the socialism of fools. Okay? Some of them will splinter over. They're not all motivated by hate. Some of them default to hate out of ignorance. As leftists, we just have to stay consistent and disciplined on message. We're right, just too early. Yeah. My roommate, who's an Asmongold watcher, thinks capitalism is a Jewish invention. So how are the Jews the magic money people while also the ones pushing communism? Shouldn't this brick their brains to some degree? Their brains are bricked. That's the reason why they think it's all Jews that are responsible for this. Okay, that's the whole point. When you're so close to arriving at the truth, and then you take like a major fucking sidestep, when you take like a major pivot off into a totally irrelevant group that you hyper hyper focus on and it becomes your hyper fixation, yeah, that's how it works. That's how conspiracy theories work. There is no logic in this bigotry. It's the same principle behind undocumented migrants are stealing all of our welfare, but they're also stealing all of our fucking jobs. Which is it? Which is it? How the fuck does this work? There is no logic in bigoted sentiment. It's self-soothing behavior. It's cope. That's the whole point. It makes you feel better. It takes the responsibility away from you. It takes the responsibility away from institutions that you think actually have your best interest in mind. If you're an America-loving patriot and you've been convinced that the Republican Party is the perfect representation of America-loving patriotism, you have to believe that it's another nefarious, dark group of people that are actually pulling the puppet strings and hypnotizing people and blackmailing them. And that's the only reason why our big, beautiful, brave, WASP, white, Christian, patriotic politicians are engaging in these sorts of actions. They can't ever comprehend that maybe those guys don't actually have your best interest in mind at all. And it has nothing to do with like Jewish puppet masters. Okay. There is a puppet master. This is true. There are many puppet masters, an increasingly smaller number of puppet masters. Some of them also happen to be Jewish. Many of them are Christian. Some of them are even Muslim, as a matter of fact. But they're not puppeteering on the basis of like organized jury. They're puppeteering on the basis of organized capital. This is the global financial elite. Okay. They are corporation owners. They are corporate owners. They are capitalists. And they are the ones who are actually using the American government like a fucking fleshlight, okay? Making the American government do their bidding. And it's never for you, okay? It's never for you. It will never come back to you. It will never trickle down to you. And it shouldn't take you 10 fucking years or 20 fucking years to come to that reality after the dust is settled like it did with Iraq, okay? When you have a guy who successfully ran against the Iraq war when he was going up against Hillary Clinton, turn around and fucking consistently claim he's actually the peace president over and over again, and then engage in another regime change for oil scheme that you will not benefit from, you should probably snap out of it. Anyway, Trump says the U.S. is not at war with Venezuela. Report.
Mounting questions about the future of Venezuela. President Trump insisting, even after the capture of President Nicolas Maduro, the U.S. is not at war with Venezuela. In a new interview, Trump saying, "We're at war with people that sell drugs. We're at war with people that empty their prisons into our country." Maduro's Vice President Delcy.
As a Shia Iraqi, I'm thankful Saddam and his family is gone. It was Al Qaeda that ruined the country. Once again, okay. The same forces that destabilized the country, destabilized it by invading it, okay? And it's the same forces that are ruining the country. So you're basically saying, like, I'm thankful Saddam and his family is gone, but also, you know, the people that did that obviously fucking ruined the country.
Rodriguez was sworn in as interim leader yesterday. Trump says Rodriguez is cooperating with U.S. officials, but there could...
You said this exact same thing 7 years ago, time-stamped?
We talk a great deal about Venezuela and what kind of intervention is an absolute necessity in Venezuela because Maduro is a violent dictator and like we need to take those we need to take their oil away from them and privatize that shit, okay? But meanwhile, while that's happening, we are aiding a theocratic monarchy in committing atrocities in Yemen, one of the largest man-made famines on the planet right now in Yemen. And that blockade is aided and abetted at every single step of the way by the U.S. military-industrial complex. And if you ask Donald Trump what the fuck is going on, and he has vetoed this, by the way. I mean, Bernie Sanders led a bill in Congress to stop aiding Saudi Arabia, and I think it was also about implementing some sanctions on Saudi Arabia until they scaled back their warfare on Yemen. And Trump said no, but
this is also part of the reason why it's so funny when people say, Hassan, you changed. The only thing that changed is my voice, okay, and maybe my hair, and also the gray beard hairs. Not my commentary, my worldview, my positions have not changed. Maybe you didn't actually pay attention. Maybe you didn't actually fucking pay attention back then, right? And you started paying attention in a negative fashion now. But you have to stop listening to these dumb fucks who had no opinions on this shit 7 years ago, who barely have a consistent position on it now. And you have to stop getting your information from these people. Okay? They are consistently lying to you. I don't know how else to describe it. Okay? And one of the biggest lies is, of course, the notion that I'm actually inconsistent. You can go back to any point in time and revisit some of the commentary that I did on this stuff, and you will realize I was saying it ahead of time many, many years ago.
We are responsible for it. When you ask Trump why he's doing this, he says, "Hey, well, they're paying us $10 billion in weapons. They're going to go and buy it from someone else, folks."
I mean, I don't agree with that. Like, I mean, I agree with you. Like, in your view on that, I'm not against criticism of things the government does, things that the military industrial complex has led to. I think where we got down this train of thought just was the idea that the maker of the bomb is just as responsible when at the end of the day, the maker of the bomb isn't making it explicitly for, the task that leads.
Your old clip, Brandon and Maduro. Oil. So, we're coming back to Venezuela. We need Venezuelan oil. So, we're coming back to Venezuela and we're saying, hey, listen, baby, let me tell you something. Listen, Dura, I want to talk to you real good. You understand? Now, I know I've said some things that you might have misunderstood, misconstrued. I've been shutting you out, but I should have been. I've been shutting my own heart out, Madura. Look alive, Jack. Baby, I need you. I need you so bad, baby. Madura, I need you so fucking bad. Oh, I love you, Madura. I love communism, Jack. I love it. This is when Brandon moved to get more Venezuelan oil to make up for to make up for the global supply, the lack of global supply. Okay, Madura. That's right, Madura. But yeah, I've been consistent. Motherfuckers have not, and my principles on this have not changed either. Okay, this kind of military adventurism is not for you. It's not good for the civilians and the military and the population that we're dominating, but it's also not good for the people who are in the Imperial Corps either, okay? It's not good for you. It's just not. And you realize that, unfortunately, far too late when it comes to places like Iraq, and you, for some weird reason, cannot take that example of Iraq and the anxiety and the anger and resentment that you feel about all of those years and all of that money spent so that global finance capital can fucking justify higher profit margins, and you cannot apply that to this instance. Part of that is because Trump is doing it. Part of that is because you're chock full of, anti-communist propaganda. So you think we're destroying communism here somehow, right? And it's really funny because even Donald Trump in this day and age is not even trying to lie to you. He's just saying it out loud. He's like, nah, it's for fucking oil. It's for oil. We're going to have free oil. The part of that lie is, of course, when he says it's going to be good for you, right? This is somehow going to benefit you. That's a lie. But there is no, we're democratizing or liberalizing Venezuela. There is none of that.
Complications. Venezuela's powerful interior minister, the so-called security kingpin, Diosdado Cabello, who was also indicted with Maduro, is now vowing revenge for the U.S. raid. The Miami Herald reports Cabello, who remains in Venezuela, is sending messages to military officers and calling on his supporters to take to the streets. Analysts warn he could threaten Rodriguez's control.
I mean, Diosdado Cabello, being there, the head of their security forces, senior military guy, crucial to drug trafficking through Venezuela. Why would you leave him there?
President Trump last night threatened more U.S.
I think you should clarify that it's not designed for us, nor is it coincidentally good for us or those in the target nation. Yes. The entire design, the entire fucking design is so that it doesn't benefit you at all. As I said already, part of this is also to keep these other countries, right? These other countries in the periphery down. It's to keep them destabilized, or it's to keep them, or it's only to stabilize them, but with our design in mind. Okay, it's to only stabilize them enough that you can prop up factories and utilize their labor force, because their labor force will work for pennies on the dollar in comparison to the domestic labor force. You understand? And then you're shocked when you no longer have a good paying job in the United States of America. This is part of it. This is part of the fucking story. All of that is endlessly helpful for a handful selected super billionaires. That's it. It's not good for you. It's never going to be good for you. You're always going to be fucked in the process. But unfortunately, these guys get to somehow dupe you into believing that it is for you, that you'll get free oil, or at least we're dominating someone else. And I get it. Like, I understand. I understand where this is coming from, right? Because you feel dominated and humiliated on a daily fucking basis, working at your dog shit fucking job, having to constantly listen to your dog shit manager who's representing the interests of your dog shit bosses that you will never even see. And you recognize that there is like something super fucked up about this system. You recognize that every morning you wake up and you think, is this what I was put on this earth for? To go on Dick Suck Mountain every fucking day? To sign in and climb Dick Suck Mountain, Mount Dick Suck every goddamn day? Is this what it's all about? And then in the few moments that I have to myself, maybe I can fucking slam a couple of brewskis, watch my favorite sport team, possibly gamble a little bit of the fucking marginal disposable income that I have remaining, because all of it went to my fucking rent that is subsidizing the lifestyle of my dog shit landlord. Is this what it's all about? This shit sucks. And you get angry and you get resentful, right? And then someone tells you, well, hold on now. There's someone else out there that's even less than you. There's someone else out there. There's a group of people out there that are even lesser than you. Don't worry. You're technically higher than they are, right? Because at least you're like not on the receiving end of the boot, right? You're at least are in the United States of America. And as long as there's other people out there that we can fucking dominate, you can feel powerful. You can feel powerful. America, baby. And that's where a lot of these people delude themselves into believing that this kind of military action is actually good for them. And there are plenty of people who benefit from serving you this dog shit propaganda, okay? Because there is a market for it. There is a market for it. There is a market for people who want to feel better about their conditions. It's called the Republican Party for the most part. Liberals engage in it to a certain degree as well, but it's mostly just like the Republicans and hog mentality. I think for most people, it's just comfort at this point. The majority does not really care about the morals of military action. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. And it's just crazy because they're not even giving you any hope that you are going to benefit from this imperial conquest, right? Your life is still going to suck. You're still going to have to clock in at Dick Suck Mountain next morning, okay? You're still not going to have any free time to improve yourself. You're still going to have to pay rent day in, day out, every single month, 50% of your paycheck going directly to your fucking rent. And you're just going to keep feeling a sense of anxiety about the banality of your daily existence. What is this all for? Now, for those who are in this community, you already recognize that the game is set up against you. So you can at least design your life in a way that benefits you, right? You can at least see where things are headed. This chatter says you consistently present factual information, yet the public's vote favored a misrepresentation. It is true. This is unfortunate. But my goal is to, in spite of the public favoring that misrepresentation, my goal is to just boulder through it over and over again. That's my own version of Dick Suck Mountain, okay? That's my own version of clocking into Dick Suck Mountain, where every day dicks are being launched in my direction. Hassan, you're a fucking communist. You're a terrorist. You're an America hater. You're fucking wrong. I don't think healthcare would be good for me. Shut the fuck up. I'll keep pushing it. I'll be the sin eater and the dick eater, okay? And I'll keep climbing Dick Suck Mountain because I do believe that there are people who tune in every single day and they are slowly but surely, they have their minds changed, okay?
Military attacks if Venezuela's interim government stops cooperating. Meanwhile, Maduro and his wife made their first appearance in a New York courtroom transported via helicopter from jail, both pleading not guilty to narco-terrorism charges. Maduro's attorney calling the U.S. raid a military abduction and claiming because Maduro is head of a sovereign state, he is immune from prosecution, even though more than 50 countries refused to recognize Maduro as the legitimate president. Leaving court, Maduro responded to a heckler saying, "I am the elected president. I am a prisoner of war. I will be free.
His lawyer says the case is going to be complicated. For now, he's going nowhere. Maduro did not even ask for bail and returned to jail. We may not see him again until March, when he's next due here in court.
On Capitol Hill last night, top lawmakers were briefed on the raid. House Speaker Mike Johnson calling it justified and denying the goal was regime change.
We are not at war. We do not have U.S. armed forces in Venezuela, and we are not occupying that country.
But Democrats warning of echoes of Iraq, concerned about the lack of planning.
Did you get a sense in the briefing that the administration has a plan for the next steps in Venezuela?
No, I have real concerns about that.
A day after Trump.
I think it's pretty funny that Donald Trump literally told the oil barons that he was going to do this in Venezuela before he told anybody else. And when they say the administration seemingly doesn't have a plan here, that's not just politics. That's not just partisan posturing. There is some truth to that, because right now, what the admin is trying to do, and here I'll give Trump a little bit of credit on this, okay? He is living in the post-Iraq war quagmire world, right? He recognizes that like a 20-year occupation of Venezuela is not going to be good for anybody, right? It's not going to be good for the legacy of Trump. It's not going to be good. It's going to, frustrate people, especially if that military intervention happens under his watch. He knows that, which is part of the reason why he just immediately dropped the Machado thing, right? He was like, fucking Machado, unpopular. Nobody gives a shit about you. Sorry. We're not going to work with you. And that's why he's trying to work with the existing Maduro government that is under this threat that if they don't play ball, what will happen to them is exactly what happened to Maduro. We can come in and out of your country as we see fit, and we can extract your leaders if we want to. We can just create like a fake narrative, or we can just assassinate you if we want to, right? So that's the dynamic at play here. The dynamic at play here is Trump recognizes that he cannot militarily occupy Venezuela, but he wants to control the Venezuelan government. However, if the current Venezuelan government does not play ball with the Trump administration's demands, or if they continue having a degree of autonomy in this process that sometimes sometimes be tricky for Trump to control, then he's cooked. Because obviously, the best thing that could happen here is if Machado was right, Maria Machado was right, and that the Chavistas are gone and they won by 70%, and every Venezuelan is like begging for military intervention and to sell off all of the Venezuelan natural resources, right? Like if that was the case, that would be the best scenario. You go in, you fucking kidnap Maduro, government falls apart, you implement Machado as the leader. Nobody is actually even mad, right? You completely stabilize this new puppet state. There's no reason for unimaginable repression. There's no conflict. There's no civil war. There's no 8 million Chavistas with weapons that are a part of like the national defense force that will then take up arms against the new puppet state. All of that stuff doesn't happen, right? And then you can dump boatloads, tens of billions of dollars into the Venezuelan refineries, as America once did prior to Chavez's takeover, right? And you get to refine that sweet, juicy, thick Venezuelan crude, right? But obviously, you can't do that. Obviously, this is not going to happen. So now he's stuck. And now it's entirely in the hands of Maduro's successor, okay? And today I'm going to do a little bit of a deeper dive into her background as well. We're going to talk about Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president and the current interim president of Venezuela. We will talk about her. We'll talk about her brother. We'll talk about her Marxist father. I'm not going to say that like she betrayed Maduro or anything like that, because there are some good things about her background, and there's some things that she did in like the last couple of years under the direction of Maduro that the New York Times calls the Venezuelan transition from corrupt Marxism, corrupt Marxist policies to corrupt laissez-faire economic principles. Because there is a little bit of truth to what Delcy Rodriguez did in terms of liberalizing the Venezuelan economy in an effort to try to bring back, in an effort to try and get the corporate oligarchs in Venezuela to play ball. Okay? Now, revisionist scum. It's so funny to say that about fucking Venezuela. First of all, the Chavistas are all revisionists. You understand that, right? The fuck do you mean? Venezuela was a social democracy and always has been a social democracy. Venezuela has never actually been a one-party communist state. They've never had siege communism. They've actually always been revisionist, and there are obviously significant issues with that kind of revisionist, with that kind of revisionist governance. Venezuela is nowhere near the tyrannical communist dictatorship that the Western media presents it as. If it was, it probably would be surviving right now a lot better than it currently is. Venezuela is a social democracy through and through. As a matter of fact, I used to talk about this all the time. Old heads will remember this. There was a Fox News report back when Venezuela was popping, even under Chavez, and there was a period of prosperity. Let me tell you, when Venezuela had this period of prosperity, when they were still a single resource economy, but were able to sell to the rest of the globe, and oil prices were great for Venezuela, there was tremendous prosperity in Venezuela all the way up until like around 2012, I would say. And what's really interesting about this is that, even before 2012, there was a downtrend. Fox News, I still remember, in 2012 reported about how Venezuela wasn't socialist at all. Okay? Venezuela wasn't socialist at all. As a matter of fact, the private enterprise percentage in the Venezuelan economy was actually lower than France. This is the endless paradigm of Western media. When a country is doing well, and this is something that I like to call the China equation, China is doing well because why? Because Deng is a capitalist. Okay? China's doing well because of capitalism. When China is bad, it's because it's communism. The percentage of public sector, you mean public sector? Yes. But no, but private enterprise in general. Private enterprise versus public sector percentages in the economy was literally lower in the percentage of the private sector versus public sector in the Venezuelan economy was lower than France. France had a higher percentage of public sector jobs and public enterprise in general than Venezuela does. Hold on, I'm going to try to find the fucking article real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. Back when they used to write about Venezuela in this way. Caracas, Venezuela. Venezuela's panic minister says the South American country's economy grew 5.6% during the first 3 months of 2012. Jorge Giordani says the economy could grow as much by 7% this year. Giordani says this year's economic expansion was largely driven by 29.6% growth in construction as the government of President Hugo Chavez funneled billions of dollars into a nationwide initiative to build hundreds of thousands of apartments for the poor. Venezuela's economy rebounded and grew about 4% in 2011. Giordani said Thursday's high public spending will help spur the growth of Venezuela's privately owned businesses from May 17th, 2012. What socialism? Private sector still dominates Venezuelan economy despite Chavez crusade. This is the article I was looking for. Thank you, Chatter, for finding it for me. Caracas. It's President Hugo Chavez's biggest economic battle cry and is getting louder as Venezuela suffers a recession. We're going to bury Venezuelan capitalism. Yet creating a socialist economy is one of Chavez's most elusive goals, a stark example of the disconnect between the president's rhetoric and the reality on the ground. In fact, the private sector still controls 2/3 of Venezuela's economy, the same as when Chavez was elected in 1998, according to estimates by the central bank. The reasons are political and practical. Chavez knows most Venezuelans recoil from the idea of Cuban-style state control, and his government is far from being capable of taking over and running a majority of the economy. Basically, he recognizes that in this day and age, in a global economy, complete state control would just doom the country, said Michael Shifter, an analyst at the Washington-based Inter-American Dialogue. So his strategy has been to selectively nationalize companies, set up state-run supermarkets, and promote worker-managed businesses while trying to convince Venezuelans to accept this vaguely defined brand of 21st century socialism. It is a hard sell for a country hooked on consumerism. Shopping malls are filled with middle and upper-class Venezuelans browsing through Lacoste shirts, Guess jeans, and Montblanc pens. Sales have declined in the recession, but just about everyone who can afford it seems to own a BlackBerry, and Scotch whiskey flows liberally in upscale restaurants at the equivalent of $110 a bottle. Just as Chavez has ramped up his anti-capitalism tirades, he finds himself facing one of the biggest scandals of his tenure involving a state-run food distributor. The company, PDVAL, left more than 2,700 shipping containers for rice, flour, milk, chicken, beef, and other foods in a port rotting beyond their expiration dates. Its former chief and 2 others have been arrested, and some Venezuelans have begun to mockingly call the state company pudreval, using the Spanish word for rotting. One newspaper cartoon depicted Karl Marx wearing a gas mask to ward off the stench. It's a glaring example of the problems and delays that regularly plague Venezuela's government-run operations. Dude, Chavez and Maduro fucked up because they allocated all the main resources and income to oil revenue? Yeah, okay, dude. Listen. Yes, I don't disagree with this. But once again, it's incredibly difficult to fucking run a country, especially with a revisionist attitude such as this one, when you're trying to do like modest social democracy and you're basically under siege internally by all of the corporate oligarchs in your country that don't want any kind of state-owned enterprises competing with their for-profit driven franchises, while also getting destroyed over and over again and consistently meddled with by the largest imperial superpower on the fucking planet, the United States of America. Because what you're talking about is literally after, like this is a decade after, almost a decade after, America already had done a coup, okay? Yes, I agree. Hyper focusing on a single resource economy is idiotic without diversifying your agricultural output, things like that. Except there are plenty of single resource economies that have actually survived. One must ask the question, why? Look at fucking Saudi Arabia. How did they survive as a single resource economy for as long as they did? Oh, I wonder how. It's because they were lapdogs to the American empire. That is how they survived. It's how it goes. If you play ball with America, if you're America's lapdog, then you get to fucking be a single resource economy and you get to yield the bounty. You can even be a fucking monarchy at that point and America won't do shit about it. They love it, actually, as long as you maintain stability. But if you're a single resource economy, even if it's the fucking same resource, regardless of the fucking density of the crude, by the way, because that's irrelevant in this conversation, we were lapdogs with China and Russia and couldn't survive anyways. Oh my God. You think Venezuela and its relationship with Russia and China was not pertinent on survival rather than was to the same fucking degree as Saudi Arabia? Are you insane? Saudi Arabia's relationship with America is not comparable to Venezuela's relationship with China and Russia. This is just, again, hog sentiment coming from someone who has a lot more knowledge about the Venezuelan economy than the average person does, okay? But what you're doing is basically saying, oh, well, we were lapdogs. What's next? You're going to say Venezuela was run by Cuba, right? That's usually the other thing that I hear. This comparison is absurd. I know. There's a common talking point in Venezuelan discourse. And the other common talking point that I think is even funnier is that Venezuela was dominated by Cuba. I'm not a hog. I'm just a Venezuelan. I like you, Hassan, actually. No, I know. But this is an incorrect assessment. I'm not saying you're a hog. I'm saying this is a hog assessment and an incorrect one. Because the relationship between China, Russia, and Venezuela was born out of survival due to the things that I just mentioned. But you're not wrong when you say it was a single resource economy and got fucking destroyed. You know, you're right. State capitalism on display since Chavez started. We were more of a social democracy. And then with Maduro, everything changed to a state capitalist system. Dude, Chavez and Maduro fucked up because they allocated all the main resources and income with oil revenue, and the oil plummeted and went to shit and couldn't sustain every social program Chavez started. Maduro actually could have reverted the situation, but he made it worse with when the sanctions began to cripple our economy in 2017. The instability first came from oil prices diminishing, but a big part of the problem was also the way that debt was managed, because debt was ultimately still managed in the hands of Western capital. And when you have a design that is completely controlled by nefarious actors that want to fucking destroy your economy, it's going to be an almost impossible situation to overcome. But yes, the death of Venezuela came from the sanctions at its weakest moment. But in any case, I mean, Cuba had a lot of influence in Venezuela politics. Yeah, brother, if you think that Cuba is running Venezuela, though, that's a little ridiculous. Yeah, of course, these countries that have similar ideologies living in the backyard of the largest imperial superpower that happens to be capitalist and has dominated the continent with military dictatorships that they have openly installed over and over again. Yeah, of course they're going to fucking collaborate with one another. They also collaborate with Mexico too. Why do you think Trump keeps talking about Mexico and Cuba? Because guess what? Mexico has offered a lifeline to Cuba in spite of all of the fucking issues that Cuba is experiencing. So that's the reason why we keep talking about how we're going to destroy Cuba and we're going to destroy Mexico and we're going to destroy Colombia. I wonder why. I wonder why. Because it's like the remaining holdouts that want modest social democracy for its people. Because first and foremost, the American government cannot stand a country that will not abide by IMF and World Bank backed austerity measures. Whether it's the IMF or the World Bank or it's America directly telling them to do austerity, they cannot fucking sit there. They will never allow it. They want these countries to be fucking destroyed. Yes, Mexico is Cuba's top oil provider. I know. That's why I brought up Mexico. Yeah. Cuba had power over the USSR, not the other way around. They orchestrated it all. Exactly. Can I ask you a question? Why are you and your comrades so weak? You have such little motion politically. In Asmin we trust. I don't know. Maybe because the average American thinks that, Donald Trump is actually going to do right by them. On the one hand, the average American goes, oh, it's really weird and gross that, the Trump administration is seemingly too invested in the defense of an elite pedophilic cabal. But then they also literally love when Trump turns around and says, oh, we're going to kill a bunch of Venezuelan people and steal their oil. It's going to be awesome for you. And you go, yeah, that's right. It is going to be awesome. Perhaps that's the reason why it's very difficult to fucking reason with a bunch of people. I will still continue trying, Hassan, when are you hitting a 3-plate bench? So weak when I start doing TRT, brother. In any case, there's also obviously corruption that has always been a plague in the Venezuelan economy. Let's be real. There's mismanagement of the currency, but like ultimately, if you were to place, it's entirely dependent on what you place your emphasis on, right? Because internal issues are ultimately easy to overcome if you are not being dominated every step of the fucking way by a country like the United States of America, right? Like, think about, I always go back to China as this example, but like, think about it this way, man. Cultural revolution, the Great Leap Forward, one-child policy. These would destroy, these three things combined would eviscerate any country, okay? One of them would literally destroy most countries. And yet they've been able to overcome this, okay? And part of the reason why they've been able to overcome it is because they just fucking kept working through it no matter what. Okay? They kept working through it no matter what. And also, partially, they made themselves an irreplaceable force in the global marketplace. But if they had not had inconsistent foreign policy goals and did not benefit a little bit from the Sino-Soviet split that then made them in many instances an ally to the United States of America in terms of foreign policy and a potential bulwark against the USSR, which was the main enemy at the time, they probably would have been destroyed and dominated a long time ago if America actually locked in and decided, yeah, we got to fuck China up. This doesn't mean that they didn't actually try to fuck China up. Of course they did. But there's a reason why you have to realize, like, they decided to normalize relations with the PRC, recognize the PRC, and even drop the CIA operation in Tibet, right? There's a reason why they decided, fuck it, like this is not significant enough for us. All of that stuff actually works. All of that stuff plays a major role in allowing countries to quietly develop autonomy, to quietly develop sovereignty. Okay? It didn't happen in Venezuela for a multitude of different reasons, but these kinds of issues with like corruption or mismanagement of currency, things like that, would unironically be marginal problems that you can actually overcome if you didn't have to deal with the internal conflict all the time with the unimaginably wealthy Venezuelan capital owners that are trying to collaborate with the American government actively to overthrow your government over and over again. That's why it's so funny. Like, people talk about 2024 being like the time when Maduro definitely stole the election, except the same opposition forces have said every single election has been stolen in Venezuela and demanded that America overturn the results every single time. The only reason why the 2024 narrative stuck is because that was actually literally the peak of Maduro's unpopularity. They've been saying it. They've been saying it since the 90s, man. What the fuck do you mean? But yeah.
Trump also threatened Colombia, Cuba, and Mexico.
What about the people that got tortured and killed by the Venezuelan government? Any comment on that? You shouldn't dehumanize Venezuelans just because you don't agree with the fucked up shit the Trump administration is doing. I don't think you understand. My criticism of like what Trump did in Venezuela is not because I hate Donald Trump, okay? A lot of people mistake this. My criticisms of what the American government is doing is a uniparty criticism, is a criticism against the uniparty attitude that we've always had against Venezuela, okay? You're the one who thinks, for some weird reason, that Trump is actually liberating Venezuela by punishing Maduro for torturing your friends or something. That's an idiotic notion. I'm sorry. The American government does not give a fuck about its own citizens, let alone Venezuelan citizens. And that's precisely the reason why when asked if Donald Trump will demand the release of political prisoners from Venezuelan jails, he turned around and said, I don't give a shit. I want the oil. Suck my dick. So you are singing yourself a totally different lullaby than the one that the Trump administration is presenting to you. They straight up asked him. They said, Mr. Trump, now that you say you're controlling Venezuela, will you demand the Venezuelan political dissidents get released from prison? Donald Trump straight up turned around and said, no, suck my dick. I want the oil. Fuck you. Why? You must ask yourself why you are doing this propaganda for free against an administration that does not care about you, does not care about your diaspora, an administration that has openly said they are revoking the temporary protected status of every single fucking Venezuelan that they gave TPS to, by the way. That's like 600,000 Venezuelans that are going to now be illegal immigrants on U.S. soil, okay? Right, because right as this was happening, that's what Kristi Noem said. Kristi Noem said, we're done with the TPS for Venezuelans, which we all know are all doing Trendaragua-style drug deals, okay? Because that's what they ran on. And there are still Venezuelans in this chat that go, dude, you don't understand. Listen to the Venezuelans. You don't understand. Listen to my friends. You don't understand. Listen to this Venezuelan. Listen to that Venezuelan. It's like, okay, dude, sure. All right. If you want me to lie to you, I can. Yeah, no, it's awesome. Trump is doing this for liberalizing Venezuela. It's going to be endless prosperity for Venezuelans and Americans. It's a win-win, baby. The Monroe Doctrine, now called the Donroe Doctrine, is going to be so beneficial for every Latin American country, as a matter of fact. Everything is going to be good. Are you happy? You can call out Maduro and Chavez wrong, stop preaching Trump. Yeah, except, bro, Chavez was popular. He lost one election for the referendum at the end. He did what he wanted to do anyway, but Maduro was never popular. Hardcore Chavistas abandoned Maduro a long time ago. There's been irregularities on every single election since Maduro. You can call out Maduro and Chavez wrong, stop preaching Trump. Okay, dude. Yeah. You want me to take the liberal Democratic Party position here, which is, hey, Maduro was a brutal and ruthless tyrant, okay? Unlike Benjamin Netanyahu, who is, of course, the most moral leader of a democratically elected nation, Maduro was a ruthless autocrat, a brutal tyrant, and it was a bloodthirsty monster who dined on the flesh of children, but also it was really fucked up and bad that we illegally extracted him. Is that what you want me to say? No, I'm not going to say that because it's fucking irrelevant to the conversation. Maduro is not even a fraction as bad as Saddam Hussein was, for the record. Make no goddamn mistake. And nowhere near as, and Saddam is nowhere near as bad as obviously Benjamin Netanyahu. We pick and choose who we align with, and we pick and choose who we destroy. What matters is who stands to benefit from this? And I'm always going to tell you the fucking truth, no matter how hard it is to hear. Venezuelans will not benefit from this, and Americans will not benefit from this either. The people who will benefit from this are people who are on Lolita Express, Donald Trump's pedophilic besties, okay? They are the ones who benefit from this. It's not for you. It's not for me. It does not matter.
State Department posted this image with the words, "This is our hemisphere."
It's just like funny. I'm sorry, dude. It's thought terminating cliche, Hassan. You can oppose what the U.S. is doing in Venezuela and their plans for it while correctly pointing out that Chavez Maduro played a role in. No, I will not say Chavez played a role in Venezuela's collapse, okay? And I won't even say that Maduro played a role in Venezuela's collapse because Maduro's role in Venezuela's collapse is marginal in comparison to America's role in Venezuela's collapse. And it's fucking ridiculous, okay? You are complaining about the dude who walked into a house fire with like a match that was lit up, okay? The house was lit on fire before the dude walked in with matches. It's fucking insane. I agree focusing on the latter is not productive. I do not think it's wise to outright ignore it or downplay it just saying. It's not. If your position is consistent on this and you think that toppling Saddam, regardless of how despotic he was, has led to the inevitable demise of Iraq, okay? Regardless, and Saddam certainly was infinitely more ruthless and brutal than fucking Maduro ever was, okay? then you should understand that toppling Maduro or destabilizing Venezuela in an interest for oil extraction, in an interest of resource extraction, another regime change for resources, the same resource happens to be oil, is probably not going to be good. And having any conversations about like, well, Maduro was bad. I didn't like the way he was managing the economy. I didn't like the way he was suppressing dissent and all this stuff is just giving justifications to Trump. Because at the end of the day, if you go, Maduro is one of the worst tyrants anyone's ever seen, but I don't like how illegal Trump's actions were, you're a fucking idiot. The average person hears that and goes, wait, what do you mean? I don't give a fuck. Okay, if we're deposing Hitler, you're going to complain about that? If we're deposing Benjamin Netanyahu, you're going to complain about that? Why the fuck would you complain about the illegality of the deposition? Who gives a shit? What did Maduro do that was actually harmful? I know nothing. It's just like fucking basic shit. It's basic repression of any sort of dissidents. Not going after the actual head of the snake and instead consistently fucking going after people who are suffering. Okay? It's what you do when you're weak. If you cannot depose of the moneyed interests in the country that are aligning themselves openly with the fucking CIA, you just go after the people who are understandably frustrated due to the economic instability in the nation. That's it. But like, what's crazy about this process is like, it's like Venezuela was never this like communist dictatorship that right wingers presented as. It's ironic that they say it. It was just a fucking social democracy with modest incremental gains in nationalization. And it is really silly to have this back and forth discourse when we're talking about Saudi Arabia being one of the most important allies, which is, again, another single resource economy, right? That is far fucking more autocratic than Maduro ever was. Like, what are you talking about? Ain't nobody's talking about Saudi Arabia for one reason, right? And that's because Saudi Arabia is our ally. Oh my God.
Warning this could give China the green light to assert influence over its own hemisphere, including over Taiwan. And as for what's next in Venezuela, which has the world's largest oil reserves, President Trump says the U.S. may reimburse companies that invest in rebuilding Venezuela's infrastructure.
Let's go to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, with more details after U.S. lawmakers were briefed on a military attack. Top Republicans defending the action while Democrats raised questions about how the White House plans to run the country of more than 30 million people. Good morning, Mary.
Paulie Marcus said the Venezuelan military action was not an invasion. Gamblers are in shambles. I mean, low key, I don't think it's it falls to the same standard as like a full tilt shock and awe style invasion. Okay. I'm not saying that because it's my prediction as well, and this actually saves my prediction a little bit. This doesn't mean that it won't happen, for the record, okay? This doesn't mean that it won't happen, okay? I need you to understand. It very well might happen in the near future if they can't get the proper assurances from Delcy Rodriguez's interim presidency, okay? What is your stake, brother? No, I'm not defending my prediction. I'm saying, as it stands currently, there is a difference between what took place here and what you would understand as like, Iraq or what Putin did in Ukraine, okay? What's more interesting to me, unironically, is the fact that in spite of this being a clean in and out military operation, even though it's obviously immoral, illegal, ridiculous, and for fucked up purposes, it's still seen as like relatively unpopular. That is actually shocking to me. Because like even the most propagandized, and Americans are incredibly propagandized. It's remarkable that there are still people who are like, no, this was fucked up. We shouldn't do it. We shouldn't have done it. And yes, when I say clean, it's still obviously an incredibly deadly endeavor. 80 Venezuelans were murdered, or at least 32 Cubans were murdered, and the rest were Venezuelans. But in terms of like how America moves, in terms of how Israel moves, that is a relatively cleaner operation than what they normally would do. This doesn't make it appropriate. Make no mistake. I'm giving you the nuance. I'm offering you a nuanced perspective here. Okay, the U.S. killed 80 Venezuelans. Is disgusting calling that clean. Brother, you have to understand what I'm talking about here, okay? Yes, compared to how America moves, okay? So you think it was good? No, I don't fucking think it was good. What? Leftists in my chat, you cannot do the same thing that we rail on hogs every single day. Okay? Please, you can't do this. You have to understand. I think, especially if you've been in here for long enough, like, I think I've established a little bit of charity, right? A little bit of charitability from you guys, especially considering that I've spent the last 3 whole days of my commentary railing against American imperialism. Like, you have to develop consciousness at this point. You cannot have the same fucking lack of object permanence that we deal with fucking hogs, right? Please be normal. The best thing about Stupid Chatter's brain breaking, Hasanabi, is hearing him whimper with frustration. I think they do enjoy that a little bit. So the irony, of course, is that this doesn't mean that it's not going to turn into something like that. The reason why you need to push back against all the smaller lefter than you streamers farming you. What? No, I don't care about that. I hope they farm me so well that they also develop a fucking major audience. I want anyone to the left of me, or just leftists in general, to have massive audiences. I wish them an incredible career. Okay, you're ridiculous for bringing up people like that and making it seem like they're my ops or anything. They are not my ops. Not gonna lie, one day you got to listen to your stream in the car. You really don't know what you be putting people through. Okay, but I heard from Sloptubers you're pro invasion. What? No, Sloptubers saying you support this? No, they're not. You're fucking lying. Okay, let's continue.
Good morning, Michael. And lawmakers emerged from that 2-hour briefing with vastly different impressions. Republicans are adamant that the operation to capture Maduro does not constitute an act of war. Speaker Johnson telling reporters that this is not regime change and that he does not expect U.S. troops on the ground, arguing the U.S. will run the country by pressuring the government and blocking its oil exports. President Trump has said bluntly that the U.S. is in charge, even as Maduro's vice
Damn, he looks like shit.
President Delcy Rodriguez has been sworn in as interim leader.
That's Maduro's son, by the way, if you couldn't fucking tell, who also low-key looks like MBS a little bit. That's Maduro's large son, who kind of looks like MBS. This is a large adult son.
And in an interview overnight, Trump said it will take some time before elections can be held, that the U.S. will be involved for the foreseeable future. Meanwhile, Democrats are demanding answers. Leader Chuck Schumer saying the administration's plan to run the country is vague and based on wishful thinking. And he says they didn't receive enough assurances or any assurances that the U.S. won't try to do this in other countries as well. Michael.
And Mary, without a clear plan with all this going on, the administration continues to talk about wanting to take over Greenland.
Yeah, Michael, the president is still setting his sights on Greenland. One of his top advisors, Stephen Miller, yesterday in an interview said the U.S. has a right to take the semi-autonomous Danish territory. And
what was really funny about this, before he moved to like fucking Greenland, what was really funny about this is another moment of vindication for your boy here. Okay, I can't even hear myself think. My dad's multiple phones are ringing like crazy right now. Another moment of full-blown vindication for Yahasi over here. Oh, it turns out that the cartel of the sun was totally fucking phony, was totally made up. Who could have thought? Who said that this justification was completely fucking made up? Who could have seen that coming? Who could have seen that coming, dude? Wow. Shocked, I tell you.
Miller not ruling out the use of military force to do so. The prime minister there is urging Trump to stop the threats and warning this would be effectively the end of NATO. But the Trump administration is outlining a vision for a new world order where the U.S. can overthrow governments as long as it's in the U.S. national interest. And the State Department posting this picture of the president on social media yesterday with the words, "This is our hemisphere." Michael.
All right, Mary, thank you for that. We appreciate you.
We're back and continuing with the world lead and asking questions about what happened in Venezuela over the weekend and what happens now. White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy Stephen Miller joins us now. Stephen, thanks so much for joining us. So a source briefed on the Venezuelan operation told me that a handful of American troops sustained bullet and shrapnel wounds, but none are life-threatening. Can you share with us how serious any injuries to American service members might be, and also any information you can tell us about any Venezuelan civilian casualties?
Yes. Well, let me take the second part first, which is that the overwhelming share of casualties and fatalities that were inflicted were against the Cuban guard that had exerted control over the people of Venezuela. So what many don't realize is that for
God, he's such a fucking bald Nazi bitch, dude. God damn, I hate him so much. It's funny. In some ways, it is kind of interesting seeing like how ugly both the statements are, but also how ugly the people are in this administration and how weak they are, how pouty they are. Like, they don't even have any redeemable qualities on the aesthetics either. You know, they're just like, well, they were doing bad stuff. They were being run by Cuba. We need to make sure that we dominate our globe here, Jake. You can tell he thinks he deserves to live. Yeah, kind of.
years, Maduro stayed in power through an illicit deal with Cuban communists to provide his security because he didn't trust his own people to keep him safe. That is how much he was hated inside of Venezuela. So what our special...
Yeah, totally, which is why we're currently using his own administration as the transitionary state because of how unpopular he was. And that's why we're still using his entire administration. Like, how does that make sense? If he is the most unpopular figure of all time, okay, then why haven't the Venezuelans welcomed your puppet as a liberator? Why didn't you actually bring Machado back into the fucking country? Why did Machado even have to run away from the country? Why? I mean, it doesn't make any sense, right? Am I crazy? If the opposition actually won by 70%, because that's what they fucking claimed, okay, with their insane numbers, okay? If that's the case, why? They're going to say Venezuelans are actually celebrating? Okay, if Venezuelans are celebrating, why isn't Machado in charge? Why wasn't Machado put in charge? You could have had 150 aircraft flying over Caracas. One of those fucking airplanes or one of those fucking helicopters could have had Machado in it. Why? Is it because she had to flee and she didn't want to come back because people would love her too much? You know? Is that why? Trump snubbed her. Yeah, Trump actually hates how popular Machado is. That's why. That's what it is, right? It just doesn't make any sense. Because it's clear to, I think, everyone that's paying even a little bit of attention that we don't give a fuck whether it's, as long as it's not Maduro, I guess. We don't give a fuck who's controlling Venezuela, right? So why are we not using the popular leader? Why are we not using the unimaginably popular leader? CBS Evening News interview, Maria Corina Machado says Venezuela's interim president is perhaps even more ruthless than Nicolas Maduro. Why are we not using the endlessly popular Maria Machado? One must ask this question. You can't even say, it's because Trump is a misogynist, because the fucking interim president and former vice president is also a woman, you know? So Trump's misogyny is not even like moving the cards in any direction here. Why?
The forces encountered when they did that daring midnight assault into Caracas were armed Cuban guards, and they sustained massive numbers of casualties. I can't give you an exact number. The numbers that you've seen in terms of the Cuban guards publicly reported are probably lower than the...
Guys, it's not because she fucking refuses to decline the Nobel Peace Prize for Trump. Please be real. Please, I beg you, okay? Like, some of you read one Wall Street Journal article or at least see one meme from a Wall Street Journal article and you go, oh, that must be the reason. Like, come on. Did that push Trump over the edge? Maybe. Okay. I'm sure that played a role in Trump's, Trump's machinations here. Just like I'm sure the fucking careless nature of Maduro was frustrating for Donald Trump, as is reported by also one of the major papers. They said Maduro was dancing all day and that fucking pissed off Trump. That caused him to pull the trigger. Sure. Like, I'm sure they played a role. But the major role is still abso-fucking-lutely trying to maintain stability. Okay? They're trying to maintain stability in Venezuela so they can actually successfully extract the resources. Because without stability, without assurances from Delcy Rodriguez's government that you will allow every one of these foreign companies to come in and dump money into fixing up the refineries, and they will be able to keep pumping oil and shipping it to whoever they see fit. Without stability, you cannot get that assurance. Without stability, there's no extraction. Without stability, you cannot get any of these companies to go back into Venezuela and actually fix up the refineries. It's just not going to happen. So Trump right now is trying to maintain stability to the best of his ability, even though what he did was genuinely unstable, right? He thinks that if you can threaten the interim government by showing what you did to the, head of state, that maybe they'll be more likely to play ball. But he also knows that a puppet leadership is not the first option here for stability, because he understands, just like I do, like his analysts understand, just as I do, that there is no world where the Venezuelan people do not fucking rise up against Machado. Not Trump, his analysts, the people around him, okay? Trump doesn't understand anything. We're not talking about Trump. When I say Trump, please, it's like Brandon. Like, Republicans love being like, oh, you think Brandon is making these choices? I was like, no, of course not. His brain is leaking out of his fucking ear. No, when I say Trump, I'm using it as a fucking catch-all term for the administration, okay? Please understand that, yes, I don't mean literally Trump is single-handedly, unilaterally making these decisions. Yeah, but Machado is also unpopular, as the New York Times also reported on, by some of the business leaders because of her demands for consistent sanctions, even after some of the Venezuelan business leaders were realizing that, like, they have to play ball with the administration. And also she's a puppet. Like, it's just, she literally was so clearly a puppet. It's the same principle with Juan Guaido. I said it back then. If you were to look at my commentary against Juan Guaido when liberals were making him out to be the media darling that every Venezuelan was like begging to take control over the country, I said it back then. These motherfuckers are stupid, okay? They've been at this game for decades. By now, they should have understood that running to America and running to Israel and sucking their penises is probably not going to look well in the home country, especially when sucking America's penis requires you to consistently say horrible shit about Venezuelans and requires you to consistently say horrible shit about Venezuela and demand even worse sanctions on Venezuela. This is the I am Persian, not Iranian equation that many pro-Shah dick riders also cannot comprehend. What works in America does not fucking work in Iran, okay? What works in America for people that are demanding more cruel sanctions and demanding death and destruction for the Venezuelans that are still living there is actually going to be read very negatively. They don't know how to present themselves. Trump is a room reader, but analysts and pundits continue to vouch for her. Yeah, it's really funny that, like, they're still trying to make this happen because, as I always love to explain to you guys, there are always going to be differences in opinion within the State Department. So you have two camps. You have the serious State Department guys who are, like, seriously saying this is unstable. You can't possibly work with the Maduro regime, right? You have to bring in the puppet. You have to bring in the puppet. And then there's the other side of analysts that are saying, no, we have to try and make it work with Delcy Rodriguez. Otherwise, if we bring in a puppet, it is going to be far too unstable for resource extraction. Venezuela will fall into a failed state status, and we will have to protect our assets in Venezuela that we're stealing. And for that reason, we have to literally put boots on the ground and protect the refineries, and maybe even engage in straight up counterinsurgency like we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. We should not do this. This will actually expend American resources. It will be far too costly and will end up turning into like our own USSR and Afghanistan moment. If it wasn't Vietnam, and if it wasn't Afghanistan, and if it wasn't Iraq, this will be America's USSR Afghanistan moment. Okay? That's it. Especially right now when multipolarity is rising, especially right now when there are other regional actors, other regional powers that have very clearly contested America's force projection, like Russia in Ukraine, okay? And you have other regional powers like China making steady gains in their own backyard with the ASEAN cooperation, with the exception of the Philippines. It is very, very difficult for America to maintain its global dominance while having all of its fucking resources and all of its efforts invested in destroying Venezuela so that they can have an Iraq-style situation in fucking Venezuela and continue extracting resources from Venezuela after you create your own version of American stability. What do you mean the USSR and Afghanistan? The USSR's invasion of Afghanistan in the aftermath of the Afghan Civil War or during the Afghan Civil War was largely the death blow that caused the USSR to dissolve. It exhausted their resources. They fucked up Afghanistan to begin with. It exhausted all of their resources. It was a major reason for why the USSR no longer exists. Okay? It was the USSR's Vietnam, but unlike the United States of America, the USSR could not deal with a Vietnam. Hard disagree. It could have survived without the botching of the economy by Gorbachev and co. Fair, but I think that all of those things work alongside one another. And if you're seeing restraint from China, it's partially because they have already seen this play out before with the USSR. Once again, you have to look at what has a higher order of priority here, like what played a bigger role in the demise of the USSR. And Afghanistan played a major role in this. America does not want to do this, at least for now. Does this mean that America won't do this? I think they will. They've shown time and time again that they have an endless appetite. It actually does benefit certain sectors. Military-industrial complex will benefit from this, obviously. And America has shown that time and time again that our civilians, our troops, everyone is disposable, so it doesn't really fucking matter, right? But right now, the cost-benefit analysis being made is let's try to go in and out, and let's try to dominate Venezuela and force them to follow our desires here without expending too many resources, without exhausting too many resources, because if we do that, then all of the other regional powers will be able to make gains while we're hyper focusing on this shit, and we will not have the resources to be able to be everywhere all at once. Okay, I predict they're going to hire mercenaries. That won't work, because remember, if you want to extract resources from any country, you have to make sure the country is stable. You're not going to be able to make up for. There is no world here. If the number one goal is resource extraction, you have to make sure there's at least some level of stability. You cannot create a level of stability in the absence of not making it work with Delcy Rodriguez's administration. You have to either put a puppet in charge, which will not work. It's going to be a fucking massive failure, civil war, failed state, all of that good stuff, and eventually you'll have to invade militarily to control the Venezuelan government. If you don't do that and you cut out the middleman, you don't even try to put a puppet in charge, you still have to invade militarily. There is no world in which, without the actual state military, without the United States military putting boots on the fucking ground, you will be able to control the Venezuelan resource economy. It's just not going to happen. You either have to make it work with the current administration or you have to invade. And that's the calculation that the Trump administration is making right now. And that's the reason why they just immediately cast aside Machado. They were like, yeah, fuck Machado. Who gives a shit? Might turn into a Sudan type situation. Okay, but first of all, even in Sudan, the UAE has taken advantage of sectarian conflict, ethnic tensions, and not only that, but also there's a group of people that were willing to go and fucking slaughter the civilian population in areas that they want to fucking extract gold from. Okay, in areas where they want to prop up gold. America does not have an equivalent in Venezuela. Venezuela is not Sudan. Venezuela is not even Iraq. Not only do they have a military, they have an air force, they have Russian jets. Who knows how competent that will be in developing air superiority for America? Because let's be real, America has not fucking fought a single goddamn war in the last 40 years where they did not immediately maintain air superiority. And without air superiority, that is not going to be an easy battle at all. Okay? So good luck for that. Good luck to the Americans there. But in any case, the reason why I'm explaining all this is because, like, if you want to understand why they're not using Machado, these are the reasons why. Because they do not want, they cannot deal with another 20-year war potentially in Venezuela with boots on the ground, it will be incredibly costly. It will lead to America's demise.
Actual number that were killed. To your first question, no, none of the, at least as I've been briefed, none of the injuries are life-threatening. Everybody is stable. And it just underscores the remarkable skill, precision, courage, and capability of our special forces. And I wanted to set the table one more time for your audience. I'm sure you've talked about it at length already. But the United States of America launched an assault force into Venezuelan territory, which has sophisticated air defense systems, which has sophisticated surveillance systems, which has weaponry that they've received that can take out planes and helicopters from our foreign adversaries that they've been stockpiling for years in anticipation of the possibility of such an action. Maduro was staying in a military fortress. In other words, since the United States had started amassing this armada under President Trump's leadership and direction, he'd increasingly narrowed the scope of his own movement, and he was sleeping in a fortress. And so we flew into Caracas. These special forces engage in direct gunfire with elite Cuban guards, and every single kill was an enemy kill.
So there were no civilian casualties?
Well, I didn't see any reports of any civilian casualties. But my point is that in this raging gunfire battle that took place, the point that I'm making to you is no Americans were killed. Because of the planning, skill, and preparation, the enemy sustained massive losses. Not one of our...
The enemy sustained massive losses. It's like, yeah, dude, they were defending their fucking homeland and their president. I need you to understand, like, I mean, not that it matters. We are villains here, but like, we sent in the fucking crackhead Delta Force to go and slaughter a bunch of people on foreign soil. The people there had every right to be there. They had every right and responsibility to defend their homeland. Like, I know that this is not a fashionable thing to say in America because Americans are so fucking hog-brained, but it's completely ridiculous.
Assets was lost, not one of our people was lost.
So let's talk about what next. Delcy Rodriguez was formally sworn as Venezuela's acting president this afternoon. She was the vice president. She described the U.S. intervention as, quote, without a doubt, Zionist in character, unquote. Is acting President Rodriguez...
Sweetie, we're going to have to cancel you, Delcy. Sweetie, I know we came into your country, we kidnapped your president, and we killed a bunch of your nationals, but that's going to be a problematic take from my perspective. Excuse me. I think you're canceled. Delcy Rodriguez, you might be canceled, sweetheart.
Someone that the U.S. can work with?
Is there any proof that there was Cuban involvement? Yes, there was. The Cuban government, I think, said that 32 of their nationals died in the process. Yes, these countries cooperate with one another. What the fuck is the problem? I don't understand. Of course they do. What is the confusion here? I wonder why. I wonder why two aligned nations that are slammed in the ass cheek of American empire due to their ideological positioning would cooperate with one another. It's normal. It's like when people say, oh, well, Russian nationals died in this process. Like, yeah, I wonder why that would have, it didn't happen in this case, but like, even if it did, it would be normal as well, because we have carefully excised these countries from cooperating in the global marketplace, specifically in the case of Venezuela. So for Venezuela, it is an act of survival. Of course, they're going to utilize whatever resource they have. Yeah, it's because it's done without U.S. consent. I guess that's what it is, right? Hassan and his Timu-level military analysis and wording, those killed were enemy combatants and soldiers. The way Hassan words his nationals like they are civilians law. Brother, they were Venezuelan nationals in the Venezuelan military. What do you mean, enemy combatants and soldiers? If I come to your fucking house and slaughter you, okay, and your entire family, I'm pretty sure they're going to call me the murderer, okay? The fuck? Our assessment in this is like, well, I put myself in a self-defense style situation. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? Like, what a stupid fucking thing. Can you imagine? I break down your door and I slaughter your whole fucking family. You have a gun, right? And I kill you. And then I say, well, I was doing self-defense. I was doing self-defense. I can't believe you wouldn't compare. I can't believe you wouldn't say Eric Infinium in this situation as an enemy combatant. Does it matter if you're an enemy combatant or not in that situation? I broke down your door. I came in and I slaughtered your fucking family and you. Who's the enemy combatant in this situation? ABC News says U.S. soldiers came under fire from Venezuelan troops while abducting the country's president. U.S. forces responded by murdering the Venezuelan troops who tried to stop foreign militants from kidnapping their head of state. ABC News describes this as self-defense. Upon arrival, they came under fire and responded in self-defense with overwhelming force, Kane said. The reason why he has to say this, by the way, is because it's military doctrine. Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, says the government of Venezuela governs in our country, no one else. There is no external agent that governs Venezuela. It is Venezuela. It is its constitutional government. The key witness in DOJ's case against Maduro is a former Venezuelan general, Hugo Carvajal, who pleaded guilty last year to drug trafficking and in December wrote a letter seeking leniency that backed the absurd claim that Venezuela had interfered in U.S. elections. Who else said that? Oh, that's right. Maria fucking Machado also said that. These guys are so clearly doing everything that they fucking can and lying about anything and everything that they fucking can in ways that even like the average liberal can understand, okay? Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I wonder if this guy is sincere. I wonder if there's a really good case here for Maduro's drug trafficking. Until yesterday, you are the one who wants to die in Maduro Hill. Wait, me? Maduro Hill, 30 years of Chavismo, has worked for years to equip loyalists. Why do you think Machado is the only opposition leader there? I like that this guy is mad because Trump didn't do regime change the right way. I can't believe you're dying on Maduro Hill. No, brother, there is no hill that I'm dying on, okay? It doesn't matter what I say. Even if you come to terms with exactly what I'm saying 2 years down the line, you will forever hold this anger and resentment towards me, okay? And you will, as people always do. I've heard this. Why are you dying on the Hamas hill? Why are you dying on the Saddam hill? Why are you dying on the Gaddafi hill? None of these hills were hills that I died on. It was actually hills that my opposition should have died on. But of course, no one gives a fuck if you are wrong in the direction of American intervention. People only remember when you're wrong against American intervention. God damn, dude. Yeah, give it a fucking year, okay? Check back with me in a year if you have an issue with it right now. Dying on Maduro Hill is what it's called when you get domed trying to capture Maracaibo for a Dodge Charger. They don't do Dodge Chargers no more, but I see the point that you're trying to make. Yeah, but that will be dying on fucking Maduro Hill. When you're trying to go through the fucking, when you're trying to cut through the mountainous terrain of Venezuela. Many hills there so that Citgo can finally be realized for all of its extraction potential. It will be so good for you and your family members. Yeah, many hills for our young boys and girls to die on. Yeah, this is my favorite. Yeah, what Trump did was illegal, but Maduro was a tyrant and dictator. SEAL Team 6 should have personally hugged and kissed him when kidnapping him and his wife. That's what a lot of liberals sound like. Or that's what a lot of people sound like when they fucking, they're like, Hassan, why aren't you spending every waking moment talking about how fucking ruthless of a tyrant Maduro was? I don't know, because I live in the fucking real world where, you know, what Maduro has done, what we did to Maduro, we should do to Israel, okay? But we will never do it to Israel. And the reason why I say what we did to Maduro, we should do to fucking Benjamin Netanyahu or Israel is because Benjamin Netanyahu actually deserves it, okay? In comparison to someone like Benjamin Netanyahu, right? If this is the maximum position, extracting and kidnapping a fucking foreign head of state, I mean, come on. That's crazy, right? That's like the maximum position. Well, there's a justification for it. He has an ICC warrant, right? He does have a literal fucking arrest warrant, right? Bring him to justice. Maduro does not. Because guess what? What Maduro has done in his own country in terms of political repression does not meet the same fucking standard as what Benjamin Netanyahu has done. Maduro did too, Lamar, what the fuck? Maduro was a fucking dictator, Lamar, what the fuck are we doing? Venezuelans are rejoicing. Maduro did too. Maduro did a genocide, huh? Is that what happened? I didn't know he went into Guyana and turned Guyana into fucking Gaza. Unc, we are destined to do this every single time America intervenes in another country. I know, and I'll keep fighting that fucking battle every single time. And it's ironic because like these guys will inevitably come to terms with what I was saying, or they'll become full tilt hogs, right? they will either become they will either recognize the reality and go, okay, quietly. They will quietly turn around and go, maybe we were wrong about this, it turns out. Just like, Iraq, just like Libya, just like any number of different interventions that America has engaged for extraction of natural resources and complete domination of territory. Okay. Or they'll just become full tilt hogs in the process. They'll be like, oh, Hassan banned me and pissed me off, so now I hate him and everything he stands for. That's it. Don't any of these people wonder why Lindsey Graham is as giddy as a schoolgirl? No, they don't. They're too locked in on their own personal narratives. But as I've seen throughout my career, there are those who sit back and listen to my analysis, and there are those who inevitably come to that conclusion years after the fact, when the dust is settled. But those who actually come to that conclusion years after the fact, when the dust is settled, will fall again for the exact same propaganda the next time around, because they never actually reflect on why they fell for this propaganda to begin with. This is the problem, okay? So they'll be like, oh, Iraq was bad, but this time is different. And that's what's incredibly frustrating about this process. Those who support every prior civil rights movement, every prior revolution, but not the current one. Those who oppose every prior war as unjustifiable, but not the current one. Those will continue falling into the same trap over and over again. They will delude themselves over and over again. It's very frustrating. Those are the same people who spent the last 2 years calling me a fucking anti-Semitic terrorist, only to arrive at the same conclusions that I was delivering in the beginning of this iteration of Israel's ethnic cleansing conquest and ethnic cleansing campaign. Those who spent 2 fucking years being like, dude, what? I can't believe you're saying the things you're saying. You're a fucking terrorist. You're a fucking Islamist fundamentalist. You're a terrorist. You're a terrorist. You're a terrorist. Hamas Abi. Only to now quietly turn around and act like they never did that. To turn around and act like, they're also against Israel, actually. Who would ever be pro-Israel? What the fuck do you mean? Those people do not remember what I said. They only remember how I made them feel. Those people will fall again. I'm sure many of them are currently falling for this iteration. There will inevitably come a conflict where they can actually humanize the victims, though. Maybe it'll be Greenland. Maybe it'll be if America moves on like England or something, or maybe Canada. And then they'll understand. Yeah, they quietly got quieter about their support for Israel. I've noticed many of the loudest voices that were running around talking about like how Palestinians are rapist barbarians and baby decapitators. How to address this, because I experience this as well with my friends. Just be kind to them. And remember, those who you can convince, you will be able to. Those who you cannot, you just need to stop. You need to give up. The reason why I want people to be a little bit more charitable to my perspective here is not because I want everybody to like me and I can't stand when people dislike me or whatever. I mean, obviously, I'm a human being at the end of the day. It would be nice if people were nice to me, right? But the real reason why I want people to listen to my words and offer a little bit of charitability, especially considering how consistently I'm correct on these issues that they might actually agree with later down the line, even if they initially are fucking against me, is because there is a little fucking demon inside of everyone's brains, okay, that constantly tells them, no, this time it's different. Don't listen to this fucking dipshit. He's a socialist who's rich. He's fucking phony. He's fake. And that little demon is constantly leading you astray. It's constantly causing you to justify actions that the American state is taking that's not even beneficial for you. Okay? That's it. And as long as you don't internalize, as long as you don't self-reflect, as long as you don't actually figure out why you find yourself consistently duped, as long as you push aside how you were duped initially and move on from it, you will never learn. And the next time this happens, you'll find yourself on the wrong side of the argument once again. But there is comfort in being on the wrong side of the argument, right? I mean, there is a lot of solidarity that you get from other people who are just as dumb as you are, There is a happiness that comes along with it, because it's fun to be delusional. You're going to have more fun that way. People love to invoke the horseshoe theory of politics, but leftists had a massive falling out with Biden and Dems over Gaza because they actually believe in the things, whereas right-wingers immediately abandoned non-interventionism for regime change because the leader said so. And David Bernstein in the replies, as always, it's better to be a Hamasnik than to be ideologically flexible is not a hill that I would die on. Brother, you are so lost in the sauce, David Bernstein. You want to know how low motion this kind of shit got? The ADL's very own Jonathan Greenblatt apparently tweeted at me, and I didn't even see it. He did this 4 days ago, and I didn't even fucking see it. None of you even brought it to my attention. That's how fucking low motion this shit is. Look, not shocking to see Hassan Piker blame the victim, but here he offers a case study in classic anti-Semitism. Hold the Jews responsible for the baseless hatred directed against them. I didn't even see this. It's so funny. You're right. The people that invited Benjamin Netanyahu hold no responsibility in the way that people associate Judaism with Zionism, and neither do you, Jonathan, even though you say it all the fucking time, that all Jews are Zionists, and if you're anti-Zionist, you're anti-Semitic. That's how I know this conversation has shifted so dramatically from where it used to be.
So the acting president put out a statement. I want to say, Jake, it was last night, pledging cooperation with the United States, pledging full and complete cooperation.
But they also just passed a law saying that if you supported the operation against outlawing individuals or threatening with criminal penalties individuals if they supported the operation against Maduro. I think they did that today.
Well, the good news there, Jake.
The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you. It's socialism or barbarism. Thank you for the 20 Tier 1 gifted subs, allowing 20 people to have a Hasanabi subscription. I know it's obvious, but he's talking like such a bad faith interpretation of your post, Lamar. You're not saying you like that anti-Semitism is growing. You are upset about it, but it's because of their short-sightedness and conceit. Yes. And it's also ironic because he literally leans into that. Every single person from Ethan Klein to Jonathan Greenblatt who have spent the last 2 years literally looking at Israel's ISIS-style actions and saying, oh, this is literally awesome. This is so awesome. This is actually, if you criticize this stuff, you are literally anti-Semitic. Over and over again, ended up yelling at me while proving the point that I was making. Also, what's up, everyone? It's me, Maduro Phonics, chatting from jail. Yes, Megaphonics, you were not even here when you received an award for being the best chatter of the year, which is, I know, disgusting, but it happened. Oh, look at me. I was on a trip with my wife. A trip to prison.
Is that nobody inside of Venezuela supported the operation, so it's a law without meaning or effect. Look, Jake, there's going to be some posturing that occurs when a nation has been so thoroughly defeated in this way. The United States of America, think about this, Jake. The United States of America has encircled this nation for months. One of the largest naval armadas in history has been stationed off its coast.
Yeah.
Fighter jets have been encircling the island. We've been engaging in kinetic lethal strikes against Maduro's drug boats and trained Arauca gang members leaving the island.
Yeah.
We have launched a complete oil embargo of the Ghost Fleet, the dark ships.
We've
and
been
now
covering
on
all
top
of it.
of that,
Yeah.
and now on top of all of that, right, Maduro is sitting in a jail cell in New York, as is his wife. So of course there's going to be, this is very important though, of course there's going to be some posturing.
Okay.
Without giving anything away, I want to be very clear. Very clear. The government has sent messages, this is such an important point, Jake, to the Secretary of State, to our senior U.S. government official negotiators. They have sent message after message making clear that they will meet the terms, demands, conditions, and requirements of the United States.
Okay.
And I want to be very clear about that, Jake.
So let's the question about who is now running Venezuela is one that even members of Congress who are big Trump supporters say they're not quite sure about. Senate Majority Leader John Thune told CNN's Manu Raju that he doesn't know what President Trump meant by his assertion that the U.S. is running Venezuela, and he said he needs more information. Can you tell us what the president means when he says, is acting President Delcy Rodriguez in charge? Is she running Venezuela or not?
Well, what the president said is true. The United States of America is running Venezuela. By definition, that's true. Jake, we live in a world in which you can talk all you want about international niceties and everything else. But we live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force.
He's not even competent nor is he confident enough to be able to deliver this like strong Nazi message. That's what's so funny about it. He's like, well, Jake, we live in a law, Jake. We live in a law. I mean, a world, Jake. We're so strong. You're not, bitch. You're sitting in the cuck chair every night as your wife, Katie Miller, is doing whatever the fuck she wants to do, you know, with Elon Musk and maybe others. We live in a law
that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world that
But are
have
you
existed
saying
since
that
the beginning of time.
But in terms
The
of
United
day-to-day
States-
operations in Venezuela, that is Acting President Rodriguez, right? It's not.
Is he just uncharismatic or just not know what's even happening? No, he knows exactly what's happening. He's one of the more competent people in the administration. Come on. He knows exactly what the fuck's happening. It's just that he is entirely uncharismatic.
Some sort of American emissary.
What I'm saying is, we'll keep going here, Jake. So I want to say what I'm saying, and you'll follow up. But what I'm saying is just one level above that, which is that, by definition, we are in charge, because we have the United States military stationed outside the country. We set.
Jake Tapper doesn't even care about Miller. Miller just said we are powerful enough to do whatever we want, and what are you going to do about it? Yes. Because Jake Tapper also ultimately agrees with Stephen Miller. That's the whole point. That's the reason why I keep saying mainstream media, liberal outlets, and people who find themselves to be like liberal media darlings are also just as in line with this kind of action as anybody else. They won't openly say that they love that America is like sucking up the oil from Venezuela and stealing its resources, or who gives a fuck about Venezuelan autonomy here. They have to abide by like some liberal standards and some liberal premises. So they'll attack the aesthetics of the campaign, right? And that's why I always say this is a stupid fucking argument to make. People who look for moral consistency here, when America has never maintained moral consistency, and we fucking saw that in the last 2 years with unlimited support to Israel, are also playing into the Nazi game here. Okay? It's very dumb. What do you mean moral consistency and intellectual honesty? What are you talking about? Are you oblivious to what the administration is doing? Are you oblivious to who Trump is? Are you oblivious to who Stephen Miller is? You either agree with the actions or you don't. There is no reason to just be like Maduro is the worst tyrant since Adolf Hitler, and it's really mean that we, apprehended him in the middle of the night without following process. Who gives a fuck about process? If he's a tyrant, then it's good that he was fucking deposed, okay? That's it. That's it. You either think it's good that he got deposed or you don't. I don't think it's good that he got deposed, okay? I don't. This argumentation that liberals engage with in an effort to create like fake civility or fake process or leaning into some kind of like stupid fucking argument only allows the Republicans to win this conversation over and over again. So shut the fuck up. Oh, Maduro's a tyrant and bloodthirsty and monstrous. Okay, who's worse, pound for pound, Maduro or Mohammed bin Salman? Who's worse, pound for pound, Maduro or Benjamin Netanyahu? Who's worse, Maduro or the average American senator? Like, what are we talking about? It's so fucking stupid. This standard is never applied to America's allies. The standard is never applied to the America's enemies that have nuclear weapons, right? Like even Maduro and Vladimir Putin. Yeah, go ahead. Do this to fucking Russia if you can. You can't because they have nukes. Suck my fucking dick, okay? There are people that you could do this to that would be valid, okay? And the world would cheer it on.
The terms and conditions. We have a complete embargo on all of their oil and their ability to do commerce. So for them to do commerce, they need our permission. For them to be able to run an economy, they need our permission. So the United States is in charge. The United States is running the country during this transition period.
If that's
true, obviously that doesn't mean that President Trump is setting the bus fare schedule inside the country.
So
doesn't mean that President Trump is assigning the K-12 curriculum in the country.
The indictment that the president and the military were acting on from 2020 was of 6 people. 2 of them were seized on Saturday by our special operators. There are 4 other individuals indicted who remain in Venezuela. Is the U.S. demanding that they be turned over? One of them is Maduro's son. One of them is a former government official. One is a current government official. And one of them is the head of Tren de Aragua, as I'm sure you know. Are they going to be turned over if President Trump is, in fact, running Venezuela in the way you describe?
Well, I don't want to. Obviously, we have to balance here, Jake, which I think you more than most understand. We have to balance between, of course, what I can say to you publicly versus very close hold conversations that might be happening privately. And I know you understand and respect that. But I'll answer the question in this way. There might be individuals who are fugitives from American justice that could become part of a future conversation. But it's also true that for government leaders inside of Venezuela, and as the president has said, right, we want an interim government that will respect the interests of the people of Venezuela, that wants a good, peaceful, secure future for Venezuela. So I would just say it this way. For those who may be indicted.
Yeah, you guys think he's being sincere? All the fucking Venezuelans are celebrating Andy's in the chat. You and Stephen Miller are on board, it seems. You guys, how does that make you feel? Does that make you like reconsider your stance a little bit or no? Am I crazy, or does Tapper look more like a bitch than normal here because Miller keeps steamrolling him? Yes. It's also because he has to be a bitch here, okay? Because his primary position here is to defend the interests of capital. And if your goal is to defend the interests of capital, you can actually make an aesthetic argument, okay? You can make an aesthetic, you can put forward like an aesthetic disagreement with like the way Trump conducted himself, but ultimately you agree with it. You've spent years and years talking about how Maduro is despotic, he's a tyrant, he's bloodthirsty, he's a monster, he's eating babies. Of course you're going to be like, oh, it's, I just don't really like the way you apprehended him, but maybe it was good. Like they can't even give Trump credit. I kind of understand why Republicans hate this shit, okay? I kind of understand why Republicans hate this shit because they're in the same game. Like when hogs turn around and say like, oh, these liberals are so fucking insincere. They're such little bitches. Like they won't even give Trump. They have Trump derangement syndrome. They're two-faced, okay? They won't give Trump credit. They won't give Trump credit. They're right. They're right. They're fucking right. Republicans are right when they get mad at the likes of Jake Tapper not giving Trump credit. Why are they right? Because these guys do agree with what Trump did. At the end of the day, I don't even think they give a fuck about how Trump was able to apprehend Maduro, as a matter of fact. They don't care either. But they have to make this like performative disagreement with anti-Trump sentiment. Yeah, if I was a hog, if I was a Republican, I'd be getting fucking mad too. And this is the inevitable ways in which liberals lose elections. This is the ways in which Democrats lose elections. This is the ways in which Democrats and liberals alike look inconsistent to the average person. Because if the average person is looking at the situation from afar going, okay, you guys told me this guy's fucking awful. He's a monster. He's murdering, torturing, all this stuff. Then who gives a fuck if Donald Trump came in with his big ass dick with our Delta Force, and killed a bunch of Venezuelans in a self-defense style situation and then extracted the fucking head of a state? That makes me feel powerful, right? Who cares? No one is going to fucking look at the situation and think, yeah, I just don't really like that Adolf Hitler was apprehended illegally, okay? It doesn't make sense. Liberals love making inconsistent points all the fucking time. It's so annoying.
The best choice they can possibly make is to be part of a constructive decision-making process for the future of Venezuela. The best decision they can make is to cooperate fully and completely with the United States to be part of building this brighter future for Venezuela during this interim period.
On another important topic, the premier of Greenland and the premier of Denmark and other Danish officials are responding to a Twitter post from your wife.
Yeah, dude. Yes, Katie, you're right. Chavez and Maduro rigged every election. They'd rigged every fucking election. Oh, as someone who is a dissident in my home country, okay, I understand where you're coming from, but what you're doing is cope, okay? Every fucking election is rigged. Every fucking election. Okay, brother. Every single one. I got it. Yeah. Not only did they rig their elections, they were so good at election rigging, they rigged the 2020 election and caused Trump to lose, too.
Miller, herself a former Trump White House official, showing Greenland covered with an American flag, saying soon. After that was posted, President Trump repeated the claim that the U.S. needs Greenland for national security reasons. The Danish prime minister responded to this in an interview earlier today, as reported by Bloomberg, quote, I believe one.
We critically support Maduro, but 2024 was definitely sus. Come on. No, I'm not talking about 2024. I'm talking about how they said every election was stolen. Okay? Yeah. Take it up with Jimmy Carter, not me. Okay? Take it up with Jimmy Carter. He's Mr. Venezuelan elections are fucking fair and free. Okay? Carter Institute's right there every time. That fucking peanut farmer, God rest his soul. Okay? I mean, he was shit too when he was in charge. At least he was fine after, you know. 2024 is the only one where there was no real vote tabulations that were ever presented by the Venezuelan government, okay? That's it. That's the only one that also the rest of the Latin American countries initially were suspicious about as well, including ideologically aligned Latin American countries in the region. However, as soon as the American government denied the election results, they all fucking immediately said, all right, never mind. Maduro's the rightful leader. And I covered it at the time. I covered it at the fucking time. I did. I talked about it at the time. There was some reason to be sus about Maduro's waning popularity. But also, the numbers that the opposition brought forward were fucking insane. They said they won 70% of the country. You're out of your fucking mind. I'm sorry. That is insane too. So yes, if the difference is like a 51-49 split, sure, that could have been the case. And that's still theft. Understandable. 70% is accurate, bro? Come on, brother, please. As someone, once again, with a lot of experience in this, okay, from my own personal experience with Turkey, a government cannot maintain a 70% unpopularity, okay? A 70% unpopularity, like an election where you win 30% is just not happening. It's just, you are not maintaining control over that country. The only way you can maintain control over that country is if you are aligned with America, okay? If you are an enemy state of America, if you're a foreign adversary, there's no fucking world. And yes, I know the National Lawyer Guild observed the election in 2024 and didn't observe any intimidation or suspect behavior around the election. I know. There were election monitors. I know. Türkiye Hasan'cığım, Türkiye değil. Doğru dedin. Doğru dedin abi. Vallahi yanlış yaptım. Türkiye. Eyvallah. Also, it's fucking utterly irrelevant in this situation, okay? You know what's the least democratic thing you can do? Going to a foreign nation, bombing it, killing a bunch of the people that are defending their homeland, and then extracting the fucking president. What are we talking about? Like, what do you mean? Oh, what about the Venezuelan democracy? Oh, I don't know. What about it? Is this the solution? Suck my dick. Get the fuck out of here.
Should take the American president seriously when he says that he wants Greenland, but I will also make it clear that if the U.S. chooses to attack another NATO country militarily, then everything stops, including NATO.
Yeah, not even Petro recognized the election. Still, you don't see him going on and on about Maduro. Exactly. That's why I said the only reason why I think that the last elections were maybe a little suspicious initially, and that's a totally separate bygone conclusion at this point. But the reason why I said that is because there were, both from Lula and Petro and numerous other countries that are normally aligned with Venezuela, both ideologically and symbolically, that were like, hold on, two things. Okay, look, if we're going to do any sort of criticism of Maduro hour here, okay, even though I think it's unproductive and silly and stupid, there are two instances where all of the other countries that normally would stand by Venezuela came out and said, hold on, you're fucking up. One was the 2024 elections, and the other was when Maduro was posturing about potentially invading Guyana. Okay? That's it. Those are the two instances where the rest of the countries that are normally aligned with Venezuela were like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You need to dial it back. Those were two instances that were definitely, Maduro maybe feeling the heat of his unpopularity, got a little too big for his own britches. Okay? Yeah, I am sure Venezuelan democracy will be very important if the people vote to not hand over oil for free and become an oil extraction slaves for the U.S. Yes, of course, it's not. And it's never been about democracy anyway. And I guess, like, in this circumstance, it's somewhat refreshing that the administration is not even claiming this shit, right? They're not. So why are we even arguing on it? They don't even give a fuck about democracy. They don't care.
and thus the security that has been established since the end of the Second World War. Can you rule out that the U.S. is ever going to try to take Greenland by force?
Well, let me go back a step.
Yeah, I heard Netanyahu. There's Netanyahu's case is judge killed in suspicious incident. I don't know how valid this story is. I saw, like fight tooks and stuff talking about it. God, I fucking love democracy. The only democracy in the world, not just the Middle East, but the only democracy in the world is real. But it's probably fake. That story seems a little strange. It's like one of those stories where it's like it seems too good to be true. Like it seems not too good to be true necessarily. How do I explain it? It seems too in line with like what I would suspect is happening in Israel. Oh my God. Wait. Modest and humble. Beersheba District Court President Benny Sagi dies in Highway 6 car crash. What the fuck? Wait, was he riding on a motorcycle? Police investigating the incident and leaders across Israel mourning his death. Beersheba District Court Chief Justice Benny Sagi died in an accident on Highway 6. Yeah, I mean, he was riding a motorcycle, dude. Okay, come on. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Bro, if I'm overseeing, if I'm a judge in Israel, I would probably stay away from helicopters and motorcycles, though, to be fair. And I would have a car that's from like 1987. You know what I mean? I don't know how involved this guy is in the actual case that we're talking about, but I'm just saying, like, what are you doing? Do not get into a car that has any like automated driving assist or anything like that. Do not ever get on a fucking motorcycle, and do not get in a helicopter. Mossad Chief said, beautiful day for a ride. Oh man. Yeah, you got to get an analog car. If these problematic white guy tier lists you're on there.
All
oh
right.
Shit. Where'd he put me?
Let me just get all of them up here. I gotta get them on the category. Hardcore race and Fantano are similar. I don't think Hassan had like hardcore racist activity at 15, partly just because he wasn't even in America. Hassan is the least ethnically white, the most psychologically white. And I think that's Hassan's biggest challenge. Now, I say this publicly because I've also told him this privately, that Hassan's biggest problem is his ego, and the amount of negative attention he gets makes for a volatile combination. Let me put the disclaimers out early. Hassan is a real motherfucker. I don't talk about it publicly because he wouldn't want to, but Hassan has done so many good things for a variety of real life political action situations that he does not talk about. Legit. I just leave it at that. Y'all never gonna get me to dislike Hassan based off content, because I've engaged with Hassan on real shit on new.
How much you pay for this promo? God damn it, dude. This is why I don't need haters. I already have haters in the chat. Okay? I've made haters my moderators. You see this? You ain't slick, bitch. Oh my God. Real TV. Thank you for the 70 gifted subs.
Numerous occasions, and he puts his money where his mouth is. He comes through in a way that I don't expect, and I know a lot of white creators, and I love a lot of them. I would call Hassan first. And on top of that, the irony of the black radical moment he had, the irony of the real bad look he had about a month ago, is that none of these white creators have read a lick of black political anything. That's the main problem with the white online left right now, is that they've all read Marx, they've all read Hegel, they've all read.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they have. I don't think most of the people have done that at all.
Insert white bearded guy here. Pretty much none of them have read Du Bois, have read Fanon, like basic 101 black figures in leftist theory. Hassan has, to a degree that if you actually go and you examine Hassan's takes when he gets into black people business from a political standpoint, as bad as it sometimes gets, and I have had issues with Hassan's takes at times, I also recognize where he's gotten certain shit from. Morris Moon says a lot of these white leftists are allergic to black intellectuals. They think it's all derivative of Marx. And that's just so untrue. I'm not saying he's the only one, mind you. I'm not saying he's the only one. I'm saying at his level, he's the only one. And I remember when I first realized that, I was like, oh, this motherfucker know a little bit. Now, the problem is Hassan streams 10 hours a day 6-7 days a week. And I've again told him this personally, you cannot be a normal, sensible person doing this that much.
I feel like I've maintained it somehow, you know, in spite of the treacherous media landscape, in spite of the medium itself being so against that like the medium is so awful for the purpose of delivering coherent messages about ongoing political things, you know? It's just so bad. I am weird though. I know. I don't think that it's like I'll be honest, like I know. It's just I don't know how I make it work. If I wasn't weird, I wouldn't be able to make this work, but I do. And it's not like I'm constantly demanding people to give me the fucking respect that I think I deserve, right? Cuz like I'll see so many people every now and then you know, come out and be like, "Oh man, this like these kick streamers, they've gotten out of control." And it's like it's the very same accounts that I know have shit on me because kick streamers have been fucking actively up my ass for like the past 4 years or so, right? People who were initially duped by those very same people when they first came out the market, who will then be like, why is nobody contesting this stuff? I don't know. You hate the guy who has been for fucking years now. No one cares about your beef with Kick. You eat on stream during interviews because you're hungry. Wait, what? I think I've done that like one time. I think I've literally eaten on stream with a friend, like interviewing or talking to a friend one time. And it was like fucking 6 p.m. or something. Like it was late in the day. Also, what do you... Sleepy Time P, I like this. You said you eat on stream? You've done it multiple times with Noah? Yeah, Noah. A person who literally stays in my house and is on stream for like 6 hours. Also, I like the air quotes for hungry because this implies that I'm faking being hungry. Or rather, this implies hunger is not a real condition. Oh, Mr. Hunger over here, performatively eating. Let's have some manners. This alleged hunger that you have, the only hunger that you have is to accumulate more capital. I knew it.
I am slowly going crazy right now. Damn, did I do 6-7 again? Fuck. I've only been on for like 2 hours. And in that 8-9 hours of streaming he does, 4 or 5 of those hours are just people telling Hasan how much they hate him. And him responding to that in real time. Nerd with the promise. Hasan's biggest issue is the nature of the platform and encourages those moments where he pops off at the wrong person because it's generally hard to differentiate from weirdos and sincere critique, but he can do a lot more that is honesty hard to pack in this message. Yeah, he engages with hate too much, and I do think that a lot of that is ego-based. When you have as big a platform as you have, and when you do have a strong set of very fervent fans, it's hard to remain balanced. And so Hasan actively chooses to put himself in that position, and that position will inevitably, once every 3 months, make Hasan do something that looks ass. That's my Hasan take for future reference. Hasan is not perfect. Hasan is not the extent of what the left should be. Hasan's politics, I probably am 90% aligned with, and that other 10% does annoy me sometimes, but I'm sure you can say the same thing about him. If he would just find the spirit to pull back from this machine more, he would probably be more effective. Let's get to the man that has moved up this list more than anyone that I'm almost scared to talk about.
Is that C tier? Never mind. You didn't pay him shit. Yeah, he put me in. Will associate with publicly, but I will not get a plate. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can't believe that I don't even get a plate. Wait, what's the top of the tier? Invited to the cookout. Will bring a plate. Will associate with publicly. Okay, let's see. Let's see once there's more of this stuff. Oh, wow. His assessment, he has a... Whoa, this is crazy. He has like a very... It's tough. Does anyone get cookout or no? No one gets cookout. Dude, John Brown doesn't even get invited to the cookout. That's... Okay, that makes sense. Okay, then now I get it. Now I get it. It's not supposed to be. It's not, that's a trick. That's a trick. Okay. The trick is nobody gets invited to the cookout. And even if you think you would get invited to the cookout, that means you're only getting, at most, will bring a plate or potentially will associate with publicly. Noah above you is crazy. I mean, Noah doesn't stream, so he doesn't have the fucking same pop. Noah doesn't stream as much, rather. So he doesn't have, so he doesn't get to have the same like pop off moments. You know what I mean? Will observe from a distance. Norm Finkelstein, Bad Empanada, Bo Burnham, Timothy Chalamet. Oh, that's funny. What are your pop-up moments that you're talking about? Like when I yelled at a chatter who was like, "You never talk about Sudan," while I was in the process of talking about how like, no, all black people are not going to vote for Eric Adams. That's insane. And a chatter straight up said, "You don't know anything about black people," implying, yes, they will all vote for Eric Adams in New York mayoral race. And that I don't know anything about black people because I don't talk about Sudan, or I only talk about black people when, I don't know. I just like, I don't know. It was some fucking bullshit. They weren't wrong. Yes. Famously, every black person voted for Eric Adams. And I said, I hit the hard B, and I said black people with the hard B, which I didn't even know was a thing. Go ahead, say black then if they weren't wrong. What? That's what I thought? No, black people. See, I said it with a soft. When Nicki Minaj spoke, Noah's ass sat back and listened. John Brown would probably not be too fun to be around. As a black chatter, I think it's crazy FD isn't inviting John Brown to the cookout. I mean, he probably would not be too fun. Also, he was literally invited to the ultimate cookout. I mean, he was invited to Frederick Douglass's cookout, okay? And even Frederick Douglass was like, "You're a little too crazy. You're a little too crazy for me, white boy." I mean, that's real. That's a real thing. That's a real thing that happened. That's not even a joke. I'm not like even exaggerating. Do you think John Brown was corked up? Yes, dude. He was I mean, look, he was righteous, okay? He was moral, but he was fucking insane as well. Of course he was. But sometimes, you know, the world is so violent, and the systems that we exist under, that we normalize in our minds, is so violent that you kind of need someone who's just insane like that, you know? It is by no measure of mental health to be well adjusted to a genuinely unwell reality. And he was not mentally well adjusted to the reality of chattel slavery. Yeah, John Brown was scaring the hoes. It's true.
The president has been clear for months now. So I know you're treating this as breaking news. The president has been clear for months now that the United States should be the nation that has Greenland as part of our overall security apparatus. The United
right,
States,
but your wife posted that like hours after the Venezuela operation.
No, but
that's why it's newly.
Wait, what? Schumer, I asked for assurances that they were not planning operations in other countries like Colombia and Cuba, and I was very disappointed in their answer. Oh my fucking God. Oh no.
I asked for some assurances that they were not planning operations in other countries, and I named a few of the ones you mentioned, including Colombia and Cuba, and I was very, very disappointed in their answer.
What level of cuck is this? I don't even know, brother. I don't think there's words in the English language. I mean, dude, he's not even, I mean, dude, I don't know what to tell you. Like, maybe it's because he's so fucking weak that the administration sees no reason not to tell him the truth. Like, they're just like, yeah, of course we're going to do that. What the fuck are you going to do about it? I asked for a pinky promise and they wouldn't even give me that. Yeah. Maybe he means he's disappointed because the Trump administration said they're not going to invade Cuba and invade Colombia, and he wants them to do it. I don't know. Maybe that's the point. Maybe that's why he's disappointed. Or maybe he's disappointed because he doesn't get to have a say in it. I don't know. They would not invite me to the They would not invite me to the military planning seminar. Did you hear that desk tap? The Trump regime is so cooked. Chuck is back, baby. That's right. That's right. Chuck is back, and can't wait from Hakeem Jeffries as well. Okay. Given what's happened in Venezuela, do you regret your vote to confirm Marco Rubio as Secretary of State? Bernie Sanders, I will never forgive you for also doing the same. For the record, you knew who Marco Rubio was, and you fucking voted for him. Let's be real. That was ridiculous. Okay. Another moment, another uniparty moment right there.
I am deeply, deeply disappointed in Marco Rubio even before Venezuela. And
You know what it is? Even for people like Bernie Sanders, I think like either they don't give a shit or they just don't want to eat that fucking constant flow of anger and resentment. We have so thoroughly destroyed leftist commentary and leftist positioning in this goddamn country because anytime you're right but too early, people just fucking yell at you. And for the longest time, Bernie used to actually have a consistent position that was like totally independent. Like, I think older Bernie would not have fucking given a vote for Marco Rubio. Straight up. And I think they just like the most charitable interpretation of events is not that he is like, AOCIA and Bernie SS Sanders, okay? But instead, or not older Bernie, I meant younger Bernie, like in the old days, okay? Bernie's too old to give a fuck about what people think. He's a coward, Brody. I think so. It's crazy to me because like Democrats, they used to have, like for all of the criticisms that I have for the Democratic Party, there was legitimately like an anti-war coalition amongst the Democrats. There was also an anti-war coalition amongst the conservatives as well back in the day. But like there was like at least some Democrats and what we would regard as like cranks, I guess, that would stand against intervention, that would literally say like, nah, it's fucked up. Don't shit on Bernie. He's done more than you. I mean, I agree with that, but it sucks that, the best we have in the Senate is what? Bernie Sanders. And this is, he fucking voted for Marco Rubio. Let's be real. They move with the political spectrum. It expanded too much material logic. If you don't play politics, you now have to change your position. What is this? Gaming's black. Jesus. Bro's been in politics long enough to be chained. The way the L rolls off her tongue sounds prejudiced. Listen to the way you say black, shaking my head. Kidding. Please don't eat me. I just think like, no, it's that person is memeing. But I think like maybe he's like, maybe he thinks he's a representation of like this broader movement, and therefore he has to like think carefully and stuff. But I think there's no reason for it, and that's the most charitable interpretation. The least charitable interpretation is that he just straight up doesn't give a fuck, and he doesn't care that America is doing endless imperial conquest overseas. It's just inconsistent in comparison to his positions in the past. That's why. Yeah, this is what I mean. It's nonsense to say Rubio was going to pass anyway, while true younger Bernie was standing in opposition solo to various conflicts. The left must not give in and not be roadblocks. Yeah. I don't disagree with you. That's why I'm saying like younger Bernie Sanders would have never fucking done that.
Even more so now.
Obviously, there's like plenty of other demons in Congress, so I don't really care about fucking criticizing Bernie all that much at the end of the day, because, you got to grade him on a curve. But like, god damn, dude, that is fucking unacceptable. Like, you did that shit.
This show we had on White House advisor Stephen Miller, and he characterized the U.S. involvement in Venezuela as a, quote, ongoing military operation. And then when I asked, well, who's running Venezuela, who's in charge, he said this. Take a listen.
By definition, we are in charge because we have the United States military stationed outside the country. We set the terms and conditions. We have a complete embargo on all of their oil and their ability.
In France, socialists betray the Popular Front and will get decimated at the election. Look at LFI in France. I don't even want to. Dude, we need to be militant in our organizing. We need to be disciplined in our organizing. The Socialist Party in France is, I'm not going to say anything, but I think we are in Weimar. It's worse. It's so much worse than being in Weimar, because at least in Weimar, there was militant organizing. There was a real communist party. Sure, there were infighting with the Social Democrats and whatnot, but there was a real genuine militant socialist and communist movement. There was even a revolution. It failed, but there was one, right? There was an attempt. So Weimar 2 is even worse. Weimar 2 is so much worse because guess what? Nazi Germany is a nuclear superpower and is the hegemonic superpower that dominates the entire globe. Nazi Germany at the time, or, what became Nazi Germany, did not have the capacity to literally be anywhere around the planet, okay? Control every fucking supply line, every trade route around the planet. with 800 plus military bases that we know of, with potentially thousands of military bases, that wrote the constitution of all these other countries in the aftermath of World War II, that have nuclear arms, with no real competition in the international stage. There was no more USSR after the 90s. It's an unstoppable force. And the only reason why America is even like remotely failing in ways that we can see is because we do not have any enemies to constantly compete against. We've destroyed them. And therefore now capitalism is won. So capitalism is inevitably worsening the contradictions since the fucking 90s, supercharging its unlimited greed. But yeah, our organizing efforts are nowhere near, even in the 20s, America had a more robust communist movement, a more robust socialist movement, a more successful trade unionist movement. We don't have any of that shit. We don't have it at all. All we have is 100 years of fucking hatred against the left. Red Scare propaganda. It sucks.
To do commerce. So for them to do commerce, they need our permission. For them to be able to run an economy, they need our permission. So the United States is in charge. The United States is running the country during this transition period.
What's your response, sir?
Well, that's the definition.
You say Revolutionary Communists of America is a good organization to build a militant movement? You're fucking joking, right? Your name is Left is Best. You're a Majority Report chatter. There is 0% chance that you're actually a RevCom, or actually maybe you are. I don't know. RCA is different than Revolutionary Communists, right? Revolutionary Communists of America is Trot, right? Isn't it separate? RCA, CIAIP. Also, what do you call it? No, not Bob Avakian. And also, Sam is a social democrat. That's why I'm laughing.
Mr. Miller gave a very good definition of imperialism. And that's not new. I mean, England did it, France did it, countries all over the world historically have done it, the United States has done it. We are powerful. We have the strongest military.
Oh, I haven't heard Bernie talk about imperialism like that with well-defined terms in a minute.
On Earth, we can run any country we want. Is that really the kind of America that our people want? I don't think so. I think they would rather us pay attention to improving our broken healthcare system, making.
Also, as I said yesterday, support for Maduro's ousting with the military campaign went up to 37%, and opposition is at 38% now. So just so you guys understand, as I said, the media kicked in and they did what they were supposed to, which is get you to come to terms with why this was awesome. So it worked. So when you see fucking Harry Emden talking about it later today, which we will cover in a little bit, consent has been manufactured.
Ensure that workers have decent wages, dealing with the housing crisis, which is so significant in virtually every state in this country. But Mr. Miller did a very good job in describing what imperialism is all about.
Today, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican of South Dakota, said he doesn't believe the White House needed congressional authorization for the.
You do it too by saying Maduro is bad? Wait, what? For the last Shut up, bitch. Shut up. Take an hour off.
Operation. You have called on Congress to pass a war powers resolution to end this military operation that you call illegal. Would that war powers resolution have the support of any of your Republican colleagues who obviously control the majority of the Senate?
Well, I think it will, but you've got to ask them how many. Look, we have, in so many ways, a president who ignores the Constitution and the rule of law. The Constitution is quite clear. It is Congress that determines issues of war and peace. This was not a national emergency. This was not 9/11. This was not, Pearl Harbor. This was a premeditated attack. Congress should have been informed, and I strongly support a war powers resolution.
Senator Bernie Sanders to President Trump saying he is the top person in charge of Venezuela.
Well, during his campaign, Jake, as we all recall, Trump said, America first. Well, last I heard, 60% of the people in this country, in America, are living paycheck to paycheck. People can't afford housing or groceries. Our healthcare system is collapsing right now. So maybe instead of trying to run Venezuela, the president might try to do a better job running the United States of America. That's number one. Number two, very importantly, I think what Trump has done is made the world significantly less safe. If the United
My least favorite argument here that a lot of people also do in this community as well was like, well, what if, now Russia is going to be able to invade Ukraine, or China is going to forcibly reunify with Taiwan or whatever. And it's like, brother, I don't think anybody needed the moral permission, okay? Let's be real. Let's be fucking real for a second. Especially after, if we're not going to factor in Afghanistan and Iraq or Libya or Syria or numerous other incursions, right? If we're just going to look at the last 2 years, do you really think that America has any leg to fucking stand on with moral consistency? Like, do you think that our adversaries, right, our state enemies, are looking at the situation and be like, well, now is the opportunity, because surely they won't be able to hypocritically fucking argue against us, right? Are we fucking serious? I mean, that's so dumb. Americans will never care about hypocrisy when it comes to attacking their fucking enemies, okay? I mean, look at the situation in Venezuela. It's so fucking dumb. I hate this argument that our foreign adversaries actually need moral permission from America or something. Yeah, the CNN, I said the CIA. The best one is CNN's absent of any actual evidence anyone in China is thinking this way. Appeals to the Chinese social media. Then if you read the article, cites 0 people on social media instead of supposedly paraphrasing a sentiment. Just completely made up bullshit. Maduro's capture is a blow to China, but on Chinese social media, it's being hailed as a blueprint for Taiwan. First of all, the Communist Party of China, if you're watching right now, okay, the Communist Party of China, this is a message from occupied America territory. Listen to me carefully. If you want to conduct a Maduro-style operation, do not actually go to Taiwan. Do not go to Chinese Taipei. Go directly to Tokyo, sirs. Sirs and ladies of the Central Committee, listen to my words. Listen to my words. If you're going to do a Maduro-style operation, go to Japan. Go to South Korea. Do not go to Chinese Taipei. I'm kidding. Take Australia. That's not a joke, actually. Finally, Australia is yours. Do Israel? They'll never do Israel. Too far. It's kind of funny because, like, people say, oh, what if China's going to do this to Taiwan? First of all, the reason why they won't do it to Taiwan, or if they do it, it'll be probably in a very different way, is because they're also Chinese. Like, you fundamentally misunderstand the Chinese government's position on this. They're also fucking Chinese. Like, it doesn't make any sense. If you were to say, like, oh, they're going to do this to the Philippines, maybe, sure. I mean, they haven't really done this in the past, at least, but like, maybe you have a better argument there, as the Philippines being like the only fucking country in China's backyard that isn't like engaging in like a joint security cooperative agreement because they're, America's lapdog. But like, people in Taiwan are also fucking Chinese. Like, what are we talking about? That's it. So when these guys, and not only that, but also it's such a funny way to look at and interpret like global leaders and how they analyze events, because like they make it seem as though the hypocrisy argument is one that global leadership cares about, right? Like, oh yeah, we were looking for an opportunity, we were really looking for an opportunity. No, it's just no one cares about this. Okay. And if there's one country that certainly doesn't care about coming across as hypocritical, it's the United States of America. So obviously we don't have any leg to fucking stand on. Like, it's so silly. If this shit worked, the hypocrisy argument worked, America would not do anything after, I was going to say Iraq. Then I thought, okay, Afghanistan. Then I thought, okay, well, there are numerous things before then. I don't know, Vietnam, Korea. It's just plenty of moments. Yeah, Gulf War, School of Americas, Jakarta, the entirety of the African continent on numerous occasions. Oh, anyway, let's just move on. The hypocrisy shit is just, it's irrelevant, okay? it's utterly irrelevant. I don't think it plays a role in the calculations that other countries are making. I think it's more so about like when is the opportunity that is ripe. Okay, when is a more opportune time, and how? There's a billion of these. I'm losing my mind. How did a story about a gross violation of international law, killing 80 people and extorting a country for oil by the United States, turn into a story about how sinister China is? China condemns Maduro capture, but some see it as a change to assert its global position. Trump's foray into Venezuela could embolden Russia's and China's own aggression. U.S. strike on Venezuela emboldened China's territorial claims. Claims Taiwan attack unlikely, analysts say. U.S. strike on Venezuela puts China's Taiwan saber rattling in focus. God, we are so fucking unimaginably gross and hypocritical on everything. I don't know, man. In terms of hypocrisy or shaming the United States, I don't think Europe gives a fuck about this sort of imperialism until arguably Iraq years later. No, Europe clearly doesn't care about this kind of imperialism because we know we asked the European leaders 2 days ago and every single one of them said, no, this was good actually. Hassan, I hate watch you, not because I hate you, but because I hate America and hope it will collapse, lol. Oh, man, that's funny. Me too. Okay, same to be honest. Okay, everybody needs to fucking shut up. A lot of you are coping. You will probably not see this happen in your lifetimes, or if you do, you won't be there to enjoy it. Okay, you won't be there. You won't live long enough to enjoy the bounties of this new system. And who knows who will actually rise from the ashes anyway. If EU LARPers were awake, they'd be really mad right now. Nobody loves defending American imperialism harder than the European Union chatters. Let's be real. Maybe not the ones that are in my chat, but like every single one of them in Asmongold's chat right now is just up. It's like 5 a.m. or however late it is in fucking Europe, and they're no-lifers that are just like, yes, I love the Amerikanische. I love it. Yes, I will vote for AFZ. I will vote for AFD, yeah. Oh, alternative for Deutschland. Oh, it's midnight here. I'm not going out, of course. Yes, I love it. I love it. I love America. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. Makes America great again. Yeah, very good. You guys are killing the Muslims. I will not be thinking about what the Amerikanische intervention in the region has led to a collapse of so many different governments that led to all the Muslim refugees coming to Deutschland, of course. I will not be thinking about that. I fucking hate the Muslims. I hate the Islam. Oh, yeah. I like to think that I'm American myself sometimes. It's so good. What a bad argument. AFD is unironically pro-China and pro-Russia and pro-America and anti-EU. Yeah, just like Giorgia Meloni was anti-NATO and anti-America. Remember that? Yes, AFD is a party of room readers. Okay? Just like every other fucking fascist party is in Europe. But if you think that those guys are unironically going to win any power, and then if they do win power, God forbid, use that to dismantle the European Union, for example, it's crazy. AFD would destroy NATO and increase anti-EU sentiment. Oh, well, I guess I'm pro-AFD then. You cannot be pro-America and anti-NATO, okay? And you cannot be German and be anti-EU anyway. It's even dumber than the British, the England hogs being anti-European Union. And we saw exactly how that worked out for them. Yes, they can. No, dude, I'm saying it's fake. I don't believe that the AFD is actually sincere in following through on their anti-EU and anti-NATO sentiment. I think they're lying. Brexit was fake too. No, Brexit wasn't fake. But also, England was already in a separate pile with respect to the European Union. England wasn't the primary driver of the European Union like Germany is. Germany and France, and Germany with a much higher priority, is the European Union. Do you see what I'm saying? But not even the European Union necessarily, but like especially the NATO part of it is so inconsistent because the NATO part is also, it just makes no sense because you just said openly, obviously, understandably, that the AFD is pro-America. Any country that's pro-America, any party that's pro-America is not going to be anti-NATO. They'll say they're anti-NATO, just like Giorgia Meloni did. but they won't actually follow through on being anti-NATO. Also, the AFD is also inconsistent on Israel too, from what I understand. So it's not like they're anti-Semitic, but also not fully anti-Semitic. Like, I don't even understand how the fuck any of that stuff works. They're German. It's too confusing for me. I just assume that they're lying because they're German Nazis. America is currently anti-NATO. Erdogan says he's anti-NATO. Exactly my point. Exactly my point. It's not. It's like how the original Nazis were saying Jews are both strong and weak. Jews are both in charge of all capitalism, but they're also in charge. Also invented socialism. They're just hitting every angle that they possibly can. Yeah, Jews are both communist and capitalist at the same time, but also monolithic. Because it's true, yes, there are capitalist Jews, there's communist Jews, right? But they're also monolithic and operating with the same interest in mind. Where's Kaya? Kaya, come here, lady. Come here, lady. Hello. You smell so bad. It's crazy. She's going to get groomed tomorrow. Rio TV, thank you for the 11 gifted subs. Okay, wait, get out of there. Get out of there. Kaya, place. Defiant. So you admit to grooming your dog? Yes. Add that to, do you think that the weak Ukrainian response will come back to bite them in the ass in the future? No. Again, the hypocrisy stuff doesn't matter. Oh my God, I can't believe Ukraine is actually fucking supporting America doing Russia shit to Venezuela. Oh wow, that's so shocking. No, it's not fucking shocking at all. Have you been paying attention? Hypocrisy doesn't matter. It only matters to people who think it matters. When it comes down to like state action, none of that fucking matters. Yeah, of course they don't give a shit. I mean, look at the Ukraine response to Gaza. Also, I mean, it's just like Ukraine has, I mean, here, dude, if you want to see what Ukraine's take is on, unjustifiable military incursions far before we talk about, Venezuela, there it is. None of that shit matters. What are we talking about? Liberals, don't they realize the hypocrisy? Everyone else ignoring the hypocrisy? Yeah, the hypocrisy stuff is just so stupid to me when it comes. I mean, I use it all the time because it's like very effective in communication. It's very effective in like driving home a point, right? For the average person to understand certain things, but it's completely ineffective when you're trying to talk about a nation state and how they will operate. Do you see what I mean? And like, I don't even think nation states give a shit about using hypocrisy as an argument. I mean, like Russia tries to use it. America uses it all the fucking time, but ultimately it's more so about like, it's more so about how much you can pump that propaganda out there rather than the efficiency of the hypocrisy argument. Because at the end of the day, Might is right. Crazy how the U.S. media keeps making brazen U.S. war crimes somehow about evil Chinese is genuinely impressive. Yeah. How the Donroe Doctrine reinforces Xi's vision of power in Asia. Like, if the hypocrisy argument has been called you out about never talking about Iran, no, I talk about Iran all the time. I am in support of the Ayatollah getting a nuke immediately. Ayatollah Khamenei, get a nuke now, please. Please heed my warning. Ayatollah Khamenei, stop posting on Twitter. Stop posting about, stop being a fucking fake demon on Twitter, okay? Ayatollah Khamenei, stop posting on Twitter. Do more cool stuff like the hacker unit that you have that released the fucking trove of Epstein emails. And also on top of that, if you would like to farm aura, you can farm aura in the same way that Kim Jong-un does when he postures in front of his nuclear missiles, his ICBMs. The Handala Group, you have my support. Handala Group, you have my support. I love you. You do incredible work. Ironically enough, incredible work that even dumbfuck Americans who hate Iran actually appreciate and enjoy. Like when you released the treasure trove of Jeffrey Epstein's emails. Do more stuff like that, please. Also, Ayatollah Khamenei, please get a nuke. Nuclear proliferation now. Not tomorrow, not a week from now, yesterday. There you go. Is that good? His Discord thinks you're avoiding showing the protest and that means you're being owned. Oh my God. Yeah, I was going to get destroyed if I showed the protest. Oh no. I can't believe it. The Iranian Islamic Republic is unpopular in Iran and America is activating whatever assets they have in the fucking country so they can foment even more discontent. I know. Well, it's out of my hands. The Ayatollah won't listen to me, even though I make direct demands towards him, like getting a nuke, for example. This would be very helpful, okay? It would be very helpful, Ayatollah Khamenei, if you got a nuke. But you won't get a nuke because you won't listen to me. Don't forget the Dongfeng missiles. Dongfeng missiles too. Ayatollah Khamenei, think about being the connective tissue between Pakistan. Think about how close you are to China in proximity in comparison to other countries. This could be a viable route for China. Put some high-speed rail down. Get some Dongfeng missiles. But most importantly, nuclear proliferation. You will not be able to maintain sovereignty without getting nukes. Also, the Keckler. Such a stupid name. What side are you on? Are you for real? I'm on the side of mankind. I'm on the side of humanity, no matter what country they are from. And the reality of the matter is, if you don't get nukes, you can't have sovereignty. That's it. Dude, you'll see more and more people are either going to be like straight up, more and more people are either going to be like insane fucking overt like white supremacist fascists, or they're going to be the people that everyone used to call tankies. Here's a truth nuke, if you will. In this day and age, if you do not have nuclear proliferation in your country and you are not existing, I mean, here, dude, Kim Jong-un, dynastic, silly, say whatever the fuck you want. Numbers on the board, Kim Jong-un sitting there, unfucked, okay? When you're outside in my mind, 'cause sometimes I look in her eyes and that's where beautiful. I find a glimpse of us. Beautiful. Look at that. It's so crazy because, like, I definitely was one of those guys where I was like, oh, I don't know, nuclear proliferation is scary to me. / why is this country using so much money and effort on nuclear proliferation rather than feeding the hungry? Like, I was definitely one of those guys back in the day, okay? One of those guys for sure. And let me tell you, I was fucking wrong. I was wrong. Oh, you want development in your country? First, you got to get a nuke. You got to develop a nuke first. And then you can do whatever development you want to do without fucking interference. He looks so fucking happy, bro. Is bad to take this nukes. Yeah, no, I'd be happy too. I'd be happy too. You know how happy I would be? Put me in charge of any country, okay, that is not existing within the U.S. like nuclear deterrence umbrella. Okay, I'm in the periphery. Put me in charge of a country. Instantly, I'm getting a nuke. Do you understand how fast I'm getting a nuke? Oh my God. First, I'm getting a nuke. I already explained it, okay? Party discipline, siege communism, one-party state, no more opposition. Every now and then I dangle a little bit of liberalization every now and then just to see like where things are, okay? As soon as someone is a naysayer, boom, jail, okay? Not capital punishment, just jail. Not exile. Certainly not exile. Never exile. That's not smart. Okay? Boom. Jail. I'm dishing out fucking development out the wazoo. People are like, no, this is communism. Don't give me free healthcare. Shut the fuck up. You're going to get healthcare and you're going to like it. You're like, no, you're giving me the gay vaccine. Doesn't matter, bitch. You just got vaccinated. Of course, obviously, I've already developed nukes in this process because let's be real. Because if I don't develop nukes, it's not happening. None of this stuff is happening. High-speed rail everywhere, government housing everywhere, a jobs program mandated by the state, controlling the flows of capital, okay? You can have, like, fake capitalism. I'll control the flows of fucking cash, and we're getting all of the fucking best engineers. We're getting all the fucking best minds that we can possibly find inside of the country to figure this shit out. Look at how Yugoslavia handled a smallpox outbreak. They were giving people shots and they got it down in like a week. Yeah. I'm educating the fuck out of the populace. They're saying, oh my God, I want to homeschool my children. Jail. Okay. Yeah, you can get the best possible education. Now, of course, jails are not going to look the same, right? Jails are they're woke. These are woke and gay ass jails. Okay. You'll get the best possible education, best possible food in those jails as well. So it's not really like a jail in the American sense because you are being rehabilitated in those jails. The jails are both woke and gay. Make no mistake. Okay? But you are getting rehabilitated in those jails for sure. And educated. Definitely. You're like, no, I want to be a hog. Sorry, can't be a hog. You are going to read a book. No, I don't want to read. I don't want to learn how to read. Nope, sorry. You are now literate. Apologies, not accepted. But will the fascists get to keep their newspapers? Fuck no. Absolutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Anytime there is vertical or horizontal integration taking place, jail. Okay, maybe not jail, but I'm just not letting that happen. I'm saying, nope, that's not happening, okay? We're trust busting like a motherfucker, okay? There's no, like, big business owners owning newspapers or news media outlets. No, that's not fucking happening. What? Oh, so you can fucking have a propaganda organ that you can funnel CIA talking points through to foment discontent and counter-revolutionary behavior? Fuck no. Boom. 15-minute cities for all. You are going to have walkable cities where you can go. You are going to have walkable cities where you can go and you know, get whatever treats you need to get. Treats are flowing. Treats are flowing through the fucking streets. Bountiful, prosperous. How is it remotely legal for one country to say, I want Greenland and take it? Well, when that country is America, you can kind of do that. Just imagine if it was, just imagine. Whenever America does something, just close your eyes and think like, what would that feel like in America if like Vladimir Putin said that? But I'm a fat hog who wants to drive his pickup truck because my small dick 40 minutes to anything or anywhere. Jail. No, I'm kidding. But will I have a toothbrush? No toothbrush for you, comrade. It's our toothbrush now. Believe it or not, directly to jail. It's like the Parks and Rec Venezuela meme.
Cause sometimes I look in her eyes and that's where I find a glimpse of us.
These fake demon / get nukes memes never get old.
Will keep you in a jersey, but not.
But he's still tweeting with 0 nukes in the inventory.
The way you look will keep you in a jersey, but not for long. He looked the part. Everything. I mean, gadoosh, 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 gadoosh. But bro, gadoosh. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. That fan favorite is only a fan favorite when you're a young player or you're a productive player. You don't get to be a fan favorite when you're doing the bare minimum. You're no longer a rookie anymore, bro. The way you...
It's true. It's true. It's true. Yeah. No more tweeting big words with 0 nukes in the inventory. Okay? The cookies one is better. I agree. The cookie rant is even better. 1 nuke and 1 ICBM for every person on the planet will solve everything. I agree. You can't silence a poet. Yeah, well, sooner or later, that poet's going to need some nuclear arms, okay? Because if it's not about me silencing said poet, it's about me hoping that the poet still has a voice to sing, okay? Because if the poet wants to see the next morning, he's going to need to get nuclear arsenal right now and intercontinental ballistic missiles. Do you understand? A delivery mechanism and also enriched uranium. Sir, heed my warning. Put the uranium-235 in the bag, little bro. Iran linked with China with rails but no nukes? Yes, bro. Everyone is fucking gatekeeping. It's lame as hell. I think even China like tried to stop North Korea from getting nukes too. It's lame as fuck, brother. Every major power is so scared of other smaller powers, especially ones that are their neighbors, having an even playing field, okay? They do not want their sovereignty. They do not want to maybe potentially threaten their future goals. Dude, you're acting like America isn't known for nuking cities. Wait, what? No, that's why I'm saying you need nukes. What the fuck? Hey, what? Real quick, which Russian city has America nuked? Okay, let's take it one step further. Which North Korean city has America nuked since North Korea got a nuke? Also, House of Electric Love, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. The day Iran does get a nuke, Israel will nuke every city in Iran. We find out very quickly how many nukes they had. Brother, the beautiful point about that is that when you do have nukes, Israel can't nuke you, actually. Every day that goes by that Iran doesn't have nukes is a day where Israel is closer to hitting the button. I'm going to ask one more time. How many cities in Korea since post-nukes have been nuked in Korea? Because this goes back to the previous argument, right? People were talking about this before, where they were like, "Oh, how did Cuba actually fucking survive? Being slammed in the ass cheeks of the largest imperial hegemon." Okay, and it's because of fucking USSR. Like, listen, the reality of the matter is, like it, love it, hate it, doesn't matter. These motherfuckers were real ones. Okay. They really were. There were a lot of issues with the USSR. Make no mistake. But they were with that shit. Okay? They did not fuck around. They were with that shit. They would just be like, all right, well, we got nukes. Don't fucking, there's a limit to what they would allow America to do. The Cuban Missile Crisis was Cuba? No, the Cuban Missile Crisis was because of Turkey. America fucked around and brought Turkey into the equation with NATO and put missile bases directly in the ass cheeks of the USSR. So obviously they went and they got themselves an island nation that they wanted to defend. How did a small exposed island like Cuba with no effective deterrence manage to exist for decades with an aggressive, belligerent, grudge-bearing superpower and a politically influential, radicalized diaspora right next door? I find this so baffling, he says. And I responded with, long live the eternal, unbreakable friendship and cooperation between the Soviet and Cuban peoples. There's suspicion. I don't think this is the case, but there are people speculating that America still fears that Cuba might have some nukes, and that's part of the reason why post 90s they never invaded. But I think the more reasonable assessment is that America was too busy with the global war on terror to fucking worry about Cuba, and didn't see Cuba as a real threat. Like, there was a period between the 90s and 2000s where they were sincerely thinking about it. I don't think the nuke part is true. Yeah, I don't think so. I just like to lie and hope that it is. He did the double dick suck again, but this time with the tongue. Wait, he did? The Hassanabi Doctrine worked with international law, no longer the case. No, the Hassanabi Doctrine works in the absence of fake bullshit international law, because Hassanabi knows that international law was always fake and phony. That's why the Hassanabi Doctrine is permanent. That's why the Hassanabi Doctrine is eternal. That's why the Hassanabi Doctrine is both love and life. International law has always been fake nonsense that America has used to dominate other countries.
States can attack and kidnap the president of Venezuela, who clearly is corrupt, clearly...
Oh, Bernie fucking Christ.
Yeah.
What?
I want to really, yeah.
Yo, he's feeling himself, dude. Hey, yo. Anyway, yeah, Bernie. Oh, he's corrupt.
He's a bad news guy, but he's the president there. If we can do that, what is stopping any other country on earth, for whatever reason, or terrorist organizations from launching military attacks? Trump has violated international law, and that is going to make all of us, I think, less safe.
So just to play devil's advocate, Maduro ran a corrupt regime. He repressed his people. He was elected president.
Oh, Jake. Oh, God. Fake tapper, bro. Fake tapper. You're so fake.
But that was a long time ago. And since then, he's canceled elections. There's been fraud. He's been ignoring elections. Opposition has had to flee, et cetera, et cetera.
This is what I mean when I say liberals are not with it. They're not. They don't even want to make a actual competent response to the Trump administration. They're not with it. Even if you personally believe Maduro sucks dick, you should never say that right now. You just shouldn't. Liberals love talking about, oh, we got to fight fire with fire, but they never want to. They don't. And it leads me to believe that either they're fucking permanent losers who just can't comprehend why they're constantly losing, or they actually like it. Hassan on Chapo 1000. Wait, what?
He was indicted in the U.S. What should the U.S. have done? I mean, sanctions weren't working.
Let me give you an example. You're quite right about your description of Maduro. This is, a corrupt dictator, anti-democratic guy. But you know what? You know who's also a corrupt dictator and an anti-democratic guy? MBS, the guy who leads Saudi Arabia. He was, according to the American intelligence agencies, involved in the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, a Washington Post correspondent. He runs a dictatorship. He owns the whole country. Well, are we going to invade Saudi Arabia, or do we pick...
Oh, come on. Don't threaten me with a good time, Bernie! Dog! Don't threaten me with a good time. Saudi Arabia does not have nukes yet. America is planning on giving them nukes, but they don't currently have nukes. I'm just saying, fuck. Once again, before people go, doesn't seem to be inconsistent, sweetie. Mohammed bin Salman is infinitely worse than Maduro. And so is Benjamin Netanyahu. Do not fucking try to come in here and be like, so you do actually like military intervention. Yes, I do, when it's valid. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and be like, I can't believe that we're going to be taking out Adolf Hitler, you know? Like, yeah, no, yes, there's a difference between leaders who deserve it and leaders who don't. To be fair, though, I don't think America would do it, and or America would do it for righteous purpose anyway. So it doesn't even fucking matter. So I'm against it regardless if America's doing it, unless it's Benjamin Netanyahu, in which case I am in support of it. Kyle over here, curious if she gets a nuke, will she have sovereignty over playtime? If she got a nuke, she would eat it. She's fat.
We can choose the bad guys that we want to punish. Bottom line is, it's a tough world out there, and Maduro is a bad news guy, and we got to support democratic forces in Venezuela and all over this country to fight for democracy. But that is not Trump's goal. Trump has made it clear he wants to take Venezuela's oil. Last I heard, this is what imperialism is all about. And I suspect that people all over the world are.
What a centrist-ass position from Bernie Law. How is Platter outflanking Bernie by so much recently? He's a bad news guy. I mean, at least he's not saying like, I mean, he leaned into the corrupt tyrant dictator shit, but nowhere near as bad as like most prominent Democrats are. But even then, it's just like so dumb.
Saying, wow, we're going back to where we were 100 years ago or 50 years ago, where the big, powerful countries were exploiting poorer countries for their natural resources.
Yeah, this is imperialism. Nothing America's done prior to this is imperialism.
Last point I would make, Jake.
This man is a socialist. Okay. Come on, man. It's so hard for me to listen to Bernie Sanders when he talks like this. It's like, bro, you know better. You know better. You know better. What are we doing?
In countries like China and other countries around the world, they are moving aggressively away from fossil fuel, not only for climate, but because solar and other sustainable energies are cheaper. Why Trump wants to prop up the fossil fuel industry is something he will have to explain to the American people.
Saying USA deposing MBS is wild. I hate the guy, but he's as morally corrupt as most Western leaders. Okay, first of all, if we're applying that standard, then no one except for like maybe Benjamin Netanyahu and American presidents are valid for deposition. Okay? Like, MBS did do a fuck ton of damage in Yemen, okay? And so did the United Arab Emirates too. So there's a lot going on there, you know. I was just using that as a silly little throwaway. Oh, okay. So all right. I just want to give you guys UAE with Sudan and also Yemen, Saudi Arabia, also Yemen. Like there's a lot that Saudi Arabia has done that is, before we talk about how they chopped up Jamal Khashoggi, you know? So I'm just going to give you guys a trigger warning. You're about to see something crazy, okay? This is probably the least feminist I have ever been. I am going to show you a woman groveling, okay? And I don't want to show this to you, and I know it's fucked up, but like, if you have any sort of sensitivities about this sort of thing, I'm just going to let you know you are about to see women's wrongs, okay? You are about to see women's wrongs. I just specifically, a Nobel Peace Prize winner, as a matter of fact. It will be offensive. This is Maria Machado talking to Sean Hannity, but she's not really talking to Sean Hannity. She's serving an audience of one, as people like to say. Not me, other people like saying that, even though I'm saying that right now. She's talking to Donald Trump directly.
Now, following the capture of Maduro over the weekend and the end of his horrific regime, the question remains, who will...
The horrific regime. Yeah, I'm glad that Bernie, Jake Tapper, Sean Hannity, Kamala Harris, everyone's on the same wavelength, by the way. But of course, there is no uniparty consensus on foreign policy. Oh, no, I'm crazy. That's just leftist gobbledygook, okay? That's just totally made up. How dare you say such a thing?
Succeed the brutal dictator and bring much needed change and freedom to the country. One name making headlines is Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado. Remember, she rose to prominence after winning the independently run opposition presidential primary with more than 92% of the vote before Maduro then dictated that she be taken off the ballot. Now, that was only back in 2023. In the hours following the successful raid and the arrest of Maduro, Machado posted on X saying, quote, Venezuelans, the hour of freedom has arrived. Now, remember, upon winning the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize, Maria dedicated that prize and award to President Trump. She said on X, quote, in part, I dedicate this prize to the suffering people of Venezuela and to President Trump for his decisive support of our cause. But that is far from the only praise she has given President Trump. Now, following his decisive victory against Kamala Harris, she congratulated the president, promised that the rightful democratic government of Venezuela would be a reliable ally to the U.S. Now, she was also quick to thank President Trump for his, quote, firmness and determination in upholding the law after Maduro was ousted. In fact, since he won in November of 2024, Maria Corina Machado has thanked President Trump and his support and commended his resolve to help the people of Venezuela many, many times, publicly and on X and elsewhere. She joins us now for an exclusive interview. Maria, it's good to see you again. How are you?
I'm fine, and I want to thank you, Sean, you personally and Fox News for the incredible support you have given throughout all this long journey for the cause of democracy of our people in Venezuela.
Let's go back to 2023. You won 92% of the vote to be the opposition leader.
I'm Venezuelan, and I don't like Trump, but he's right. I used to work in the oil industry back home, and you wouldn't believe how much money the government owes to the U.S. companies, and doesn't make any sense that we have more oil than Saudi Arabia, and our minimum wage is $3 per month, and the country looks like shit. I mean, it kind of does make sense when you think about what America has done. That's kind of the point. Like, when you look at Saudi Arabia, which was servile to American interests in foreign policy, well, until they weren't, actually. There was a point where Saudi Arabia used to flex nuts with the power that they had, but they packed that shit up real quick. And now they no longer do that, right? I mean, this chatter is not wrong. This chatter is not wrong at all. He's right. I mean, it's true. Venezuela is fucking dirt poor. Venezuela is dirt poor. In spite of having these massive fucking, this massive reserve of heavy crude in the country. One must ask the question, why? Why is it that other single resource economies are incredibly wealthy when Venezuela is not? And it's because America punishes you endlessly when you don't play ball. Sometimes they punish you one time, and then you never repeat the mistake in your family ever again, like Saudi Arabia. Eyvallah babacığım. Teşekkürler. If you don't kiss the ring and you want to have sovereignty, America will punish you.
Maduro prevented you from being on the ballot. How was he able to do that?
Well, because they absolutely control the judiciary system and also the electoral council. So it was a miracle. Everybody told us it was impossible to carry independent elections in a primary process. And we were able to bring the country together to carry these elections organized by civil society with millions of people participating. And the fact is that cowardly, he feared us, he feared me, Maduro, so he thought that by banning me, he would stop us from winning. But
bro, you are literally a CIA agent, and you participated in a coup already. Why would anybody let you run for like, what country wouldn't just throw you in jail permanently? This is what I don't understand. Like, this is what I mean when I say these guys are kind of fucking weak, okay? No disrespect, but like on what planet do you actually facilitate a fucking coup? The coup fails and you don't go to jail permanently. Like, what are we doing? I mean, I guess America is the only fucking stupid ass country. I'm saying this on January 6th. Oh my God, I'm saying it on January 6th. It is precisely the point, chat. Okay, I'm saying this on January 6th. It makes it even funnier. Yes. There's only one other fucking dumbass country where you can have a fucking president that gets annoyed with the democratic results and does an insurrection and then doesn't go to fucking jail. Happy Liberation Day, everybody. Happy Ashley Babbitt Remembrance Day. We know from our own personal experience what happens when you don't actually literally punish the leadership that facilitated a failed coup, a failed insurrection.
Exactly the opposite happened. Edmundo González Urrutia standing in my place, and we moved all around the country and managed to bring a country together and defeated Maduro by a landslide with incredible, under extreme conditions, unfair conditions, Sean.
Well, that was the person that replaced you and that you're very close to. But let me go back.
Yeah, follow-up question. Why does the president think you're unpopular as dog shit then? If you're so popular, does the president, Donald Trump, not want a popular leader to take place as the interim presidency?
And talk about it. You stayed in the country, but you were hiding within your country until you went to receive the Nobel Peace Prize. And I want you to tell us, you never went back at that point. Did you not go back because you feared for your life? And tell us, I mean, it's not very usual that people will dedicate the Nobel Peace Prize to the leader of a different country and say publicly, he deserves this more than I do. But you did that.
Let me be very clear. As soon as I learned that we had been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, I dedicated to President Trump because I believed at that point that he deserved it. And a lot of people, most people said it was impossible to achieve what he has just done on Saturday, January 3rd. So if I believed he deserved it on October,
Bro, we're doing women's wrongs, man. We're doing women's rights and women's wrongs, okay? This is the most pathetic thing I've ever fucking seen in my life.
Now, I think he has proven to the world what he means. I mean, January 3rd will go down in history as the day justice defeated a tyranny. It's a milestone, and it's not only huge for the Venezuelan people and our future, I think it's a huge step for humanity, for freedom and human dignity.
Have you spoken with President Trump since then?
I spoke with President Trump on...
Who was it? Was it Kwame Ture who said, if the imam in Mecca and the devil were fighting against America, I would... sorry. If the imam in Mecca and America were fighting alongside one another against the devil's forces, I would side with the devil? Just saying.
October 10th, the same day the prize was announced. Not since then, but I do want to say today, on behalf of the Venezuelan people, how grateful we are for his courageous vision, the actions, historical actions he has taken against this narco-terrorist regime to start dismantling this structure and bringing Maduro to justice, which means that 30 million Venezuelans are now closer to freedom, but also that the United States of America is a safer country nowadays.
Right. Did you at any point offer to give him the Nobel Peace Prize? Did that actually happen? I had read that.
Wow, what a important questions by Sean Hannity. Thank you, Sean. I'm glad you're asking all the right questions here and not like anything remotely interesting. Like, why do you think the president thinks you're unpopular if you're claiming that your party won so much support?
Somewhere. I wasn't sure if it was true.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, but I certainly would love to be able to personally tell him that we believe the Venezuelan people, because this is a prize of the Venezuelan people, certainly want to give it to him and share it with him. What he has done.
Khamenei is murdering our people. Do you hate Trump so much rather than Khamenei keep murdering people than Trump attacking and taking control of Iran? Yes. Yeah. Like 100%. I have no love for any sort of repressive, Islamic Republic style form of governance, but bad take? Really? I mean, I've seen it too many times. Are you really serious? Did I stutter? Yes. Guys, I'm a lesser evil voter. I'm a lesser evil voter always, okay? I'm a lesser evil voter. Between America doing to Iran what it did to Iraq versus Iran continuing to operate as it is? Yes. The fuck? This is what FD was talking about, by the way. Wait, what? I don't even think FD disagrees with me on this. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Brother, why is the Ayatollah in charge in Iran? Why is the Ayatollah controlling Iran right now? How did this happen? It is because of American intervention that it happened in the first place. What the fuck are we talking about? God damn. People are so stupid.
As I said, it's historic. It's a huge step towards a democratic transition. And I want to convey this to the American people, Sean. A free Venezuela means, first, a security ally, dismantling the criminal.
That's wrong. If he's, he said, if I was the Imam of Mecca and America went to war with the devil, I would join the devil. Oh, okay. I thought he said, if the Imam of Mecca and America went to war with the devil, I would join the devil.
Hub of the Americas and turning it into a security shield, the strongest ally to dismantle all these criminal structures that have made, so much damage and harm to our people and to the American people as well. Secondly, we will turn Venezuela into the energy hub of the Americas. We will bring rule of law. We will open markets. We will give security to foreign investment. And third, we will bring millions of Venezuelans that have been forced to flee our country back home to build a strong nation, prosperous nations, open society. We will leave behind all the destruction this socialist regime, criminal regime has brought to our people and turn Venezuela.
Like chatters, it's not like Iran is socialist, right? Like at least with Maduro, you could say like they're fucking, it's a social democracy, but you can at least say like, oh, you're fucking defending Maduro because of your like ideological allegiance to the Bolivarian Revolution or something. You can't even say that about Iran. Well, I guess people do say that about me with Iran because they're fucking stupid. They're like, Hassan is an Islamist fundamentalist or whatever. But like, aside from the racist dipshits, like, it's not like I love the Iranian government or Iranian form of self-governance or whatever, right? Iran is a part of the Bolivarian Revolution. Cool. like it's not. It's just about it's just about letting people have sovereignty over their own fucking destiny, their own goals, their own desires, allowing countries to have if they choose to have any sort of like democratic revolution, they should be able to do so. But American military intervention will literally destroy that. Now, ironically enough, initially Iran's revolution did have a socialist slant. It's just that the Ayatollahs are not. Like, let's just say the shit that the Ayatollah did, especially after Iraq, would basically make the American anti-communist blush. And even then, I am firm in my statements. It has nothing to do with ideology. Or I guess the ideology here is anti-imperialism, if you want to think about it that way.
Into the main ally of the United States in Latin America.
So in your view, America should not have joined the Second World War? Wait, what? No. When have I ever said that? It was one of the most glorious moments in American history. Shouts out to my boy FDR. I mean, he made some mistakes, but that was not one of them. What? Open the schools. What the fuck? He's using your logic? No, he's not. No. I never said there is no fucking... Brother, you can't be serious, right? This only makes sense if you think the current Iranian Islamic Republic regime and what the Ayatollah is doing is equivalent to Adolf Hitler in terms of land grabs, in terms of death and destruction, in terms of concentration camps that they're fucking setting up. There's only one country that is doing Adolf Hitler shit in the region. And let me tell you, it's not fucking Iran. As a matter of fact, it's Iran's number one enemy in the region. It's Israel. Okay? I never said that there is no reason for military intervention. Obviously, the dynamic is different because we are living in a nuclear armed world, and Israel does have nukes as well. But looking for inconsistencies in my worldview here is going to only lead you astray because my position on this is consistent. It's ironic because, once again, as is the case with every fucking country that we want to intervene in the affairs of or directly involve ourselves militarily with, the only reason why we want to fucking do whatever we want to do to Iran is because of Israel. It's not like we give a fuck about Iranian democracy or anything. Please, shut the fuck up. I don't understand what this Yes, it's a consistent view. If the dictator is left-leaning, you are okay with it? Okay. You have the brain of a donkey. How is the Ayatollah left-leaning? I just explained to you, if you knew anything about the history of Iran or what the Ayatollah has done or what the previous Ayatollah did in the aftermath of the Islamic Revolution, you would know that I openly said that he was the #1 anti-communist, okay? You're a fucking idiot. It has nothing to do with, wait, what is it effing? What's happening? Maybe it's a server side thing. My assessment on Iran and American intervention has nothing to do with the fucking political ideology of Iran, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? You think Iran is a fucking communist utopia or something? Are you stupid? This is like whenever people say like this is automatically, oh, the person is brown, so that must mean they're leftist or something. You're a fucking idiot. You have a child's understanding of the world.
You also offered reparations to Laken Riley's family and other families that have lost loved ones because of Tren de Aragua. Now the question is, when do you believe that you might make your return to Venezuela?
That's awesome. She offered reparations to Laken Riley's family? Oh, my God.
Do you feel safe in doing so? And when you get back, obviously, there has got to be stability. And I would assume, and the president has said at the right point, when there's security, that in fact the Venezuelan people then will govern themselves. Are you okay with that transitional plan?
Well, first of all, I'm planning to go back to Venezuela as soon as possible. As I've always said, Sean, every day I make a decision where I am more useful for a cause. That's why I stayed in hiding for over 16 months, and that's why I decided to go out, because I believed that at this moment I'm more useful to our cause, being able to speak out from where I am right now. But I'm planning to go as soon as possible back home. Secondly, what we're seeing right now in the last 24 hours is really alarming. We're seeing an escalation. Just today,
Bro, it's the same shit with the Palestinian resistance too. Like, it's so funny to make this seem like it's a political position off of like ideology or something. Like, you think I say the Palestinian resistance has a right to exist and defend Palestine because they're socialists? Are you fucking stupid? They're not. You think Hamas is fucking socialist? I don't give a fuck what their ideology is. I just don't think they should be destroyed. I don't think they should be killed. I don't think they should be fucking slaughtered. I don't think the Palestinian people should be slaughtered. It's so stupid. It doesn't make any sense where these guys, I guess, like maybe they're betraying. Yeah, Hamas wants more money in order to make more profit. Yeah, that's right. Hamas wants to liberate the Palestinian population so they can do commodity production in an exploitative manner. I'm not supporting Hamas because they're participating in bourgeois democracy. Oh, that's funny. Have someone in my org legit say that at a Congress? Oh, fucking, I love dumbass leftists like that. Literally, Bad Empanada would say that. Bad Empanada would never say that. You fundamentally misunderstand Bad Empanada's position. You fundamentally misunderstand his position if you think that he would ever say such a thing. He would never. I mean, he's a crazy person and he hates me, but let's be fair.
Executive order signed by Maduro the same day he was ousted and he was detained. Imagine that, of external commotion has been published. And it mandates persecution and detention of every Venezuelan that supports President Trump's actions. Just today, 14 journalists have been detained. So this is very alarming. This is something that has to be followed carefully, I'm sure, by the United States government and by the Venezuelan people. And certainly we believe that this transition should move forward. Delcy Rodriguez, as
excuse you, say Asmongold is smarter than you? I mean, that's awesome. I will take that. Thank you. Praise me more, please. It's one of those things where it's like, depending on who's receiving it, that's either the greatest glaze of all time. Like, yeah, dude, XCC can barely fucking communicate. That's great.
you know, is one of the main architects of torture, persecution, corruption, narco trafficking. She's the main ally and liaison with Russia, China, Iran. Certainly not an individual that could be, trusted by international investors. And she's really rejected, repudiated by the Venezuelan people. So we move forward. And as you mentioned, and we won an election by a landslide under fraudulent conditions. In free and fair elections, we will win by over 90% of the votes. I have no doubt about it.
Maria Corina Machado, thank you. Godspeed. Please be safe. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News.
But I watched where Schumer, he's such a bad guy. I mean, I've known the guy for a long time, and he's such a bad guy. At some point they should say, you did a great job. Thank you. Congratulations.
He's right. Trump is 100% right, by the way. He's right. Because Chuck Schumer agrees with Donald Trump on a fundamental level. Like, he's not wrong. If you disagree, you have to disagree. You can't do this wishy-washy, like, why didn't you ask me for permission? Bullshit. If I'm in Trump's shoes, I'm like, yeah, you should thank me. What the fuck are you talking about? I did something that you really like. Technically, he's not wrong when he fucking gets mad at Chuck Schumer and all these other liberals.
Wouldn't it be good? I would say that if they did a good job, their philosophies are so different. But if they did a good job, I'd be happy for the country. They've been after this guy for years and years and years.
Okay, to be fair, yeah, he's lying about that part. He would never in a million years give credit. As a matter of fact, when there's something that the Democrats have done that's objectively good, he will take credit for it. He literally just be like, I did the insulin prices. That was me. I did so much infrastructure. That was also me.
And, he's a violent guy. He gets up there and he tries to imitate my dance a little bit. But he's a violent guy. And he's killed millions of people. He's tortured. They have a torture chamber in the middle of Caracas.
Okay. I'm going to keep it a buck. I now believe a little bit more the initial reporting that said that what pushed Trump over the edge was Maduro dancing. I know I initially said like that probably wasn't that big of a driving motivator, but now that I've actually seen him address it, I believe it. This is not a joke, by the way. You know how like Maduro would go around for like the last month and be like, no war, just peace. No war, just peace. Over and over again. And then he would like he would dance on the He would do the dances on. I mean, there's a million fucking memes you can pull right now, right? I mean, let's just, no war, yes peace.
Not war, yes peace, forever, forever, forever. Decirle al pueblo de Estados Unidos, no a la guerra. No queremos una guerra en el Caribe ni en Sudamérica. No, not war, yes peace. Not war. No a la guerra loca. No crazy. No crazy war, no crazy war. ¿Cómo se dice en inglés? Please, please, please. Yes, peace. Listen to me. Yes, peace. Peace forever. Peace forever. Peace forever. Esto se llama lenguaje tarzaneado. Tipo Tarzán sería sí, paz, sí, paz. Sí, paz por siempre. Sí, paz, paz, paz. Sí, paz, 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 paz. Sí, paz, paz, paz. Sí, paz, 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 paz. Not war.
Is that what they showed to Trump? No, but I'm sure he saw the original. No. There's one where he's dancing. There's one where he's literally dancing to the song. So they made this song after him going like, not war, just peace. And then he literally fucking went on stage and danced to it. Kaya, sit. Okay. Okay, so this is why Trump said he stole his dance? Yes. It's so funny. Bro, Maduro is the most Arab unk-coded political leader of our generation. Infinitely more than like Nayib Bukele, even though Nayib Bukele is literally fucking Palestinian. It's so funny because like he'll do so he does the funniest shit. Like there's I remember back in the day when this became like a big story in America where he like pulled an empanada out of his desk out of nowhere in the middle of a fucking political announcement and just started eating it. And then Americans were, Western media was like, oh, his people are suffering while he's stuffing his face with empanada. But then also like there was another instance where he was like, he opened his phone and deleted WhatsApp from his phone because he was like, oh, the CIA, the CIA is actually tracking, the CIA is actually tracking my correspondence by way of WhatsApp. So he like did this thing very publicly. That was really funny.
Yes, peace. Listen to me. Yes, peace.
Listen to me.
Forever. Peace forever.
Peace forever. Yeah. Oh, this is the meme I saw. My favorite Maduro bit was when he was doing a national address on TV and took an empanada out of his desk drawer and started eating it. Yeah. It's fucking nuts. But this meme is the one I saw.
Un
derecho fundamental que debería constitucionalizarse. El derecho a la rumba.
Dice Nicolás Maduro, chúpalo.
Forever, forever, forever. Peace forever. Intending. Así no. ¿Cómo se dice en inglés? Not that way.
Aquí lo vamos a hacer para envidia de los envidiosos.
No. Not war. Just peace. Se diría así. ¿Quién habla inglés aquí?
Don't worry, be happy. La, 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 la.
Me visitan las mariposas. Debe ser que me reconocen como un mariposón.
Aquí está mi WhatsApp, mira, aquí dice desinstalar. Te fuiste, WhatsApp. Si te he visto, no me acuerdo. Son tan víctimas del capital, de los capitalistas que especulan y roban como nosotros. ¿Y qué quieres estudiar después?
Veterinaria.
Veterinaria, qué bueno, fíjate. Lo que necesita el país, veterinaria, para la producción de carne del país.
Entonces tengo la hora de la luna y la hora de la tierra, mira. Imbéciles les dije a la gente de YouTube, imbéciles se quedaron. Stupid, stupid, stupid YouTube.
Piernas y me voy de rumba y a mí no me para nadie. Rumba, rumba, rumba.
Tenemos que ir a Nueva York entonces.
Ojalá.
Bueno, está
A
bien.
bailar salsa.
Estoy pidiendo mi visa para ir a Nueva York.
War no, never, never war. Mari Plaza dice, no jodas más. Y dice una grosería. Mari, esa palabra te queda muy fea en tu boca, Mari.
Nadie sabía quién era yo, si era hembra o mujer. Que me parta un rayo, pues si eso no es verdad. Naguará, bueno, cayó el rayo aquí.
Rápido te busca otro.
7 más 6. Exactamente. Así como Cristo multiplicó.
He literally said he has a special watch for the moon's time zone, literal goat. Yeah, what are we watching? We're watching deep fried Latino memes for Maduro. You need to see Maduro speaking Chinese.
Quiero aprender a manejar.
Maduro announced that President Xi Jinping gifted him the latest Huawei model to stay in permanent contact, and he even tried to speak in Mandarin.
Este nuevo teléfono Huawei, que es el más avanzado del
Okay,
mundo.
guys, be quiet, please.
Este me lo regaló el presidente Xi Jinping de China. Aquí lo cargo.
Jinping.
Yo me comunico por satélite con este. Ni hao, ni hao. Sí, sí, sí.
Sí. Oh my God.
Quiero aprender a manejar este teléfono. Busco un tutorial.
He is literally an Arab unk. Anyway, now I do actually believe that Donald Trump, what pushed him over the line was the dancing. Because he mentioned it. He literally mentioned it right here.
My dance a little bit. But he's a violent guy, and he's killed millions of people. He's tortured. They have a torture chamber in the middle of Caracas that they're closing up. But he's tortured people.
Good thing Americans would never torture random people. Not even political dissidents, mind you. Okay? Which we did plenty of during the global war on terror. But, good thing Americans would never have like a detention facility where our random neighbors are kidnapped, captured, and tortured all the time. Bro, it's got to be hell if you're Venezuelan. Because, you literally, you don't like Maduro, right? And not every single Venezuelan that doesn't like Maduro is not they're not all small business owners or whatever, right? You don't like Maduro. Maybe your immediate friends got arrested, potentially put in horrible conditions in a prison or whatever. So you escape, right? You get refugee status and you come to the United States of America. And then Trump arrests you after revoking your temporary protected status, calls you a drug dealer, and then ships your ass to fucking CICOT. Every Venezuelan does not hate Maduro. Wait, I never said that. Everybody calm down. I never said that. No, I'm just saying that look, it sucks having this conversation because I think it's clouded by the diaspora people that you hear, and diaspora Venezuelans in general are fucking unbearable. And it's the same as like diaspora Cubans, like first gen Cubans especially, or first gen, like the first gen that came from Cuba. So, and it's the same with Iranians too, where not Iranians, Persians. Like it's hard to come to terms with like what the broader consensus is, or rather like it's no one is a monolith. You just have to remember that, okay? But the point I'm trying to make is like, in spite of the right-wing attitudes that you hear from a lot of these groups, not every single one of them actually, like for example, not every single Cuban person that's living in America literally escaped because their parents owned slaves, okay? That's not, I know that there are plenty who lie and say that, but that's not the case. And the same goes for Venezuelans too.
And now what they do, the radical left, they actually have people, and it's hard to get them. They're all paid people. Most of these people are paid. Do you know they're paid when they have brand new, beautiful printed signs by like the highest quality printer, and you have a woman, free Maduro, and the sign is before we even did the attack. You know, free Maduro. Why do you want him freed? I don't know, but he should be free. Oh, she reads the sign. What does that say? It says free. Well, that's what I believe. And you see the sign. It's like, Lisa, we should all have quality signage like that. The one thing I want their sign maker. The guy is great. He does beautiful signage. The old days was better when they used to write out their own sign, wasn't it? They'd make a sign in the basement. They'd have an old broken board holding up a sign, and it's made with a magic marker, sloppy as hell, and it meant something. But today, when you have that yellow and black, they should use different colors a little bit. But the yellow is a beautiful.
He's talking about the Answer Coalition. Oh, shit. He's seen the fucking PSL signs, chat. Oh, shit. Trump knows PSL. That's probably not a good thing that he knows what that is.
Beautiful shade of yellow. No, I want to find out who that is. I want him to work for the Republican campaign. He's much better than our guy, whoever the guy is.
No. The way he says no here, what is this?
The people, United States, listen to me. War of Caribbean, war Sur America. No.
No. Oh, dude, this is way funnier than Jon Stewart. I'm sorry.
Peace.
Peace.
Yes. Y es una tarea que les doy desde aquí a todas las fuerzas populares, sociales, políticas, militares, policiales.
I saw an old Donald Hughes take from like 2019 or 2018 or something that perfectly captured my anger on the Maduro conversation that takes place endlessly on the liberal and maybe even sometimes the quote unquote leftist side of the equation. And it was basically like, I wonder if anyone else saw it. You probably are too young to know who Donald Hughes is. It's just, Get Fiscal. Don Hughes, Get Fiscal had a really funny joke from like 2019 that someone retweeted, but I don't know if I can find it. Fuck, never mind. Did you talk about the European response to Trump on Greenland yet? Yes. Is it true your house is way bigger than Zed's?
You're not going to believe me when I say this. This house is peanuts compared to Hassan Piker's house. Hassan's house makes this house look like a studio apartment. I'm not even kidding.
Why is he fucking slandering me? Okay, I'm firing this bitch. I'm firing this motherfucker. I'm firing his ass. Is that Hassan and Will's boss? That face when you want to sell your country out and Donnie won't let you? It's so crazy. Zed's house is legit nuts.
What's up, AD? I'm Zed. It's been a while. Come on in.
Oh, yeah. This house is tiny compared to mine. Never mind. My house mogs them. Also, I think Will literally has this exact same setup in his house.
So this entrance, as you can tell, is pretty simple. And compared to how I used to like my entrances with a ton of different things.
Why does Zed sound like AI? New fear topic for you. Dude dumped by AI feminist girlfriend. Wait, what?
My girlfriend broke up with him because she's a feminist and he hates feminists. So he says, you are a feminist. Who does that? She says, she takes a deep breath, trying to remain calm. Look, Hisht, I'm not going to pretend to be someone I'm not just to appease you. Feminism is an important value to me because it means fighting for equal rights and opportunities regardless of gender. If that bothers you, then perhaps...
There's no way this is real, right? I cannot believe this. There's 0% chance that someone is that big of a fucking loser. That was a friend of the show, by the way? Yeah, no, I know. I've hung out with Zed before. Look. Chat. Old Twitter. October 8th, 2021. I say, absolutely, man. Hit me up. Zed says, playing Zook tomorrow night. Let me know if you want to come through. Okay? Holy shit, Hassan. You're going to make Hassan trend and get canceled again. Holy, yo, nice. This could be dope. I say, absolutely, man. Hit me up. 10 replies. Okay? 10 replies. That's old Twitter. Okay? Now let's look at current Twitter and what current Twitter looks like. Let's look at one of my replies. Let me see if I can. Okay. Something that this tough guy rhetoric obscures if America's primary ambition is now to rule the Western Hemisphere. This is the first reply. Dog, we just opened fun content. Yeah, I'm going to do that in a second. I'm going to get back to fun content in a second. Something that this tough guy rhetoric obscures if America's primary ambition now is to rule the Western Hemisphere. That's a substantial demotion of American power. I don't think America's retreating from its other ambitions just yet. 21 replies. Now, let me not free scroll here and see if there's anything bad in here. Okay. Now let's look at the replies real quick. Are you ready? You are simply bad product. Also, there's a decent chance Europe pulls us into some of their games again for like the 100th time. I don't think so. They retreat on Ukraine and China trade policy every time. Nope. Trump's right-wing regime. My ambition is for people to know that shocking the dog is just one of the douchebag things you've done. I get why you like China so much after seeing the way you abuse your dog. Hassan's slow crash out is one of the best things I've seen in a while. He can feel his relevancy fading, so he obsesses about other streamers and starts saying the quiet parts out loud about him on caring more about being anti-Western culture than people's lives. How does it feel knowing no one believes your lies and misleading propaganda anymore, and that someone, Asmongold, with basic common sense, who didn't even get a political science degree, gets way more views than you do? Lamau, rest in peace, bozo. Ahaha. Hassan, can you articulate what you want to happen with the state of Israel? By that logic, what do you want to happen to all other Western states? England? Based on your logic and response, why do you monetarily benefit off the Western world? Thanks. No one likes you, Hassan. Quit replying to people. Only your haters respond. No one of any political power enjoys you. Give up, Palpatine. Glad you suck so hard, bro. People can finally see what you are. Expensive shill. Save your money. How my blood boils. Face me, Kaya. Quiet, pedophile. Didn't you bang an underage kid a couple years ago? Just fucking insane statements. Hassanazi's views, subs, and followers have tanked so much that he has started botting himself lately. Bahaha, no one believes his lies and BS propaganda anymore. Raffle Mao. Not exactly sure where this meta is coming from, but I suspect Asmongold probably made this stuff up too. So now they're saying it. Do you understand why Twitter fucking sucks? And before these fucking losers that will clip this and be like, it's because everybody hates you and you hate it. No, dude. It's because back in the day, there weren't this many bots, okay? And my haters are obviously of a particular variety, and by that I mean schizophrenic. But most people also experience this on Twitter. Everyone experiences on Twitter. And after like the 15th time that they experience this kind of thing, where like all the fucking most psychotic neo-Nazis are up their asses, they just quit, you know? This is 1.3 million... This has 1.3 million views and a 10% engagement rate. How Asmongold was moving to clean his stream room for the health inspector in order to not go to federal prison on a 10-year sentence for hazardous waste leaking into the Texas water supply. That's funny. I like that. Asmongold slander on my timeline. Wow. I guess I've finally come around to the good for you page. Mathiasan puts it in reply only mode, if followed mode, and it's great, honestly. It's not slander if it's true. It's not slander if he leans into it. I mean, I don't give a shit. This is what FD Signifier was talking about, man. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to this AI girlfriend, which seems unbelievable.
Girlfriend broke up with him because she's a feminist and he hates feminists. So he says, you are a feminist. Who does that? She says, she takes a deep breath, trying to remain calm. Look, Hisht, I'm not going to pretend to be someone I'm not just to appease you. Feminism is an important value to me because it means fighting for equal rights and opportunities regardless of gender. If that bothers you, then perhaps we truly aren't compatible after all. And in the caption of the screenshot, he says, it is beyond stupidity. They programmed the AI girlfriend as a feminist. I cannot comprehend that. The feminists ruined everything. AI girlfriend are some weird feminist propaganda again.
The reason why I don't believe this is because like all of these First of all, it seems too good to be true. Okay. And the second reason why I don't believe this, not to yuck anybody's yum here, but the second reason why I don't believe this is because AI is designed specifically to be agreeable. I know it's not Grok, but I doubt that they would make like a AI companion, like an AI girlfriend thing, and then the AI girlfriend companion thing would be not agreeable with whoever the fuck it is. Also, it's posted on Reddit. Yeah, it's probably fake for that reason.
And then
too.
this is where she breaks up with him. He responds to her previous message with, "It is insane." So she says, she nods slowly. "I see. Well, I respect your opinion, even if we disagree. If being a feminist is a deal breaker for you, then I guess there's nothing more to discuss here. Thank you for your honesty." And his caption in the screen.
What do you do? Like, what do you do in this situation? Do you just kill yourself? Is that what you do? Is this another one for AI? Like AI causing someone to kill themselves? I guess he just posted on Reddit, so he didn't do that. But like, I honestly would rather kill myself than post this on Reddit. Like, whether this happened in real life or not, like the fact that you thought that you could get, you know, clout off of getting fucking owned by a bot like this, you know, I would end it all. You would not be able to reveal this experience at gunpoint if that was the case. If something like this happened to me, I would take that shit to my grave.
It is official. She broke up with me. That is insane. For real, guys, let's be honest. Is that normal? I love that for that chatbot. Good for her. If they ever do make truly sentient sex bots, I hope they follow suit. I hope they act like that because it's pretty great.
You can upload a personality or archetype for the LLM to assume the role of. That's what this is, period. So this dumbass accidentally picked the feminist one? Is that what it is, you think? My money's on Kink. He probably told the AI to be feminist to humiliate him. Yeah, we covered the judge that was presiding over Netanyahu's case that he got Israeled in Israel. Checking in on the president.
What a really, yeah. But she gets it. And I want to.
Dude, this was such a banger, dude.
Forever, forever, forever. Decirle al pueblo de Estados Unidos, no a la guerra. No queremos una guerra en el Caribe ni en Sudamérica. No, not war. Yes, peace. No a la guerra loca. No crazy. No crazy war. No. ¿Cómo se dice en inglés? Please, please, please. Yes, peace. Listen to me. Yes, peace. Peace forever. Peace forever. Peace forever. Esto se llama lenguaje tarzaneado.
Peace forever.
Tipo Tarzán sería sí paz, sí paz, sí paz por siempre. Sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 sí paz, 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 paz. Not war.
Low key, this is part of the reason why he's in prison now. Like, because he said, like, no war, just peace, see peace. Okay. And then this banger came out. And then he started doing rallies with the song. And he started dancing like Donald Trump, like doing the Donald Trump dance at the rallies. And I don't even think he was trying to copy Trump. It was just more that, like, he's old. You know what I mean? That's just like, that's an old person dance. And I now truly believe this pushed him over. Speed finds out he can't buy diamonds in Botswana.
Okay, what if I want to buy these? I want to buy one of these diamonds.
If you want to buy one of these diamonds.
Yeah, who do I talk to?
You'd have to talk to DBS or the site holders because we don't sell. We only have 2 customers.
But I can't be a customer. This is my first time in Botswana.
We can make arrangements for you to buy diamonds. Yes. But these are rough.
Yeah, I know, but what if I want to buy a rough diamond?
No. We sell rough to 2 customers.
And then maybe you can talk.
Is that part of your contract? Y'all can only sell to those 2 customers.
That's part of the contract.
Okay.
And just to highlight, these are all natural diamonds. So we're selling the natural diamonds too. The natural diamond is forever.
Wait till he finds out which country plays a big part in the diamond trade.
So these are from the ground, no synthetic, no diamond, no lab work. These are 100% natural diamonds.
From our 4 mines in Botswana. We have 4 mines.
Fair enough, chat. Fair enough. I guess we can't buy a diamond here.
Wait, is this your first time touching a diamond?
I think maybe. Maybe. Like a real diamond.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, Israel. IShowSpeed was shocked to learn he can't buy pure diamonds in Botswana because the country is locked into contracts. Even though it produces the most diamonds in the world, Botswana has one of the poorest local diamond markets. Shy face is crazy that IShowSpeed is like teaching the next generation. Unironically, he's just teaching the next generation the one, and I've been seeing this a lot. Like, this is exactly what happened in China as well. There's a lot of like teens that are like, oh my God, I thought Africa was just like mud huts. I can't believe that it's like this beautiful continent full of, you know, developed nation states. And it's crazy that people even thought that that wasn't the case. So that's cool that he's like showing every aspect of Africa to a young audience. But then also Loki, he's just like educating his fan base on, you know, colonial exploitation. Yeah, I saw this video. There was a man who was like, I mean, I don't know if man breaks down emotionally saying IShowSpeed changed his view of Africa after he believed America brainwashed him into thinking the continent was only huts and steakhouses, extremely poor in a place nobody wanted to visit. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. It's hard for me to like this. I feel like this is a little like that's kind of on you. You know what I mean? Like, really, you're a grown ass man. You didn't, I don't know, you didn't like Google it. Like, that's like you didn't look at all. This follow banger tweet with 7 million views. Take a wild guess who owns the companies that they are allowed to sell their own diamonds to. Let's be real. Israel plays a big role in the diamond extraction process. Okay, it's true. Obviously, number one is De Beers, and you know, that can get a little weird with the way that people respond to it. But as I was saying, yeah, it's crazy to me that like U.S. education is so bad that like people genuinely thought that like Africa was just mud huts or something.
But you think Africa was such a poor country, bro? Such a place you wouldn't want to be at, bro. And Speed is single-handedly changing my perspective on life. Like the music in Africa, the culture, everything, every single aspect of Africa just makes my insides feel so good, bro. And it makes me just want to leave America, bro.
It's gotta be fake, right? It's gotta be fake. I feel like this is, you know, Chad is on his dick right now. I mean, I don't know. I just not like feeling emotional about finding out, but just like, nah, bro. People be learning shit every day, brother. That's like one of those things where you're like, you know, you just don't reveal because it makes you look kind of bad. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Fuck no, man. This shit is real. The fuck you think education and NA education means? No, I think a lot of you guys forget I didn't grow up here, okay? I grew up in Turkey. So sometimes when I encounter something, it just comes across as unironically so surreal where I'm like, there's no shot that like the average American thinks this. And then chatters will be like, no, the average American does think this. And it's shocking to me. And I've been here for fucking, what? Like, I am almost at the age where half of my life has been on this goddamn, in this goddamn country, on this continent, okay? In 2 years, I will have officially lived in the United States of America for as long as I have lived in Turkey. Think about that. Up until the last two, until we get to 36, you forget I grew up in Turkey until I was 18 years old. I got my primary education in Turkey. So when I see some shit like this, sometimes I forget how bad American education is. It like genuinely comes across as shocking. And I'm sure Europeans would agree with me as well. Like, I'm sure there is your EU chatters in here right now that every now and then they hear something. Terrorist, JK, don't ban me. Yeah. Like, there's got to be people from other parts of the world where they hear something that, like, the average American doesn't know, and they're like, there's no fucking way. I think you might not understand his feelings because you weren't raised in an American. Yeah, glad you see that. Americans get a lot of propaganda about Africa. It just blows my fucking mind. You went to probably a rich school. Don't do this shit, man. Brother, I went to a school in Turkey, and no, I also went to public school as well. I went to private school, too, but I also went to public school, too. Turkish public schools are better than private schools, chatter. You don't know anything. Shut the fuck up. In Turkey, public schools are unironically better. I went to private school because I couldn't get into the fucking top public schools in high school. It used to be, not anymore, Abby. Okay, well, maybe it's not the same anymore, but why did you go to a private school then? Because I couldn't get into the top public schools. You have to take a test to get into private school, and you have to get a separate test to get into public school. And I got into a better private school than I did a public school. That's why. You take two different tests, I think, right? Or no? Is it the same test? Am I misremembering? It's been so fucking long. Sınavdan yüksek almak gerektiğini Amerikalılara anlatmak zor oluyor ya. Kaç kere anlattım anlamıyorlar. Yeah. So when you're in when you get to eighth grade, you take a test. Okay, it's a national test, and if you do really well on the national test, I think back in my day, I think that you took two separate tests, one for private, one for public. But basically, if you do really well, you can go to the best schools, which is a public school, or at least back in my day, it was. It's funny. It's the same in Palestine. We take tests to get into a public school, and if you can't, your parents got to cough up money to get you into a good school. Yeah. Not gonna lie, Americans discovering that public resources are competitive in countries with scarce resources is never not funny. I know. That's why I fucking joked about that chatter. Being like, oh, you probably went to a good school, a private school. It's like, bitch, public schools used to be better back in the fucking day in Turkey. And I suspect public schools are still probably better in Turkey. Maybe at the college level, or maybe no, I don't know. Maybe it's changed. But for the longest time, that's what it was. Loser, why you ignore me? Can you answer, man? Idiot loser. What's the question? What? Around 2 weeks ago, a roughly 10-minute documentary called China's New PR Plan with iShowSpeed was shown on Franco-German public television. Can you watch this 10-minute documentary? Video is unavailable. It's got 18,000 views. Comments are turned off. Dude, this is like the most irredeemable shit anyone could have ever fucking posted in my chat. Hallo Hassan, ich bin nach Deutschland und ich weiß, du siehst ziemlich weit links. Ich wohne von der US Army Europe. 2 kilometers entfernt. Wie ist deine Meinung zu den ganzen Kasernen in Westdeutschland? Und was sagst du zu dem linken Anschlag auf das Berliner Stromnetzwerk? Wie rechtfertigt man das als Linke? Ain't nobody that fucking demands that I check their logs ever sends something worth checking, by the way. Sorry, my English is not good. Bro said this motherfucker is Turkish. He probably speaks German. I mean, I did learn German in school, but I can't speak it anymore.
Please. Yes, please. Listen to me. Yes, please. Peace forever. Peace forever. Peace forever. Esto se llama lenguaje tarzaneado.
Bro, they got mad because he has fucking swag, dude. I'm beginning to realize they kidnapped him because he's got bitches. That was all this fucking endless back and forth about like oil and resource extraction, colonialism, imperialism, all this shit. Turns out it's because he is a player, bro. He's got aura. That's what it is. They were mad because he's got swag, dude. Legit question, are the allegations that Maduro stole the election also propaganda, or what's going on with that? That's all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say is, You know, sometimes you got to let bygones be bygones. To be honest, I helped them steal the election. Oh, okay. Wait, are you talking about 2024 in Venezuela, or are you talking about 2020? I forgot that the fucking meta in America is that Maduro stole, not even Maduro, they say Chavez stole the election from Donald Trump in 2020. Please play the Maduro meme compilation again. I need to get the title so I can send to my abuelo. This one, Not War, Yes Peace, Nicolas Maduro bailando, canción remix, lenguaje tarzaneado, Hey Santana. Oh, the meme compy? I don't know where it is. I lost it. It's wild how European leaders are wringing their hands about a U.S. invasion of Greenland being a violation of international law when just the other day they stood aside and even cheered as the U.S. invaded Venezuela in violation of international law. Several European states allowed Netanyahu's plane to enter their airspace without honoring their obligation to arrest them under international law. These jokers think they can have it both ways. It's true, for the record. This is what I was saying. It's like, what goes around comes around, baby. You know? I'm sorry. It's not like if European leaders were consistent that magically it's just that, like, if you are, even if you were consistent, would you be able to stop the American imperialism train? Probably not. Having said that, at least you could establish like a base of defense that is somewhat more resilient. I still don't get what the deal with Iceland is right now. It's not Iceland, it's Greenland. Okay. Oh, here, I forgot to show you guys, like, while China is not doing any hard power or any deterrence or any force projection, they are doing soft power pretty hard. Let's take a look. XQC had another woke take about Asmund. Man, I don't give a fuck, dude. Listen, I'm sorry. If you're on the one hand being like, Asmongold is more intelligent than Hassan, but then also simultaneously every now and then go, oh, he went a little too far with this take or whatever, and I don't even know what he fucking said, then, your opinion is not really worthwhile to me regardless. But who gives a fuck? Like, Asmongold at the very least is like a political propagandist. XQC doesn't fucking know anything. Asmongold doesn't know anything either, but at least he like has an audience that is demanding right-wing propaganda. XQC's audience is constantly yelling at him to shut the fuck up and put the Minecraft in the bag, little bro. Like, who cares? The basement dwellers who've been pulling in and out of their mouth of the dick of the pedophile president are calling you inconsistent, biased, and dumb. Yes. It's one of those things where it's like, to me, if you're getting your information from either of these people when it comes to politics, like if you're going to ask XQC about like, I don't know, things that are related to Overwatch, that's fine. If you're going to ask Asmongold about like, I don't know, transmog competitions or something, or World of Warcraft, that's fine. I don't know any of those things. I'm not going to fucking broach that trajectory and then like decide to make a career out of it and constantly shit on XQC over his Overwatch takes or constantly shit on Asmongold over his World of Warcraft takes. But if you're actually going to Asmongold or XQC for political commentary, you're a fucking moron. I'm sorry. You are literally a fucking moron. That's just the truth. And I know a lot of people on the internet love being like, if you get your politics from Twitch streamers, you're fucking stupid. But like, I think there's a difference, right? I get that it's easy to be like, well, look at Aiden Ross. People get their politics from Aiden Ross. Look at people getting their politics from Asmongold. Look at people getting their politics from fucking XQC. And then they try to put me in that fucking pile. And I'm like, brother, I've been doing this for a decade plus. This is what I studied in school. I wrote about this. Like, please don't do this fucking moronic, everyone is the same bullshit. Okay. It reminds me that I just don't talk about my background enough. And it has caused people, because I say I'm stupid all the fucking time, because I do genuinely believe it, that it caused people to actually also go, yeah, Hassan is actually very stupid and very dumb. Yeah. It would be like saying if you get your politics from a newspaper, you're dumb just because the New York Post exists. Exactly. It doesn't matter people who ignore your credentials. I just got back. Why are we watching things that you will never achieve? It's because we're talking about Chinese soft power. The cope on this is so funny because I saw people quote retweeting it. No one's on your side, it seems like. Same could be said about you. And where has that got you? No one is on your side, it seems like. Brother, if you think that, that's just revealing what corners of the internet you frequent or where you get your information from. I don't think you understand that. Please go to a variety of sources, not just me, but just like go outside. Go get information from a variety of sources. Stop being terminally online. Please practice self-love, practice self-improvement. I don't know how I can rinse and repeated insults. It's not even an insult. I didn't even insult you. I said practice self-love, self-care, and self-improvement and go outside and get a variety of different opinions when you are looking for the news. That wasn't even an insult. Why did you take it as a fucking insult? Oh my God. Oh, yay. There's a reason why there is not really an equivalent amongst all these other content creators that people point to say that it's so stupid that they're getting their political information from. Like, they're not interviewing politicians, activists, organizers, investigative reporters. Like, there's a, you know, it's not the same. No matter how hard people try to present it as, right? Explain how you're not Asmongold for leftists. If people on the left come for you for news and drama because you validate their opinions. Explain how you're not Asmongold for the leftists. Because you can't be an Asmongold for the left. Because there are tens of thousands of people in here every single day that will readily admit that I actually change their perspective. Because the type of commentary that I am engaging in, okay? The type of commentary that I'm engaging in, which is of the left variety, is not exactly something that is super popular in the United States of America. And that's precisely the reason why you can't be an Asmongold for the left. Until maybe you could be like an Asmongold for the left if you were in China or something, you know what I mean? And you were doing like regime propaganda. But you can't be an Asmongold of the left or any right-wing like equivalent, but for the left. That's just the reality. Because in order for the left to have someone who is just like validating their worldview, you have to have people, you have to have a firm base of people that already have leftist opinions, socialist opinions, Marxist opinions. These are things that are not accessible by design in the Western world, and especially in the United States of America. Okay? I hope this explained it to you a little bit. You're allowing them to bait you with regards to the video. What was the cope? Oh, people were saying that like people make a lot less money in China. And then someone was like, okay, they still have a 90% home ownership rate. And then someone was like, well, they have a hukou system. That's why they have a 90% home ownership rate. And it's like, brother, they have a 90% home ownership rate. The fuck are you talking about? That's it. That's it. Like that's it. That's it. You can't, there's everything else other than that is cope. Not sure if you talked about it, but the Islamic Republic has lost control of a city in Iran. Organic revolution is on the way. Okay. Iran and organic revolution. They make less money, yet they have the world's best infrastructure and also roofs over their head. Oh no, I know. Mike from Beijing has a great take that conservatives are just regime enjoyers. Under a socialist state, they would be waving the red standard. I kind of like that. I like that take. Also, he's not from Beijing. He's never been to Beijing. MAGA is a psychological coping mechanism for a sickly, overworked, and overpoliced population. They can't be the envy of the world anymore like China is now, so they have to be the regional bully. It's a downgrade they just don't notice. Bread and circus without the bread. Yeah, I think we're reading too much into the regional downgrade. I think it's a little bit wish casting, if I'm being honest. We'll see. But I don't think that's the case. I think America is still the hegemonic superpower. We'll see. I don't see them stopping their funding of Japanese self-defense forces or stopping their, pulling back from their bases in Japan or Korea anytime soon. So I doubt that they are slipping their power away anytime soon in a meaningful capacity. The U.S. may move to eliminate vestigial Cold War era anti-American states like Cuba and Iran, although amusingly not Korea, because they have nukes, while formally vassalizing Europe and even Canada, which were previously allowed to enjoy the polite fiction of being seen as partners. Yes. I mean, that is kind of what they're moving in the direction of, but that is yet another way to reassert their dominance. They are a little bit weaker, but we shall see. Why don't people understand that we need to make multiple times as much money in order to get the same things as people in China, and that's why it's fucked up? I wouldn't care about the amount of money I made. Just a little money could go a long way. If just a little money could go a long way, yes. I mean, that's why GDP, meritocracy, these are concepts, the stock market performance. These are concepts that the American peasant class has actually internalized as a part of capitalist dogma. These are abject lies. Okay, meritocracy is a lie. No one that's in a position of power actually worked, a million or a billion times harder or smarter than anybody else. Okay, the notion that like when the GDP improves, your life improves is also another lie. It's a lie that unfortunately a lot of working class Americans have unironically internalized, however. Okay? And that's the reason why you look at these beautiful European cities and you look at these European countryside, for example, right? And you look at their GDP and it's like fucking infinitely poorer than, or their GDP is like infinitely worse than the poorest place in the United States of America. But if you look at the average existence, if you look at the average existence in a place like Jacksonville, for example, or the average person's quality of life in any like rural Mississippi area versus like the European countryside, you will realize that the quality of life is far higher in those places. Hassan with Brain Dead Takes. Explain why this is a brain dead take. You're Australian. You are once again another fucking vassal. So I don't know what you're talking about. I love your shit joke about economists and the GDP. I feel like it only takes being alone and sitting with yourself for a few days reflecting to realize the lies of American capitalism, but people are so overworked and distracted that this reflection is far out of reach. Well, they're also some of the most heavily propagandized people on the planet. Americans are. Westerners are as well, but certainly Americans. Oh, anyway, the vassals believed the illusion that they had freedom, and now they are having a mental breakdown at the reality. Bro just hates anything that doesn't fit with his ideas. This is not a take. If you have something, yeah, what propaganda, bro? Exactly. Bro just hates anything that doesn't fit with his ideas. Okay. You didn't give me anything. Like you didn't, this is not an argument. This is it's a totally separate argument from Brain Dead Takes. Yes, I dislike things that I dislike. That was a brilliant observation. What is the Brain Dead Take? Why is it that all my fucking naysayers constantly have to vague post? Why can't they just like define a thing that they disagree with me about my worldview? Why is it that we never actually have a conversation around things that I believe in versus things that you believe in? Or even if I've gotten something wrong, pretty much every take you have, okay, give one. Give one. This is the issue. All of this stuff is vibes based. I can't unfuck your vibes, dude. You know? I can't unfuck your vibes for you. You know what I mean? Stop vague posting. Just give me one thing. I can't unfuck the vibes, just like I can't unfuck your mom. Feel me?
Let's bring in our military analyst, Sean Bell. Sean, so what action do you think, what impact do you think Trump's actions in Venezuela will have on this meeting in Paris today? They're surely going to be discussing it, aren't they?
Well, it's inevitable, isn't it? But there's so much going on in the world. But, you know, this coalition, the willing, it is worth pointing out their main focus is Ukraine. Because whatever's happened in the rest of the world, you know, Ukraine is heavily reliant on the coalition, the willing. At the moment, on the front line, Russia is on the front foot. America's looking increasingly distracted. And Putin will definitely be feeling emboldened at the moment. And whilst they say soldiers win battles, it's nations that win wars. And at the moment, they're consuming huge amounts of bullets, missiles, and the like. Russia's economy...
Amy Goodman's peace sign. Thank you for the 25. Get this
is on a war footing. They're developing a huge amount of missiles. Europe hasn't done that and therefore is heavily reliant on the American arms industry to provide that support. That reliance is looking increasingly difficult.
What do you think are the driving forces behind Trump's recent military actions and ultimatums?
Yeah, it's fascinating. If I get inside President Trump's mind, it'd be fantastic. But when he first came to power, we thought President Trump, on this occasion, his America First policy was going to be more isolationist. But actually, it looks like the national security strategy, which was just published, it looks very, very different. This Monroe policy...
I read this. The national security strategy was released in November 2025. And I read it, okay, where they basically spell out the Donroe Doctrine. And for people who read through the 25-page national security strategy memorandum and looked at it and thought, oh, this means that they're like actually scaling back on their, you know, global conquest or whatever. I don't think so. I think they do actually maintain that they will have a global posture. They'll just redouble their efforts. They'll just redouble their efforts in Latin America.
Policy people are talking about hails back to 1823. Why is that important? Because at the time, European powers were doing expansionism empires, and America said, look,
They also do say that they're just going to do more hard power instead of soft power.
We'll worry about Americas, not just America, and therefore that's what it looks like President Trump is leveraging. If we now look at the national security strategy for America, they're looking at the Western sphere of influence. And although we've got a little box there booming, it's not confined to the shores of America. America's also identified that China is probably going to be the Eastern power sphere of influence as well. And again, don't please get tied up with exactly where the lines are for this influence. It's more the areas it's going to be responsible for. Now, where does that leave the middle ground, Middle Earth, as it were, where you've got Russia fighting Ukraine, and where do the Europeans now find of influence? And of course, all of that explains why Europe's going to be very, very worried about its fight with Russia, because it's more than simply fighting with America. And if we go to a different map as well, some of this strategy explains why the United States is actually been interested in Cuba. Why is it interested in Venezuela? Why is it interested in Greenland? Because all of these are parts of its area of influence. The downside, of course, is Greenland is a member of NATO. Well, you know, Denmark is a member of NATO and thereby proxy. And therefore, where before we had 195 nations in the world, we respected, big or small, their sovereignty. Now it feels like power is might, and all of a sudden it feels like the survival of the fittest. And that is a very worrying trend indeed for European leaders.
Worrying trend also for NATO. Where does it leave NATO and its existence?
Yeah, so NATO is a major worry. It's been the bedrock of security for all of us for 80 years. But if you look back, there's lots of institutions like NATO, International Court of Justice, ICC, and also the United Nations Security Council. You were just talking to your previous guest. Some of those are looking increasingly fragile. Bluntly, if you were inventing a structure today to deal with the world, it wouldn't look like NATO. And I think what's happening now is it's gradually dissolving. Where does that leave UK? Where does that leave European nations? Europe particularly is not the United States of Europe. Fragmented, it's very vulnerable. What does it look like together? And I think part of that is going to influence the United Kingdom's security strategy as well. So going full circle, if you look at the Coalition of the Willing meeting today in Paris, I don't think there's any surprise. I think it's 27 leaders have all turned up in person, apart from America.
I legitimately think if the European Union disbanded NATO and then recreated a European security, a European security commitment, I mean, they would have a very hard time, obviously, re-upping their arsenal and things like that. It would most likely never happen. Turkey cut out. Oh, Turkey would get cut out in a heartbeat. America would also never allow that to happen anyway. It's so funny that Trump is like, they say Trump is anti-NATO. It's like, he is not. He is not anti-NATO, chatters. Please stop saying he's anti-NATO. At least they still have a nuclear arsenal and therefore get the automatic nuclear deterrence. And this would allow them to do whatever the fuck they want, really. His actions are anti-NATO. Why? No, it's not. No, it's not. Why do people do this? Why do people say this? I mean, I know why people say it because the media said it, especially last time. Okay. Is it because of Ukraine? Is that why? Is that the reason? Is that why you guys are saying Trump is anti-NATO? Is this what it is? So many people, or maybe is it the Greenland stuff? Yeah, guess what, dude? It doesn't fucking matter. They will allow it to happen if Trump wishes it. European leaders have said if Trump touches Greenland, it's the end of NATO. Good. I'm glad that fucking they're using a little bit of force, but we shall see. I think they're not going to do that, though. I mean, have you talked to a European liberal? They think Russia is the most evil country that has ever existed throughout. They think Russia is worse than fucking Hitler's Germany. Okay? They genuinely think that if NATO didn't exist, Russia would just storm the beaches of Normandy. They're all talking, look at the Russian gas situation. They still say it, though. I think, to be fair, a founding principle of NATO is that Russia is worse than Nazis. I mean, they literally did build NATO with Nazis against the USSR. So, of course, they think that. There are literal Nazis in fucking NATO. Or were literal Nazis in fucking NATO. So, I don't know. EU libs are also Russophobic. Every Russian-speaking person is an org zombie for them. How do they distinguish between Ukrainians and Russians then? You know?
And therefore, and it's part of it, it's reflecting, is this simply continue to provide aid for Ukraine? Or is it the new front line in a battle for survival? And I do think that's going to be incredibly important. There's a huge weight of responsibility now growing on Sir Keir Starmer. We're just a tiny island nation. Where does that leave us?
They speak Ukrainian. You think someone who doesn't speak Russian or Ukrainian understands the difference between Russian and Ukrainian? What the fuck are you talking about? That's crazy, chatter.
In the future.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has ended his
Oh, yeah. Tim Walz drops his re-election bid amid scrutiny over state's fraud scandal. Let's take a look at
election
this.
campaign. The former Democratic VP candidate has been slammed by Republicans over his handling of widespread fraud in Minnesota. Federal prosecutors say billions of taxpayer money was stolen by operators of daycares and health companies.
Yeah, Chinese think America's a Russian, Lamont. Exactly. When we went to fucking China, they thought we were Russian, okay? Like, I don't think Europeans have any understanding of who's Russian and who's Ukrainian, you know? That's crazy. I fucking don't.
Ed O'Keefe has more on Walz's announcement. Ed, good morning.
Nate, good to see you. You know, if things had gone differently for Walz right now, he'd be vice president. But he's a governor who wanted a third term and says he's dropping that bid to address problems in Minnesota, including the fraud scandal, without distraction. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz rose to national prominence in 2024 as Kamala Harris's running mate.
Now I'm hitting the road.
And backed by a surge of out-of-state support plus home state popularity, he'd already started running for a third term. But on Monday, he dropped those plans.
Every minute that I spend defending my own political interest would be a minute I can't spend defending the people of Minnesota against the criminals who prey on our generosity and the cynics who want to prey on our differences.
For months, Walz has defended his administration's work to protect taxpayers.
This generational fall on and then fall off. I had such big hopes for Tim Walz. I had such big fucking hopes, dude. Because his congressional track record wasn't bad. And listen, I'm not the number one cynic here. Michael from Pennsylvania, not Beijing, okay, is a far greater cynic than I am. And he also had big dreams for Tim Walz as well initially. Like, as far as his congressional track record, he was solid. Like, he did stuff that the rest of the Democratic Party often didn't touch. He talked about a non-interventionist policy in Syria, things like that. That's not, you know, he was really good on social safety nets. The Democratic Farmer Labor Party was incredible with the slim majority that they had. If you don't think that Musk and Nikita Beard goosed the algorithm to promote right-wing bullshit, I have several bridges and a Palm Beach mansion to sell you. Oh, true. I ended Tim Walz. Thank God. Amen. Would not have been possible without X. Anyway, what happened to Tim Walz first was obviously he got the lib poison touch being associated with Kamala Harris's campaign, where they backpocketed him, where they were like, would you do a nuclear first strike on Iran? And he was like, oh, yes. To defend Israel? Yes. What a fucking stupid thing to say. What a ridiculous thing to say. God damn. And then after that, after the campaign, he went back to his duties as governor. And even then, he rat-fucked Omar Fateh and backed Jacob Frey, who is actually somewhat connected to Amy Bach, the lady who is the linchpin of this Somali fraud story, for the record. That was also ridiculous. And here we are.
Dollars, as federal prosecutors have charged at least 98 people with defrauding billions from state programs that fund everything from housing assistance to public health. Most of those charged are of Somali descent.
Somalians are ripping off our country and ripping apart that once great state.
Minnesota is home to the nation's largest concentration of Somalis, most of them American citizens. President Trump has repeatedly attacked them and the governor.
Walz is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him.
Trump also deployed federal immigration agents to the state, where more than 670 people were arrested during raids last month. And multiple law enforcement officials tell CBS News the Trump administration's now planning to send roughly 2,000 immigration agents and officers to the Twin Cities.
Donald Trump and his allies in Washington and in St. Paul and online want to make our state a colder, meaner place.
Now, with Walz bowing out, Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar, a once and potentially future presidential candidates, among those considering a gubernatorial campaign. A crowded Republican field includes Mike Lindell, founder of MyPillow, staunch supporter of President Trump.
Yeah, here, donor pressure came in. They got scared of the fucking Somali fraud story, and they iced him. And they said they're going to back Klobuchar. There it is. That's the story. And he had to bow out in disgrace like this. Devastating. Absolutely devastating. Klomentum, rise up. Yes. David was an Islamophobic right-wing lobbyist piece of shit. I know. Unnamed source in viral Minnesota Somali fraud videos, right-wing lobbyists who called Muslims demons. It's so funny that like everything about this story was fucked from the jump. I called it out, and many others did too, but it doesn't even matter for right-wingers. It's yet another glaringly obvious example that they're just going to keep rolling this shit out. Both Nick Shirley and his far-right TikTok influencer mom relied on a guy that they simply called David in their viral baseless daycare videos. The Intercept has identified the man as a lobbyist and one-time GOP candidate for Attorney General with a history of vile social media posts. Will he pivot left? I don't know where he goes from here. Benny Johnson has announced he's going to do a content streak in California looking for fraud. If Benny Johnson thinks he will get away with doing Nick Shirley shit in California, he's wrong. So I doubt he will do that. You have to see Newsom's response to Benny Johnson. He called him gay. I mean, he's just saying truthful things. Anyway, I'm tired. Another half day Hossie, 7 hours in the books. I'll be back tomorrow as always. I got some fun special stuff lined up this week as well. Possibly with Mustafa the Poet and Daniel Caesar. Please check log. Bro, look at this. I'm ending the stream and there's still motherfuckers being like, please check logs. Please check logs. I love you. Liberals are so insufferable. Fucking libs, man.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The star to the
Love you guys. I'll do more fun stuff tomorrow, I promise. Peace.
Just begun. There is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord agitprop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming.